This is Diep Trung Min. He was a man obsessed with hitting the Super Beast 800 jackpot. He always found the world fascinating. But now, he was on the brink of death. How did he end up here? He was trapped by an enemy's attack. Or maybe, it was a betrayal. 10 years ago, the world changed forever. 90% of humanity mutated into terrifying monsters. They evolved and preyed on humans. But in that same moment, countless objects called roulettes fell from the sky. Humans discovered magic crystals inside zombie heads. They could be used to draw unimaginable items from the roulettes. Supplies, weapons, even elixirs that unlocked superhuman powers. And just like that, everything changed. Humanity, once just trying to survive, began fighting endlessly over the roulettes. The world had become a brutal survival game. To survive, Diep Trung Min chose to submit. He abandoned his principles as a human. After 10 years of training, he finally earned a place on a team. He thought his life would finally get better. He believed that with enough effort, he could find a way to live. It should have been that way. He never expected to die in a scheme by his own teammates. My game ends here. After Diep Trung Min closed his eyes, he suddenly awoke with a jolt. Turning to his side, he saw a beautiful girl lying next to him. Bak Thi Thi. Is this a dream? Or a side effect of the stone? Hasn't she been dead for a long time? This is my house. The house from 10 years ago, before the disaster. I was just attacked. Could it be? I've been reborn? The 10th of September 2022. Isn't this the day the apocalypse began? That living hell. Do I have to go through it all again? No. This is different. Being reborn is a chance to turn everything around. My 10 years of experience is my most valuable weapon. I have to keep living. Lost in thought, he quickly grabbed his gear to head out. The noise woke Bak Thi Thi. She asked, Trung Min, where are you going? Trung Min ignored her. He didn't care. He opened a closet, thinking this is what my parents left me. I never had the heart to use it before. Now, it has a purpose. After the apocalypse begins, money will be worthless. Seeing him ignore her, the girl got annoyed. Diep Trung Min, I'm talking to you. Where are you going? Diep Trung Min didn't hide it anymore. Women only slow down my sword. He said it directly. I know you have a thing with Tan Quan. That night was just charity for me, wasn't it? The girl trembled. Tan Quan? Trung Min, what are you talking about? In my past life, during the early apocalypse, I did everything to protect this woman, but she chose to leave me. She chose to rely on that guy, Tan Quan. And now? Diep Trung Min, explain yourself. How dare you accuse me and Tan Quan? You're just jealous. He's handsome and rich. You're despicable. For the sake of our past, Thi Thi, I'll give you one last piece of advice. Be careful of Tan Quan. He's not someone who will stick with you through hard times. She'll realize it later when he trades her for 3 cans of beer. Forget it. She wouldn't believe me now anyway. I've said enough. There's no time to waste. I have more important things to do. He coldly turned and left, looking incredibly cool. The girl on the bed was still screaming. I dumped you. I dumped you first, Diep Trung Min. To face the coming apocalypse, the first step is preparing tools and medicine. The scene changes. Diep Trung Min hails a taxi. He hands the driver a wad of cash to the nearest hospital. As fast as you can. You got it, kid. Hold on tight. First, I need apocalypse medicine. These drugs will become scarce resources after the end begins. Their value will be unimaginable. Next, he goes to a clothing store. Sir, everything you need is here. Will that be cash or card? He was about to pay and leave when his eyes caught something. Isn't this the blade I used to use? The quality is excellent. The price is a steal. He quickly seals the deal. The shop owner was thrilled. He's a once-in-a-millennium sucker. I sold that knife for 15 times its price. Back in the taxi, he makes an offer. Get me to Din Thin Villa in 5 minutes. I'll add 300. The driver saw a sweet deal and immediately went into overdrive. He drove faster than a rocket. Everything is ready. The next thing is to get that again. The roulette. The apocalypse roulette, also known as the exchange roulette. It's the only source of survival supplies. Water, food, equipment, even special abilities. All must be obtained by spinning the roulette. I must seize the earliest opportunity. According to my memory, the first apocalypse roulette will appear here. Arriving at the villa, Diep Trung Min's taxi was stopped by a guard. He told the driver to ram through. He offered another 500. The driver agreed instantly. The car immediately crashed through the barrier and sped inside. A moment later, they stopped. Driver, stop the car, take a deserted road out. Got it. Now, Diep Trung Min was fully equipped. His gear was set, accessories socketed. The security guards caught up, shouting, You break the guardrail and think you can run? Run my ass, kid. Hey kid, are you listening to me? Don't play dumb. Diep Trung Min wasn't scared. He pointed to the sky. Look up there. Look at what? The security guard looked up, and his jaw dropped. What is that? Just like 10 years ago. Why did they leave behind the roulette? It just made the remaining humans kill each other. If everything is destined to happen again, if this survival game must continue, then this time, I will seize the chance to become strong. I won't waste this second life. For those who don't know, That object in the sky is the Golden Holy Light Warship. The two guards immediately took out their phones to record, but Deep Trung Min's face turned pale. So soon? The Golden Holy Light Warship has already started its attack. He quickly turned and ran. The warship's attack will last for 5 minutes straight. After 5 minutes, the world will become a living hell. This is where the first apocalypse roulette will likely appear. Once the warship stops attacking, the roulette will materialize. With that, he rang a doorbell, pretending to be a delivery man. As soon as he got inside, the person inside knew he wasn't a delivery man. A gorgeous girl was coming down the stairs. She asked, "Who the hell are you? Get out now, or I'll call the police." She's just a girl with no fighting ability. What do you want? Before she could finish, an explosion rang out. The Holy Light Warship was now relentlessly firing down objects that looked like pills. The pills opened, releasing a green toxic gas. It caused humans to mutate into hideous creatures. And the apocalypse began. People started tearing each other apart. Screams for help echoed everywhere. The girl was panicked. What's happening outside? Why are so many people screaming? If you don't get out now, I'm calling security. Then, a bright light appeared in the kitchen. Deep Trung Min knew it had arrived. As Deep Trung Min ran into the kitchen, the girl quickly followed. As soon as she saw the scene before her, the girl was stunned. What is this? As expected, the exchange roulette appeared here. The center was a gray crystal. It represented a level 1 roulette, the lowest tier. So you were looking for this. But why did it appear in my house? He saw a potion on the roulette. Deep Trung Min broke into a wide smile. It's an enhancement potion. This is one of the most valuable rewards from a level 1 roulette. It can increase stamina by 2 or even 3 times. If only I had 5 level 1 crystals, I could get it immediately. Suddenly, Deep Trung Min paused. Why are there 7 slots? This roulette needs 7 level 1 crystals. That's 2 more than usual. There must be an even more important item on this roulette. You know what this is, don't you? Say something. On the roulette wheel, he noticed something strange. It's a lucky card. The girl couldn't hold her curiosity. She grabbed his shoulder. What are you talking about? What is this roulette? What's a lucky card? This girl hasn't turned into a zombie. It means she's resistant to the gas. Or she could become my helper. The lucky card is a special card that grants powers. It could greatly enhance your senses and strength, or give you an animal companion. Even with such a detailed explanation, the girl didn't believe him. Stop joking. Are you playing a game? An animal companion? You expect me to believe you? He pointed outside. Listen. Huh? The screams from outside had stopped. Yeah. A moment ago, there were terrible screams. Now there's nothing. What on earth happened outside? Fool. Going out there is suicide. But the girl was faster. She immediately ran to open the door. Instantly, a zombie poked its head in. It lunged forward, trying to take a bite out of her. The girl screamed in terror. Trung Min. With a single slash, Deep Trung Min split the zombie in half. Then, he struck an incredibly cool pose. The girl was too scared to speak. Deep Trung Min grabbed the zombie's head and pulled out the gem from its forehead. The girl quickly analyzed the situation. He wants the crystal from the monster's head. This crystal looks just like the ones on the roulette. Could it be? Suddenly, 2 more zombies charged in. Deep Trung Min continued to strike cool poses, standing in front of the girl. Is that all? With 1 slash, a zombie was cut in half. With another, the other one followed. Seeing Deep Trung Min take down 2 zombies so effortlessly, she immediately asked, "Who are you?" Since she asked, he had to answer. He said gently, "Deep Trung Min, what's your name?" "I'm Mak Kin Fi." Hearing the name Mak Kin Fi, he was shocked. Mak Kin Fi? Could she be the legendary 9-star powerhouse from 10 years in the future? So it was her. Big brother, what is going on? The Earth has been attacked. As you can see, most people have turned into zombies. What? Attacked? Turned into zombies? I don't know who attacked Earth. I only know that a few humans, like us, weren't affected. So what should we do? Will the government or the army come to save us? No, the army isn't coming. The government and military collapsed minutes ago. Outside is now a world of zombies. Do you understand? Hearing this, Mak Kin Fi was completely shocked. She just looks like a normal woman. Can she really become a 9-star powerhouse? If she can, she must have something special about her. Besides, I need an assistant. Come, I'll tell you the survival rules of this zombie world. Okay. Deep Trung Min walked to the machine. This is the apocalypse roulette. Most weapons and supplies in the zombie world come from this. To spin it and get items, you need to do this. Fill all the empty slots on the roulette. That shape looks a lot like what you took from the zombie's head. Could it be? It's this gray zombie crystal. After filling the slots, the roulette can be spun once. So, to spin it once, we have to kill 7 zombies. The higher the reward value, the more crystals are needed. Does that mean there are different types of roulettes? Does each one have different rewards? That's right. This is just a level 1 roulette. Brother Deep, how do you know all this? Are you a transmigrator or the protagonist of some story? Deep Trung Min broke into a cold sweat at her question. This is really hard to explain. By the way, do you want to see the roulette spin? The girl nodded eagerly. I'm going out to kill a few more zombies. Keep the door locked. Don't open it. The scene changes. The entire villa area is crawling with zombies. A zombie had just turned its head to greet the audience. Then it was immediately taken out by Deep Trung Min. Hearing the noise, 4 nearby zombies immediately charged. With his 10 years of grinding experience, he quickly finished off the zombies. As he was about to loot them, he heard a cry for help. A girl was being chased by 2 zombies. The moment she saw Deep Trung Min, she ran and hid behind him. He handled 4 of them easily, so these 2 would be a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, the girl suddenly started screaming like a monster. Her face began to change. She lunged to attack Deep Trung Min. Deep Trung Min was no stranger to this. He flicked his knife and sent the girl to the afterlife. A moment later, he returned with a pile of crystals. Mak Kin Fi was full of praise. Brother Deep, you're amazing. You got 11 zombie crystals. With the 3 from before, we can pull rewards twice. Come on, I'll show you. Okay, he walked to the roulette and inserted the crystals one by one. The crystals vanished, and the roulette began to spin. Now what? Deep Trung Min silently prayed for the enhancement potion. He prayed, but his wish didn't come true. The roulette stopped on 4 jars of delicious fruit jam. Deep Trung Min could only cry on the inside. I can't believe I pulled this garbage. During the apocalypse, canned food is a luxury. But while you were out, I organized the food in the house. We have enough to eat for a long time. Thanks. Feeling his luck was terrible, he handed the remaining crystals to the girl. You try it. What reward will Mak Kin Fi, the future 9-star powerhouse, pull? After Mak Kin Fi inserted the crystals, the wheel started spinning. The first pull always brings a precious, indescribable feeling. I hope her luck is better than mine. I hope her luck is a little better than mine. Ah, I got this. Seeing what she pulled, Trung Min's jaw dropped. This is a removal card. I can't believe you pulled this. Is a removal card valuable? Of course it is. Although it's not essential now, later, when pulling for important gear or skills, it can increase the chance of getting a divine artifact. I didn't know my luck worked on the roulette. Your luck? Is your luck always this good? Then came a montage of her luck. She often won another free bottle from sodas. She always got the grand prize when smashing golden eggs. She won the lucky prize from mystery boxes. Even in a supermarket lottery, she won a live cow. In complete contrast to her luck, Deep Trung Min never won anything. He always got thanks for playing. He was completely jinxed with prizes. I thought you were a 9-star powerhouse for some other reason. Turns out it was because of your luck. If you're the god of lucky pulls, then I'll have to borrow your luck. The scene changes to the next morning. Going out so early? Yeah, to collect more crystals. Why are you going harvesting so soon? Today's goal is 100 crystals. Seeing Deep Trung Min's diligence, the girl was moved. This man is someone I can rely on. If that's the case, I can't just be idle. The kitchen is a woman's domain. I have to make a meal worthy of 100 crystals. Sometime later, Deep Trung Min returned with a gloomy face. You're back so soon? Yeah, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear? Let's hear the good news. The good news is, besides us, there are no other normal people here. I've also killed all the zombies. You're amazing. So what's the bad news? The bad news is I've killed all the zombies in this area, but I only got a few crystals. Not nearly enough. It's okay. That's still enough for a few pulls. I turned this whole area upside down and only gathered this many crystals. Deep Trung Min felt hungry. I'm a little hungry. Is there anything to eat? Oh, yes. Then Mak Kin Fi brought out a pile of burnt food. She was a bit embarrassed. Sorry, I don't usually cook. Deep Trung Min didn't care what the food looked like. He picked up his chopsticks and ate everything. It's edible. It just doesn't look very good. Hearing that, the girl was so moved she nearly cried. He's not disgusted at all. Having food is good enough. Before, I was so hungry I almost had to eat a dead person. After eating their fill, the main event began. This time, I'll see what good things she can pull. Then, she pulled a gun and a crossbow. Damn, that's amazing. 2 practical weapons in a row. There's one more pull left. You try it. My luck is terrible. I can't. Let me transfer some of my luck to you. You'll definitely be lucky. Items that have been pulled won't be pulled again. There are only 6 rewards left. The probability of getting the enhancement potion is, should I use the removal card to remove the biscuit option? As soon as she said it, the removal card was instantly used. Deep Trung Min was speechless. Ah, I didn't know it would be used like that. Sorry. What's done is done. Now the chance of getting the potion is 1 in 5. I can only bet on it. Spirits of heaven and earth, please let me get it. With the power of friendship, he hit the jackpot. I got it. This is awesome. The basic enhancement potion can significantly improve physique, increasing close combat strength by at least 3 times. In the early stages, this physical enhancement potion is the most important thing. Hurry up and drink it. After you use it, your body will be enhanced immediately, right? Not so fast. Let me show you something more interesting. Deep Trung Min took out a bottle from the hospital, then mixed it with the enhancement potion. The heparin I got from the hospital is useful after all. Can you really turn 1 bottle into 2 with this method? Yes, there isn't just one roulette. There are many others in different places. The rewards on each are different. If we have more potions, We can trade them for valuable skill cards or rare medicines later. I see. How do you know so much? About that, the temperature needs to be strictly controlled. It's a bit high now. Lower it a bit. Memorize the entire process and adjust the temperature. You'll make the next bottle. Okay, I'll remember it. And just like that, 2 bottles of enhancement potion were successfully prepared. Brother Deep, how do you know how to prepare medicine? Suddenly, Deep Trung Min gestured for her to be quiet. A strange hissing sound came from outside. He immediately grabbed her hand and ran upstairs. What's wrong? Something more troublesome than zombies is approaching. Mutated cockroaches. Infected by the virus, they evolved into carnivorous insects. Individually, they're not a big threat, but they always move in swarms. If you see one, a whole swarm is sure to follow. Help me push this cabinet over. What are those things anyway? Mutated cockroaches. The apocalypse didn't just turn people into zombies. It also caused many plants and animals to mutate. Mutated plants and animals also attack humans. They even eat people to survive. Hide inside. Don't come out without my command. Hey, what about you? Don't worry. This will be over in a moment. Right after, the cockroaches swarmed in. At this moment, Deep Trung Min pulled out his secret weapon. Now's the perfect time to use this. The side effects are just a bit annoying. Downstairs, the mutated cockroaches crawled everywhere, making a loud, unsettling sound. They crawled all over the house. Each one was huge. A normal person would be scared to death, let alone a whole swarm. They reached the door and broke through. Their legs are incredibly hard. I have no choice. Seeing the cockroaches about to break through, he took out the test tube. I have to drink the potion. Deep Trung Min closed his eyes and downed the entire vial. In an instant, his body felt a strange sensation. His eyes shot open, his pupils dilating violently. Then he collapsed to the ground with a thud. He cried out in pain. As he was screaming, a mutated cockroach broke through and charged in. It pounced right at him. A swarm followed, piling on top of him. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded. He lay still, no longer moving. The potion's effect was over, but the pain remained. He swung his knife, slicing through a cockroach's head. With one clean sweep, he jumped to his feet. One roach down, body on one side, head on the other. Green blood splattered everywhere. As soon as he beheaded that one, others rushed forward. He stepped on one and launched himself into the air. It really hurts. His eyes turned red. He muttered as a murderous aura began to radiate from him. Another cockroach charged, seeking revenge. It gave him no time to breathe. Damn it, this hurts like hell. He roared. His eyes were bloodshot, and a faint mist surrounded him. He spun around, cleanly slicing through 3 charging cockroaches at once. His movements were incredibly fluid, without a hint of hesitation. He screamed, his eyes devoid of fear. He continuously sliced through the mutated cockroaches. Each slash cut them in half. His blade was covered in their green blood, dripping onto the floor. He panted heavily. The area around him was littered with the corpses of mutated cockroaches. Deep Trung Min scanned the area and went downstairs. The appearance of these roaches means the mother cockroach is nearby. If I don't deal with the mother, I can't wipe them out. He frowned, using his past life's memory to find her. The mother cockroach suddenly appeared from behind him. Deep Trung Min immediately sensed its presence. What a coincidence. He turned around, facing the uninvited mother cockroach. Good. I'll wipe out the whole nest at once. The giant mother cockroach slowly crawled towards him. The baby roaches lay dead on the ground. The mother cockroach said nothing. The mother cockroach spat a sticky substance. He immediately jumped forward. The liquid it spat out melted a wooden table on the spot. It sizzled loudly. A necklace fell to the ground. Deep Trung Min stepped on it. Deep Trung Min swung his knife in a wide arc. You want revenge for your children? The cockroach shrieked and charged at him. He thought back to the past. Come on. Based on my experience, the mother cockroach's weakness is... Deep Trung Min leaped up. There was a red spot in the middle of the cockroach's back. Right there. He slammed his knife down. Green blood gushed out instantly. The mother cockroach shrieked in pain. Damn it. He swept his knife across its back. Each slash made more green blood pour out. He spun in a full circle. The mother cockroach collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. He jumped off the cockroach, landing with a thud. Deep Trung Min rotated his shoulder. The more I use my strength, the clearer the side effects become. It hurts like hell. The door creaked open. Don't go there, he said in an exhausted voice. Calm down. Mak Kin Phi rushed over and hugged him tightly. Deep Trung Min was stunned. Hey, you. He didn't know what to do for a moment. Mak Kin Phi trembled, still terrified. He patted her back comfortingly. Are you crying over such a small thing? This is the apocalypse. After a flood of tears, he continued to comfort her. In the apocalypse, the most worthless thing is tears. Who's crying? It's just too dusty in here. Mak Kin Phi wiped her tears, pretending to be strong. Her face was bright red. Is that so? He asked again. She turned her head away. It's not what it looks like. With so many insect corpses, how are we going to clean this up? She looked at the dead cockroaches and sighed. There's green blood everywhere. He pointed out, these are good things delivered right to our door. Hearing this, she immediately covered her nose. Good things? She was completely confused. He explained, right now, we can still find food in supermarkets. But a year from now, food will become an incredible luxury. After his explanation, she asked, is it because the mutations make it impossible to grow crops or raise livestock? Diep Trong Min nodded. That's right. In the future, there will be three main food sources: leftover, non-perishable food, rewards from the roulette, and the third type is dried meat made from the corpses of these insects. She immediately covered her mouth. Eating insect corpses? Her expression clearly showed she couldn't accept it yet. He frowned. Eating insect corpses is better than eating people. He stated a terrifying but common reality of the apocalypse. Eating people? Mak Kin Phi was shocked. She had probably never imagined that humans would eat other humans. After carving up the insects and putting them in a bowl, one of its legs was still twitching. Mak Kin Phi held two knives, wearing an apron and even a face mask. Ah, it's still alive. She immediately swung the knife down, her eyes squeezed shut as if she didn't want to see the gruesome scene. He nodded happily. You're doing a great job collecting the meat. She kept chopping rhythmically on the cutting board. Hearing his praise, Mak Kin Phi took off her mask. Don't say that. It's so gross. Are you going out? Yeah, he nodded. I'm going a bit further this time. We need more crystals, and we need to gather information about the area. Okay, I'll turn this meat into jerky. Good luck. She nodded and stood up, walking towards him. He continued to prepare more enhancement potions. Trust me. Diep Trong Min looked at her, his voice firm. I will definitely come back. Then, he geared up and left. She stood at the door, watching his figure disappear. Her heart was full of worry, but also a belief that he would be fine. As evening fell, he quickly rushed into the city. Along the road, countless disemboweled corpses were scattered about. Their blood had turned green. They no longer looked human. He ran past them without any intention of stopping. Ah, save me, a voice cried out. Diep Trong Min stopped in his tracks. Then he looked back. Idiot, shouting so loudly is just asking to attract every zombie in the city. He cursed under his breath, then ran towards the voice. Even in the apocalypse, he still had compassion. He couldn't just watch someone die. The girls, he immediately covered her mouth, stopping her from saying another word. He growled, Shut up. I don't want to die because of you. But it was too late. The zombies were already attracted by her voice. A whole horde turned towards them. They lunged forward. The girl's jacket was ripped off. He reached out and pulled the girl from the zombie horde. Damn it. I ran into such a stupid person. He drew the short blade he carried. With a single slash, a zombie's head flew off, while he still held the girl. The zombie's head fell to the ground. A clean cut originated from his position. The zombie's body fell after its head. There are too many. Run, he said, pushing the girl to the side. His hands never stopped slashing. It was like a game of Fruit Ninja. With every swing, a head fell. The girl immediately ran, tears still streaming down her face. Then, she ran towards a building. Without a word, she rushed inside. The door opened with a click. After closing the door, the girl leaned against it to rest, breathing heavily. She was clearly exhausted. She was still crying, but silently, without making a sound. Get in, quick! She poked her head out and yelled at him while he was still busy playing Fruit Ninja. Hearing her call, Diep Trong Min turned and ran towards her. The zombies behind him were in hot pursuit. Just as he was about to get inside, their hands reached for him. He immediately slammed the door shut as soon as he got inside. But a hand got caught in the door. A zombie was holding it open. Diep Trong Min froze. The girl was also surprised they were so fast. Up the stairs. It's too late. Now they could only run. The zombies were still right behind them. The two of them kept running, climbing to higher floors. He was fast and ran ahead, but the girl couldn't keep up. The girl stopped, gasping for breath. A zombie's hand caught up and grabbed her leg. Ah! The girl screamed. He was forced to look back. He had to do something. He immediately picked her up, then swung his blade and cut off the zombie's hand. The girl ran ahead while he stayed behind to cover their retreat. A horde of zombies continued to rush them like a tide. Suddenly, something lit up, blinding the entire space. He and the girl turned to look back. The zombies took advantage of their distraction and charged. Something fell from the sky, shining like a bright star. Here! Yu Trong Min immediately recognized it. It's a secret realm key. The secret realm key has appeared. The secret realm key is one of the most precious items in the apocalypse. It's the only way to reach the secret realm, a place full of hope. He and the girl watched the key slowly fall to the ground. In his past life, every high-level expert craved it. This life, Diep Trong Min looked at the key with intense ambition. This life, the secret realm key must be mine. Ah, be careful. The girl turned her head, screaming in terror. The zombies had reached them. One even aimed for his privates and tried to bite. But luckily, Diep Trong Min dodged backward in time. He then punched the zombie hard. It spat out its own green blood. If it were a normal person, they'd probably need dental surgery. Damn it, he cursed. I almost lost my family jewels. The zombies still swarmed forward in endless waves. Diep Trong Min drew his saber and calculated the width of the staircase. This place is perfect for both offense and defense. About 10 of them. Let's end this here. He took a deep breath, gathering his strength. I'll finish them all. I won't leave a single one. The first zombie lunged forward, but Deep Trung Min remained calm. One slash. The cut was impossibly clean. The zombie's arm immediately fell off. Zombie blood splattered on the girl. The severed arm flew past her face. She thought about the past. Just a few days ago, I had everything I wanted. Suitors, fame. The girl was a streamer. Thank you. Her family lived in harmony. She studied at a prestigious university. I was a dragon in the sky. Looking at the zombies, memories flashed through her mind. Then suddenly, everything changed. Zombies appeared and started biting people. Everyone in her family turned into zombies, including her father. She was terrified and could only run. I've lost everything. She closed her eyes, unwilling to face the truth. Tears rolled down her cheeks. The girl sat down. It's so scary. Am I going to die? Don't just sit there. Diep Trung Min finished off all 10 zombies, then turned to her. Get up. Let's keep moving. She looked up. At that moment, he had just killed another zombie, while crushing one's neck with one hand. Once he was done, he stopped. That zombie fell to the ground. The girl was stunned. All the zombies are dead. Diep Trung Min was covered in sweat after the battle. He exhaled. If you don't want to die, don't just sit there. He walked forward. All he could think about was the secret realm key. I have to find it quickly, or it'll be too late. The girl stood up. I thought I was a goner. This man is so strong. She watched his back, lost in thought. Diep Trung Min observed the surroundings. The roof here connects to the building in front. We can probably get down from there. Okay. The girl immediately agreed. He had already planned the route to find the item. Go down from the front building, then cross 2 more streets, and we'll reach where the key fell. He walked slowly, but when they arrived, both of them froze, stunned by the sight before them. It was a mass of vines, and they were still growing. The girl was confused and stepped closer. Why are there vines here? And they're moving. She was about to touch them. Be careful, he yelled, but it was too late. The girl was immediately bound by the vines. The vines squeezed so tightly she couldn't move. There were thorns on the vines, and each one dug into her skin. Troublesome. He frowned, then swung his knife. The vines were cut one by one. Immediately after, he caught the girl in his arms. The girl blushed, and her mind started wandering. He risked his life to save me. Could it be that he feels something for me? At this thought, her eyes welled up. She hugged Diep Trung Min, thinking, if a strong person like him were paired with someone as charming as me. Diep Trung Min put her down without hesitation. The girl was stunned. Hey, isn't this the hero saves the beauty scenario? Why is this wrong? He walked over and started hacking at the vines. Damn mutated plants. So annoying. The girl learned a new term. Mutated plants. The way he looks right now is just like he's cutting weeds. You're slowing me down. He wiped his sweat, his face full of annoyance. Then, he went to the rooftop door and tried to open it. It was locked. What's wrong? The girl asked nervously. Can't open it, he replied. It's locked from the outside. She grew more anxious. What do we do? Do this. He immediately kicked the door down. With a bang, the door flew open. On the rooftop, countless people were holding clubs, ready to fight. Diep Trung Min swallowed hard. The girl was also scared. In the apocalypse, humans are sometimes scarier than zombies. Who are you two? Why did you come up here? The group immediately questioned them. Diep Trung Min said, it wasn't safe below, so we ran up here. Have you all been hiding here? One of them pointed at him. Damn it. Why did you break the door? What if the zombies get up here? He calmly replied, you can rest assured. There are no zombies here. I checked on my way up. The guy got angry and ordered his men to fix the door. Just because you say there are none means there are none. Zombies are everywhere. Who knows when they'll run up here? It can't be fixed. We can only use a metal bar to prop it up, the man by the door reported. Another guy with a baseball bat ran over. This is all your fault. If the zombies come up here, we're all dead. Forget it. A man with red-dyed hair stepped out to intervene. They didn't know we were here. Diep Trung Min stood in front of the girl. She fearfully clung to his shoulder. He looked up at the roof. There are people over here too. The girl pointed to the side. The guy who threatened him earlier said, we're just like you. We ran up here to escape the zombies below. Looks like it was a misunderstanding. What are your plans now? The man's fierce expression softened. Diep Trung Min replied, I need to go to the high school. The man exhaled. So you want to go to the high school? Do you have relatives trapped there? The road is full of zombies. How do you plan to get there? He imagined the school surrounded by hordes of zombies. I want to see if there's a path from up here. A light was shining over there. I don't know what it was. The man nodded. There was a light shining on the school, but to run to such a dangerous place just for that, you've got guts. Is there a shortcut nearby? The man answered him. There is. The rooftop on the east side is very close to a building's corridor, but you have to jump. It's very dangerous. The man pointed behind him. Don't even think about it. You'll break your legs if you jump. He looked down, silently calculating. The building below is 1 story lower. The balcony is about 5 meters away. He said confidently, Great, I'll jump from here then. Just then, a hand grabbed his collar. It was the girl. I'm going with you. Don't leave me behind." She sounded like she was begging. She didn't want to stay with this group. "Then you carry the backpack." He handed her the backpack. The blonde guy sneered. "It's hard enough to bring her along. You'll die carrying that big bag too. How about you give me the backpack?" The man slowly approached, looking like he wanted to rob him. "Don't misunderstand." The man put on a friendly facade. "I'll hold the backpack. You jump first. Then I'll throw it down to you." The girl held onto the backpack tightly. She felt this person had no good intentions. "Come on, give it to me. Now, put on the backpack," he told her. "Okay." The girl immediately complied. She put the large backpack on. "All right." Then he used a rope to tie her to him. Both she and the backpack were securely fastened. Standing on the ledge, he clearly intended to take the girl with him. The man tapped his baseball bat against his hand. "Hey, is that climbing gear in your backpack?" He had a menacing look as he questioned him. The girl was about to curse him, but the man threatened. "Leave the backpack, or I'll break your arm." "Fool," he laughed, a corner of his mouth lifting in contempt. Then he jumped. "What? He actually jumped?" The group seemed not to expect it. Someone exclaimed, "He really jumped. This kid doesn't want to live." He and the girl flew across to the roof of the other building. Below were countless zombies. A fall meant certain death. He landed safely, bringing the girl to the opposite building. The people on the other side were shocked. He really jumped. He's insane. F times King insane. "Are you okay?" The girl was trembling. She had never experienced anything so risky. She nodded. "Yeah, I'm okay." Someone was watching them through binoculars. "Heh, interesting." The man licked the corner of his mouth, as if he had found two interesting prey. The man's face was covered in scars. Don't let them get away. Standing on a tall building, his shadow looked like a demon's. Over there, a group of men were assaulting a girl. "Damn it, you dare bite me? Are you done yet? It's my turn." In the apocalypse, human morality had truly degenerated. "Haha, now it's my turn." The man pushed the girl down, his voice utterly bestial. "Brothers, how long do you think he'll last?" "I bet 1 minute. I'll wager this cigarette." The men outside didn't stop them. Instead, they laughed. "There's no wine in this dump, but I found a pack of cigarettes on this dead bastard." "That's normal. What wine would you find in a school cafeteria? If you want wine, go to the principal's office." There were already people inside the school. "So what about those trapped students?" They continued their discussion. The leader ordered, "I'd rather throw them all to the zombies." "Hee. Don't throw the girls away. Keep them." One of his men was surprised. "Damn, you guys still haven't had enough?" "What are you talking about?" The leader finally walked in. "Fifth brother." The group immediately greeted him, bowing respectfully. "Fifth brother." Someone walked out of the door. He must have just finished. "Outside is full of zombies. We can't get out. Are we just going to stay here forever?" The world changed overnight. Zombies and monsters everywhere. "This is the apocalypse, right?" "The apocalypse? He. The man laughed. His subordinates didn't understand. He explained, "Look at it now. We can do whatever we want, play with whoever we want. In this world, the strong make the rules." As he spoke, a female student was still being tormented. They were truly sick. The apocalypse had come, yet they weren't scared. They could even smile. "This isn't the apocalypse. This is clearly our paradise." Night had fallen. The streets were still teeming with zombies. He stood in a corner, watching them. He was just silently observing. Then he waved his hand, and the girl stepped forward from behind him. The two of them immediately ran out. Deep Trung Min looked around again. The girl followed, and they both dashed forward into the night. The girl behind him panted heavily. Can you slow down a bit? I can't keep up." He grumbled. "Check. What was I thinking? Saving such a troublesome person. I was mesmerized by her face and made a basic mistake. Lust is a demon." He clicked his tongue. Damn it, so weak. After cursing, he still did as she asked. "I'll slow down. You follow me." Finally, he slowed down. The girl was happy. "I can still keep up at this pace." After a while, they arrived at the school gate. "It seems there aren't many people here," he explained. "Not necessarily. This is a school, a place where many people gather." She was surprised, "But I don't see any zombies." "That's because they're all gathered elsewhere," he explained and walked forward. The zombies here were frantically pounding on the door of a classroom. Inside, students were still trying to resist. Someone held his head. "Give up. If we're not bitten by zombies, we'll starve to death." A sad student seemed to have given up hope. "Can we only wait for death here?" "Huh?" She looked outside and was suddenly surprised. "Someone's here! Someone's here!" The schoolgirl screamed. Hey, over here, over here. There's someone over there." The girl following Deep Trung Min quickly noticed. He frowned. "She can't even protect herself." "Don't meddle. Let's go," he urged. "Big brother, big sister, save us." The students continued to cry. "Save us. We don't want to die. Help." The girl stopped, seemingly reluctant to leave. But he was different now. "Let's go. Their screams will attract the zombies. It'll be a problem if a large horde comes. Save us. Help." The cries continued. The girl following him lowered her head and muttered, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He led her away. For a long stretch, neither of them said a word. Finally, she spoke up. I'm sorry. Is there really no way to save them? Deep Trungmin frowns. A bleeding heart like her is going to die fast. He explains they're definitely surrounded by zombies outside. She was screaming so loudly. Who knows how many zombies have gathered there now? I'm not skilled enough to save them. If you want to save them, go do it yourself. The girl finally lets go of her compassion. She says, I'm sorry. He reminds her to wake up. This is the apocalypse. He hopes she won't be such a reckless fool again. His words were a lesson he was also telling himself. A corpse was hanging from a steel beam. Its feet were still caught. The wind made the body swing, creating an eerie sound. The girl following him saw it and shivered. She didn't understand why he came to his school. Was there a way to avoid zombies here? She was extremely confused. She decided to ask. Thank you for saving me earlier. I still don't know your name. He replied, a thank you? I saved your life. A thank you should have some sincerity. You think one sentence is enough to order me around? I risked my life to save you. He walked over with a sly smile. The girl trembled. What do you want? Obviously, I'm going to use you as bait to attract the zombies. He turned away after speaking. A wicked glint appeared in his eyes. He smirked at his plan. A loud mouth like hers would definitely be effective. Thinking of that scene, she was so scared she started to cry. He said bluntly, don't think you're so noble that others saving you is a given. In a critical moment, you're less useful than a backpack. I know. The girl whispered, forced to accept reality. After that, they continued on foot. She followed timidly behind him. Finally, the girl introduced herself. My name is Luong So Am. Deep Trungmin, he replied. She was a bit surprised. Then she felt happy inside. His name is Diep Trungmin. He has a sharp tongue, but he's not a bad person. In this apocalypse, finding a good person like him is nearly impossible. Help me! Someone else was crying for help. He and Luong So Am looked up. They were eaten instantly. They're always getting eaten. Luong So Am covered her mouth. No matter how many times she saw it, she couldn't get used to it. He suddenly realized he might be able to see where the key fell from that angle. Hide yourself well. Then he ran off. She called after him, Deep Trungmin. But he acted like he didn't hear her. He immediately rushed to a drain pipe and climbed it like a monkey. In that classroom, there was a zombie. It frowned as if it heard a sound. He smashed through the door. One kick sent the zombie flying. The glass shattered. He landed safely. The zombie flew backward. He immediately rushed forward. He cut it down with a single slash, sending it to the afterlife. Miss Fack. The children hugged their teacher and burst into tears. Thank you, Miss Fack said. Thank you for saving my students. Her arms were wrapped around two of her female students, but he seemed to ignore her, looking out the window instead. Just as he thought. From this angle, he could see where the secret realm key had landed. Miss Fack walked over to the student who had turned into a zombie and gently closed his eyes. Zhu Kuang is dead. Miss Fack is dead. She said to him, your skills are so good. Can you lead us out of here? These two girls are my only remaining students. Diep Trungmin replied, I came to this school to find something. If you can tell me where it is, I'll protect you and get you to safety. The teacher and her two students were all surprised. Miss Fack asked, what are you looking for? He pointed outside. Did you see a beam of light fall from the sky? Where did it land? No. The two students beside her shook their heads, but Miss Fack was silent. She said, wait, I saw it, but I have one condition. You have to save the three of us. Then I'll tell you. Making conditions? He frowned. How can you prove you saw it? This sounds like a trick. In this world, the first rule is to trust no one. Miss Fack quickly explained. That light. It appeared in the air like a daytime meteor. Then it fell somewhere in the school. She had really seen it. He had no choice but to play along with her. He asked, where is it? Miss Fack replied, if I tell you and you leave, what will happen to us? He turned back. Stay here and wait to die. Or tell me where it landed. You three will have a chance to live. Make your choice. Miss Fack swallowed hard, her heart conflicted. If I tell you, will all of us be saved? I can tell you. He stated the harsh truth directly. There are too many zombies in this building. I can't take care of all three of you. With my current strength, I can only take 2 people. 2 people. Can't you try a little harder? Are you even human? The two students panicked immediately. Our request is reasonable. What's wrong with you? Diep Trungmin scowled. There's no reasonable in this world anymore. Only the strong and the weak. Then he drew his knife. Choose. Who do I save? Now. The teacher and her 2 students stood at a crossroads. If they didn't choose, they would end up like the student from before. One of the students, a boy, hugged her. Miss Fack, I'm scared. Miss Fack, I'm scared. She stroked his head, looking completely helpless. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Choose. Who am I taking? Diep Trungmin repeated the question. Miss Fack answered, I'm not choosing. Take my 2 students. In the end, she chose to sacrifice herself. Miss Fack, the 2 students couldn't believe it. He nodded. All right, I'll get them out of here safely. Now, Can you tell me where that light landed? Miss Fact stroked the boy's head. After you take them down to a safe floor, I'll write the location on a piece of paper and throw it down to you. He couldn't help but praise her silently, as expected of a teacher. She's not stupid at all. He walked forward and said with a smirk, I hope it's worth your sacrifice. Let's go, students. Teacher. A little girl held her hand, clearly reluctant to leave. Miss Fact comforted her. It's all right. Go now. He went to the door. He pressed his ear against it to listen. Then he made his assessment. There are 3 of them outside. He looked back and warned Miss Fact. As soon as we're out, shut the door tight. Barricade it well, and don't make a sound. Okay, I understand. Miss Fact nodded in agreement. He held the knife ready. His stance was prepared. The moment the door opened, the fight would begin. Just then, a zombie stuck its head and hand in. The 2 students screamed in fear. With a single kick, he sent it flying backward. It flew far and slammed into a wall. The other 2 zombies hadn't even moved yet. Then he ran out, saying, Stay close to me. With a swing of his arm, he beheaded a zombie as easily as cutting fruit. Go. Hurry up. The 2 students immediately ran out without hesitation. Teacher. The student turned back, worried. Miss Fact immediately slammed the door shut. The girl clenched her fists and pulled her friend along. Let's go. Clearly scared to death, yet he still wants to be a hero. Miss Fact muttered to herself as she quietly closed the door. Then she tried to calm herself. Tears streamed down her face. But I'm a teacher. The stairs here were littered with zombie corpses. He ran ahead, constantly reminding them, Stay close to me. Don't stop. He was panting. There were too many zombies. Protecting himself was one thing, but leading 2 students was truly dangerous. He immediately ran down, but the staircase on the lower floor was silent. It seemed the zombies had all gathered upstairs. The floor below was actually safe. What? This feeling? He suddenly stopped. Stop! Everyone! Turn back! He yelled at the 2 students. Huh? Is there something ahead? The blonde girl asked. He frowned. I don't know, but I just felt a wave of danger. His past life of survival had honed his 6th sense to be incredibly sharp. It was an almost irreplaceable instinct. The female student peeked ahead. Let me see. There are no zombies ahead. Are you hallucinating? Was it really just a hallucination? Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. If it was, he'd be relieved. It seemed normal. There was no other movement below, only the sound of the wind. He stepped down, telling them, Let's just say it was my imagination. We can't waste any more time. Let's keep going. In the distance, something was silently staring at the 3 of them. On the ceiling, a creature seemed to be clinging there. It drooled, its tongue hanging out. Its body was covered in countless sharp spines. Only then did Deep Trung Min sense its presence. He immediately looked up at the ceiling. What is that? The girl bumped into him. Hey, why did you suddenly stop? He signaled for the 2 girls to be quiet. The blonde girl was a little annoyed. He scanned the area. His gaze swept intently across the ceiling. Deep Trung Min's mouth hung open, his unease growing. There's nothing there. Was I just being paranoid and hallucinating? Then, he continued to lead the 2 girls forward. I was overthinking it. Let's go. But the monster was crawling right behind him, silently following their trail. Diep Trung Min led the 2 students slowly downstairs. He was completely unaware of the danger closing in behind him. The monster looked at the 3 delicious humans before it. Its drool was already dripping to the ground. It appeared right behind the schoolgirl. As if sensing something, the girl couldn't help but tremble. Deep Trung Min broke out in a cold sweat. Something's wrong. Something is definitely not right. The monster was now right behind the 2 girls, its mouth open wide, ready to swallow them whole, all while he was still walking ahead. Its tongue licked the brown-haired student's hair, leaving a trail of sticky saliva. What was that? She touched her head and looked behind her. Meat, meat, meat. The monster suddenly lunged, its mouth repeatedly making the sound. The girl screamed in terror. Its massive mouth rushed toward the girl. Its slick tongue brushed past her face. The girl's face turned pale with fear. Her whole body trembled. She was completely frozen. He threw the dagger. The blade slashes across the monster's mouth. It strikes just as it's about to devour the girl. Diep Trung Min was drenched in sweat. Did I make it in time? If he didn't, everything he had done would be for nothing. One side of the monster's mouth was torn open. It looked at him with eyes full of hatred. The severed part of its tongue was still twitching on the ground. His knife was stuck firmly in the wall. Blade! Blade! It shrieked. The sound was like a human voice, but distorted and monstrous. Kill! It ignored the schoolgirl and lunged directly at him. Kill! It looked like only tearing him to shreds would quench its rage. He dodged like a shadow, evading its swipe. Immediately after, he punched it straight in the stomach with his bare hands, showing no mercy. But it had no effect. He retreated in shock. The monster continued to advance, almost completely unharmed. This is a mutated iron-skinned zombie. Why is it here? His eyes were filled with disbelief. The monster attacked again. He immediately backed away to dodge. He ducked under the blow, his mind racing to find a way to fight. Have the zombies evolved this quickly? This is going to be tough. Sensing danger, he immediately kicked back at the zombie. For a normal zombie, This force would be enough to send its head flying. But this zombie was barely affected. Only a tiny scratch appeared on its body. It's no use. This was the first time since his rebirth that he felt death was truly closing in. The zombie didn't hesitate. It immediately grabbed his leg. It slammed him violently to the ground. The impact sent rocks and dust flying. Deep Trung Min clutched his head. A normal person would have been paralyzed by that blow. Yet he could still move. The floor beneath him had cracked open. The two students were pale with fear. The short, blue-haired student backed away. "Lily, I can't get up," the long-haired student said, trembling. "Can you help me?" Lily, the short-haired student, actually ran away. The long-haired student stared at him in fear, shocked that her friend would abandon her. Meanwhile, the monster clenched its fist. It prepared to deliver a blow that would finish him. If this hit landed, there was no doubt he would die. He was still lying there, curled up on the ground, spitting up blood. Before the girl's eyes, Deep Trung Min was about to die. A sense of despair washed over her. The monster's fist came crashing down. The girl let out a loud scream. A hole suddenly appeared in the monster's back. Deep Trung Min somehow had a gun. He had shot it. He gasped for air, as if he had just survived the most dangerous moment of his life. He silently gave thanks. It was a good thing he brought the gun he won from the roulette. "My arm is dislocated." He struggled to his feet. That blow would have crippled or wounded him severely. Deep Trung Min turned to the long-haired girl. "If you don't want to get torn to pieces here, get up and move." The blue-haired girl reappeared. The blonde girl slowly stood up. Suddenly, strange sounds came from below. Now what? Deep Trung Min was terrified. This is bad. Did the gunshot attract the zombies? Strange noises echoed continuously from the stairwell. Deep Trung Min gripped his gun tightly. The two girls were terrified. The blue-haired girl muttered, "Did the gunshot attract the zombies?" The blonde girl was even more panicked. Both of their faces were ashen. Looking down, there was someone there. "Who was that?" "It's her." He let out a sigh of relief. "Thank God. It's not a zombie." Luong So-am had actually run towards him. She appeared right in front of him. She ran up quickly. "I finally found you." He was startled. Luong So-am threw her arms around him as if she couldn't bear to be apart from him for a second. She called his name, Deep Trung Min. "Why did you come up here?" he asked. So it's a person." The student sighed in relief. The blonde student was still very suspicious. "Who is this person? Hasn't she been bitten?" Luong So-am cried as she explained. "I waited for you for a long time, but you didn't come down. I was scared to death. This building is full of zombies. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" She recounted. "Just now, a light suddenly appeared in a classroom behind the building. I saw all the zombies heading towards that light." She wiped her tears. "I thought, maybe that light attracts zombies. I decided to risk it and come upstairs to find you." Deep Trung Min was surprised. "Wait, what did you just say?" "The light source can attract zombies." She nodded. "Yes, I saw all the zombies being drawn over there. I was really scared being downstairs alone, so I came up here to find you." Deep Trung Min walked ahead. "You were lucky." He approached his knife. "You didn't run into any zombies." He pulled out the knife, thinking to himself, if a light source can attract zombies, there's only one possibility. It's the light from the roulette. His eyes filled with determination. He pulled Luong So-am's hand. "Let's go downstairs first." The two students were left behind. Seeing this, the two students followed him. Luong So-am was surprised. He saved these two children. She felt a warmth in her heart. The short-haired girl ran up to explain. "Tutu, I was just scared, so." The girl nodded. "Yeah, you don't hate me, do you?" Lily asked. The blonde girl kept walking. "It's fine. It's not like you did it on purpose." The three of them finally got out of the building. He looked over. Luong So-am didn't quite understand. Teacher Fak was overjoyed when she saw the three of them get out. "Anything is fine. It's Miss Fak." The two students were surprised. "Tutu, keep your voice down. Don't let the zombies find us." Miss Fak smiled. "This is great. You're both saved." She laughed. She held the paper out, clutching it to her chest, as a different thought occurred to her. "If I don't tell him where the light landed, will he come back to save me?" But she immediately dismissed the thought. "Fact 2 on. Don't do anything unnecessary. The students are still in his hands. There's still someone up there." Luong So-am was surprised. The paper was dropped. "She's a good teacher," he said, catching the paper. Luong So-am asked him, "She's a good teacher, so you're not going to save her?" "She tried to threaten me. I'm just teaching her a little lesson," he said. Luong So-am broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't expect him to be so petty. He smiled. "So the secret realm key fell there. That's also a safe place. Normal people wouldn't pay attention to it." "Well then," he grinned. "There are two places to investigate now. One is the secret realm key at the construction site. The other is the glowing object Luong So-am mentioned. There's a high chance it's another roulette wheel. These two students are strangers with loose lips. I can't take them to find the secret realm key. Maybe I'll go check out the place So-am mentioned first." "Lead the way," he said. "Let's go see the glowing place you mentioned." So-am reported, "But that place is already swarming with zombies." He grinned. That means there's something good there. He turned to the two students. You two, we're going somewhere. You're coming with us. Yes. The two students had no other choice but to follow. The three of them set off. Finally, Luong So-am led him to a building. She quickly stopped him. Don't go any further. I really saw a lot of zombies go in there. What? The two students cried out. There are zombies in there? What are we doing here? Isn't this suicide? You got the information from the teacher. You're not planning to sacrifice us as zombie bait now, are you? He smiled. Relax. There's no need to be afraid. As for the two students, he drew his blade. This is the apocalypse. Where aren't there zombies? As for using you as bait, I haven't stooped that low. You three wait outside. I'm going in for a bit. Remember, I'll be right back. Deep Trung Min entered the building alone. He carefully observed his surroundings, knife held tight, ready to fight at any moment. The three of them watched him go inside, each swallowing nervously. After all, he was the strongest fighter here. No one wanted him to go into a dangerous place, but no one could stop him once he'd made a decision. Luong, So-am said worriedly, why does he have to go in there? Is there something really important inside? The two students beside her breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. I thought he was going to use us as bait. The girl, Lily, looked in the direction he had gone, her eyes full of scorn. Is this guy crazy? So what if he has a gun? If a whole horde of zombies rushes him, can bullets even stop them? She ground her teeth. Perhaps she wasn't afraid he would die, but rather that she would no longer have his protection. Then, Lily grabbed Tutu's hand and pulled her away, signaling her to be quiet. Tutu asked, bewildered, what's wrong? What do you say we find a safe place to hide? Lily said. Hide? Tutu couldn't believe her ears. How could her friend say something like that? Forget them. Lily tried to persuade her. Look at the time. Who cares about others now? There are a lot of zombies in there. That Deep Trung Min guy is definitely not coming out. The girl, Tutu, was still hesitant, but he saved us before. Lily stubbornly stuck to her idea, showing no compromise. If something in there gets stirred up and they all rush out, we'll be done for two. Humans are so selfish. Luong So-am looked over and asked, what are you two doing? The two girls were startled. Lily quickly made an excuse. My stomach hurts. She's coming with me to the bathroom. Tutu said nothing, as if tacitly agreeing with her friend. Truly, a person with no opinion of her own. Without another word, Lily pulled Tutu away. Before leaving, she glanced back at Luong So-am one last time. Luong So-am knew what the kids were up to, but she didn't say anything. He'll definitely be all right. She looked towards the bank, her heart full of confidence. Over here, he had already made it inside the bank. The light bulbs flickered, and over there were thousands of zombies. He chuckled to himself. What luck. He was sweating coldly inside. Thankfully, there were no tough mutated zombies like the one in that other building. He bit down on his blade as if to draw more strength, telling himself, time for another brutal fight. Then, he let his hand drop. He still held the blade tightly in his mouth, while his left hand gripped his previously dislocated arm. He used his own strength to pop the joint back into place. Once it was done, he rotated his wrist. Although he had reset his bones countless times in his past life, it still hurt a little. Then, he took the blade from his mouth. Before him, the zombies were slowly swarming forward. Each one looked like it wanted to tear him to shreds. Without any command, as soon as they spotted Deep Trung Min, they all charged at once. He drew his gun, his blade held defensively in front. He aimed carefully, his eyes gleaming. A gunshot rang out. Luong So-am was startled. A gunshot! She didn't expect him to do something that would attract zombies like that. She immediately became extremely worried. Deep Trung Min, the two schoolgirls, also looked back in fear. Lily looked around and said, he fired his gun. Let's go now. Let's get out of here. Let's go. Tutu asked, go? Go where? Lily said, to the teacher's dormitory. The zombie outbreak happened during the day. The teacher's dorm seemed empty. It might be safe there, and we can definitely find food. After she explained, Tutu looked back at Luong So-am. The girl still had a good heart. What about her? Lily ignored her friend's words and directly pulled Tutu away. It's good enough if we can take care of ourselves right now. Stop worrying about others. Tutu thought again. This still isn't right. She pulled her hand away from her friend's grasp. Then she ran back towards Luong So-am. Lily couldn't believe her eyes. You! Luong So-am was very confused when she saw Tutu return. I thought you ran off. Who ran off? He thought the girl had returned to convince Luong So-am. Let's get out of here. It's dangerous. Over here. Lily cursed. She had probably forgotten how she had abandoned her friend out of fear. That fool. One more person just means one more mouth to feed. If I had known, I would have just made an excuse to leave earlier. Why did I have to bring her along? Lily bit her nails, her expression vicious, only thinking of her own survival. Luong So-am immediately refused. I'm not going. Tutu was surprised and tried to persuade her again. When the zombies come out, we won't be able to run. Luong So-am asked back, without Deep Trung Min, how long do you think you can survive? She scoffed. What? Tiu couldn't believe it. Luong So-am continued. Deep Trung Min is stronger than you think. In this situation, leaving him is a death sentence. Tiu was thrown into chaos. It's hard enough to save ourselves right now. Why are you still? Luong So-am didn't care. How do you know it's hard for him to even save himself? The girl, Tiu, stammered, because, in the bank, he had nearly finished off all the zombies inside. My guess was right after all. Diep Trung Min stood before the roulette wheel. The zombies had been drawn here by it, but he saw something even better. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. This wasn't an ordinary exchange roulette. The roulette wheel before him was mystical. It was a three-colored roulette, divided into three sections: gold, black, and red. The apocalypse brought a deadly virus, but it also brought the salvation of the roulette. In this world, besides the normal level 1 to level 9 roulettes, there were also some special types. A roulette with three colors like this was called a tricolor roulette. There were also pentacolor, heptacolor, and nonacolor roulettes, collectively known as multicolor roulettes. The levels of the roulettes were different. Multicolor roulettes could grant skills and professions through spins. Among them were the strongest combat skills, like swordsman or sharpshooter. There were also various support skills, such as physician or chef. When you obtained a corresponding skill or profession, the power of equipment or supplies from the new level roulette could be maximized. For example, if your profession is swordsman, and you also get a combat knife, you'd be like a sword master from a movie. You could kill more than 10 people without breaking a sweat. The number of multicolor roulettes was only 1/5 of the level-based ones, making them extremely precious. He stood before the roulette, stunned, a little excited. I can't believe I found a tricolor roulette so soon. However, this type of roulette also had its dangers. If the black section was chosen, the roulette would explode like fireworks, but the black section also showed a badge, indicating it was also a profession item and wouldn't explode. Diep Trung Min muttered, "Can a loser like me, unlucky for over 20 years, really have this kind of luck?" He raised his hand to look at it. Could it be because Hin Fi transferred her luck to me? He recalled the moment she kissed his hand. It was also miraculous. Tiu and Luong So-am decided to go in and rescue Diep Trung Min. Before that, Tiu was still trying to convince her. It's all zombies in there. Diep Trung Min won't be able to get out. You should come with us. Luong So-am replied, I believe in him. If you two want to run, go ahead. But let me warn you. Be careful you don't get bitten and killed after taking 2 steps. Lily immediately scoffed. How could we run into zombies? Diep Trung Min is in there, attracting them. There must be fewer zombies outside now. After speaking, she pulled her friend away. Tiu, stop wasting your breath on her. Let's go. And so, the two of them left Luong So-am alone. That girl, Lily, added, looking very confident, but she had forgotten who saved her from the classroom. Don't be like her, thinking that Diep Trung Min is some kind of savior who can do anything. Let this fool wait for Diep Trung Min's corpse. Luong So-am heard this and grew angry, her fists clenching. A person with a mouth like that deserved a beating. She rushed forward and slapped that girl Lily so hard she bled. Luong So-am shouted, Shut up. Don't you forget who saved you too. You've gone too far. Lily immediately flew into a rage, screaming like a mad dog. You psycho! You dare hit me! Tiu quickly intervened. Lily, are you okay? She asked, worriedly checking on her friend. Give you an inch, and you take a mile? That Lily dared to hit Luong So-am back. She even shouted, Don't think that Diep guy can protect you forever. Ignorant people are often the loudest. That girl said to her friend, Tiu, follow me. Tiu was pulled away by Lily, but she kept looking back at Luong So-am as if she wanted to say something. In the distance, someone had been watching the three of them the whole time. It was Ingu Chi again, the leader of the thugs from before. He laughed. These girls really hit hard. Now this is a good show. You two, go down there and grab that girl for me. He then ordered his men to capture Luong So-am. A subordinate immediately refused. Nuka, don't joke with us. It's crawling with zombies down there. That Nguche replied, You idiot. The zombies have all moved to the media center. It's safe down there now. Go get her for me. Q2 followed behind Lily, still feeling uneasy. Lily, I don't think this is a good idea. The brat was still talking back. You have the nerve to say that. If you hadn't been so nosy, I wouldn't have gotten hit. They walked to a certain spot. Something was moving inside a dumpster. It looked very suspicious. The two girls backed away in fear. What's moving? Ungrateful brat. Luong So-am picked up a pebble, still fuming. If it weren't for Diep Trung Min saving them, yet they showed no gratitude at all. She was so angry she cursed. Suddenly hearing a sound, she looked up. She immediately turned around. That sound came from the two students. At the same time, Inju says men approached from behind. The blonde-haired youth grabbed her tightly. Gotcha. His expression was one of pure delight. Luong So-am struggled. Let me go. Who are you? The man looked at her with a lecherous gaze. What a beauty. Another man walked over. Even better than the one we were waiting for. What do you two want? Luong so Am asked in fear. What do we want? The man sneered. To have our way with you, of course. The guy you were with is dead in there. You're still waiting for him. How stupid. He laughed, openly insulting her and Diep Trung Min. What did you say? Luong Soem's eyes filled with tears. Diep Trung Min. She didn't believe he was dead. Dead? She asked again, her voice trembling. This is exhausting. Meanwhile, Diep Trung Min was collecting zombie cores. He cursed under his breath, picking them one by one is too slow. He picked up a core and sighed. Can't I just collect them all at once? Even games have auto-loot now. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. Zombies appeared from nowhere, chasing after Tiu and the vicious girl, Lily. Tiu cried out in panic. Help! Help me! Lily was running right behind her. The girl told her friend, stop screaming. No one's going to save us. Just run. The zombies were closing in, their arms stretched out, just inches away from catching that girl, Lily. The girl couldn't run fast enough. She was about to be caught by the zombies. In that critical moment, she twisted her ankle. Lily fell flat on the ground, crying out in pain. Just as Tiu ran to help Lily up, the zombies arrived. Lily squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for death. But then, the girl made an even more shocking decision. Lily pushed her friend Tiu towards the zombie to save her own life. Tiu couldn't believe her eyes. The friend she was determined to protect was now the one pushing her to her death. I'm sorry. The zombie lunged, its mouth wide open, and bit down hard on Tiu's shoulder. As Lily ran away, she selfishly cried, I'm sorry, Tiu. Truly a wicked heart, willing to do anything to survive. As she ran, the girl muttered to herself, I have to live. I must live. When she reached a certain spot, Lily discovered Luong So Am being carried away by the thugs. She was trying to struggle but couldn't get free. Damn, the blonde guy laughed. She's pretty heavy. Let me take this one back and handle her first. Someone cursed, Ingu Sa will have your hide. Luong So Am saw Tiu. She looked over and struggled even harder, as if trying to signal for the girl to save her. Lily backed away. The two thugs immediately noticed her. Another one just delivered herself to our door. I'll go get her. The one carrying Luong So Am's legs let go. The blonde guy held Luong So Am tightly, encouraging him, hurry up. Tiu saw the situation was bad and turned to run, screaming as she went. Luong So Am was being held tightly. She immediately took the opportunity to bite the scumbag's hand. Ow. As soon as he was bitten, he let go of Luong So Am, cursing, you bitch. Luong So Am seized the chance to run away immediately. The man lunged. When I catch you, you'll see. Luong So Am ran with all her might. She cried, shouting, help! Help me! Now she could only hope that Diep Trung Min would come back. Got you. The thug lunged and grabbed Luong So Am by the head. She screamed, Diep Trung Min, as if holding on to one last shred of hope that he was alive. Hee. The man grabbed her face and lifted it. What's a Diep Trung Min? Before he could finish his sentence, a blade flew through the air and struck his hand. He screamed in agony. It hurt even more than when Luong So Am had bitten him. Diep Trung Min pulled her into his arms. Luong So Am felt a wave of relief, sighing deeply. The person she had faith in wouldn't die so easily. She cried, Diep Trung Min, you're okay. This is great. She hugged him, so happy she could jump for joy. Bastard. The man pulled the knife from his hand, cursing through the pain. Do you know who we are? You dare touch me? Mu Ka won't let you. Diep Trung Min didn't even give him a chance to finish. He rushed forward, his eyes filled with killing intent. I don't know. He punched the man, sending him flying nearly 10 meters. The man was knocked to the ground with a single punch. Before he even hit the ground, he lifted his leg and delivered another kick. A normal person would have been sent to meet their ancestors, no questions asked. A kick landed squarely on his face. Luong So Am turned and asked him, where are the two girls? She pointed. Over there. The scumbag had collapsed, foaming at the mouth. He instructed, wait here for me. Luong So Am nodded. Okay. The rain began to fall. Lily sat in one spot, crying. I'm sorry. Tiu. I'm sorry. As if she were the victim. Diep Trung Min looked at this girl, disgusted beyond words. He thought to himself, I already saw Tiu's body. She had been bitten to death. Luong So Am looked at Lily with utter contempt. Serves her right. This is the second time I've saved you. Why didn't you listen in the first place? Lily looked terrified. I was wrong. I won't do it again. The girl wiped her tears. What about these two perverts? She pointed to the two men in front. The zombies will take care of them, he said. Luong So Am smiled. What goes around comes around. He said, let's go to the media center first. I've already cleared it out. It's safe for now. Okay. Luong So Am nodded. Lily couldn't believe her ears. He killed all the zombies in the media center? So he's that strong. No wonder this older sister is sticking so close to him. Lily smiled, deciding she had to follow him to survive. Truly a person with a wicked heart. But Diep Trung Min instructed, you two wait here. I'm going to bring someone back. The news was like a clap of thunder, completely unexpected. There's someone else? Inside the classroom, The place was littered with dead zombies. Miss Fack, who had been waiting for death, was shocked to hear a knock on the door. Just as she was about to kill herself, only one thought remained in her mind. The world has become like this. Is there any point in living? Just then, the knocking outside grew more urgent, almost turning into pounding. She mumbled, "Rather than being eaten by them, I'd rather die with some dignity. At least my 2 students have been saved." Teacher Fack smiled and pressed a shard of glass to her neck. She said wistfully, "To die without ever falling in love. What a waste." The door was blasted open. An immense force sent it flying. It was Deep Trung Min. He muttered, "This door is pretty sturdy, huh? Hey, are you okay?" Teacher Fack was stunned. Just when she thought all hope was lost, he appeared. Luckily, the glass shard hadn't cut her neck yet. She dropped the glass shard to the floor, where it shattered. Teacher Fack sank to the floor and burst into tears. "I thought, it's all right." He walked over to comfort her. "I'm here to save you." Fack Tuan hugged him tightly. "I thought the zombies were coming. I thought you weren't coming back." Her heart was filled with grievances. Deep Trung Min coughed twice. "A gentleman doesn't look where he shouldn't." Then he said, "Let go of me first. Don't cry." Fack Tuan said joyfully, "I thought I was dead for sure. Thank you." Diep Trung Min smiled. "It's nothing. Let me get you out of here first." Outside, the rain continued to pour down. In the media center, the 2 of them collected crystal stones as he had instructed. Luong. So Am couldn't help but wonder, what is this? Why did Trung Min tell me to collect this? Over here, Lily cursed. "So disgusting. Making me take things from a zombie's body. It's gross." But before she could complain further, Teacher Fack ran over happily. "Lily." The girl turned around, startled. A touching scene immediately unfolded. Miss Fack, this is great." The teacher and student hugged, both crying and laughing with joy. Fack Tuan remembered someone else and quickly asked the girl, "Tu, how is she?" Lily recounted everything. After listening, the teacher stroked the girl's head. "So much has happened. I didn't know. It's my fault for not taking good care of Tu. What's past is past. Lily, you must have been terrified too, right?" Luong. So Am said, "If they hadn't distrusted Diep Trung Min and left on their own, how could they have run into zombies? How could Tu have died?" Lily was still incredibly stubborn. If he had just saved the teacher from the beginning, none of this would have happened. He could have clearly saved all 3 of us. Why did he have to make us choose? The teacher stroked the uneducated girl's head. "Lily, the situation at that time was..." "Luong," so Am said angrily, "saving you is already a great kindness, and you have the audacity to say that." That girl was still talkative. "If you 2 are good people, why didn't you save everyone together? You got someone killed, and you call it a great kindness?" Luong. So Am was so angry she pointed straight at the brat, wishing she could kill her. "You're the one who left on your own and got Tu killed. You're the one playing the victim." That girl was still arguing. Hit a nerve. Did I? Stop pretending. You 2 just wanted to harm people." Deep Trung Min stepped forward and slapped the girl for her nonsense. He frowned. "Think before you speak. I can save you, and I can also put you back where I found you. So, in a world overrun by zombies, no one can predict what they'll encounter. Bringing one more person means one more risk. Remember this well. You have no right to demand that others save you, and I have no obligation to save you." Fack Tuan stepped forward and said, "Lily, he came back to save me. I'm already very grateful. Mr. Deep saved all of our lives." Luong So Am sneered. This teacher Fack seems to understand things." Luong So Am said to him, "By the way, Trung Min, why did you want us to collect these crystals?" He nodded. "Follow me. I'll explain on the way. As I said, this is called a tricolor roulette. Give me the crystals you just collected." Luong So Am handed him a bag. "So amazing. Is this what the crystals are for?" He replied. "You'll know in a moment." The girl Lily also handed him a bag of crystals. Who knows what other schemes that wicked girl was plotting. He walked up to the roulette and poured the crystals into it. Multicolor roulettes and level roulettes were different. It didn't count the number of crystals, but rather the total energy they provided to determine if the activation standard was met. I wonder if 26 level 1 crystals are enough for one spin. The roulette activated and started to spin. He said happily, "Great. The roulette is spinning. Looks like it wasn't a waste of effort." The roulette finally stopped on the red section. Something fell out of the roulette. He eagerly opened the box. What could it be? Pink. Maybe it's some kind of high combat profession? The system announced, "Congratulations, you have obtained Glorious Craftsman, a support profession. Profession level, Apprentice, 1/100. Profession trait, immediately gain the ability to craft basic weapons and equipment along with modification abilities. Profession abilities include collection and refining, homogeneous enhancement, crafting, enchanting, and socketing." He almost couldn't believe his eyes. His mind was filled with question marks. A craftsman? And an apprentice at that? Professions from multicolor roulettes were divided into primary and support professions. Primary professions were directly related to combat power. For example, a sharpshooter could give the owner godlike shooting abilities. The other type was support professions, which didn't directly increase combat power. A craftsman was a support profession. Profession levels were divided into 4 tiers: apprentice, basic, advanced, and master. He let out a frustrated sigh. Over 20 crystals just to get a support profession, and it's the lowest apprentice level too. My luck is still as bad as ever. He crumpled the paper. The people behind him had no idea why he was sighing. Lily reached out her hand. Did this come from the roulette? Let me see. The girl silently cursed to herself. Seriously, I worked so hard to get those crystals, and you used them all. The girl completely forgot who had killed all the zombies to get those crystals in the first place. See for yourselves. He handed over the paper. He didn't need it anyway. In his hand, he still had a 5-colored badge. This badge was strange. He had never seen one like it in his previous life. Teacher Fack read it aloud. Level, traits, abilities. Can you really get things like this? The girl Lily was surprised. What is this? It's like a game setup. Luong So-am continued reading. Profession, craftsman, and it has crafting, enchanting. 5 types in total. He had an epiphany. 5 types. Let me see that again. He took back the instruction sheet. The paper clearly listed collection and refining, homogeneous enhancement, crafting, enchanting, and socketing. He immediately understood. So that's it. No wonder this badge has 5 colors. Each color represents an ability. Can being reborn really change your fate? He laughed at himself. There are still a few zombies around here. I want you all to collect the nearby crystals and exchange them for all the rewards. That way, we'll have a better chance of survival in this world. A spark of hope ignited within him. The 3 of them answered in unison, except for the girl Lily, who said nothing. After that, the 3 of them started dragging zombie corpses over. That Nguka was still watching. This guy's really something, taking on so many monsters by himself. But what are they doing? Are they planning to turn the media center into a base, so they're clearing out the zombies? A subordinate peeked over, looking confused. No, wait. This is a core. He looked closely at each zombie, then frowned as if he had discovered some truth. Something's not right. What did you find? A subordinate came over to ask. Get everyone over here. We've got big business to do. What? What is it? The subordinate was surprised by his words. I know their little secret. He smirked to himself, already planning to rob them of everything. The scumbag was finally ready to make his move after careful observation. Luong So-am let out a tired breath. Phew, we've finally collected a good amount. She rubbed her stomach. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten all day. So-am, here. He handed her 2 bags of dry rations. So-am was surprised. Thank you. He said, I've checked the water fountain in here. There's still drinkable water, which means the school's emergency water tank hasn't been destroyed. Then he took off his backpack. The backpack had enough food for 3 days, along with some tools and medicine. You hold on to this for me. Luong So-am was surprised. Me? I'll hold it? She asked again. He instructed, these things are extremely precious now. They're lifesavers. You have to keep them safe. Luong So-am was a little touched. Entrusting something so important to me means I have a place in his heart. But I'm scared, she said back. For now, I trust you, he smiled. Luong So-am was momentarily speechless. He continued, we can use the media center as a resting place for now. You all stay here and continue collecting crystals. I'm going to find the key. She asked loudly. You're going alone? Lily jumped in again. Are you going to leave us here alone again? Deep Trung Min bent down to tie his shoes. If we all go, it'll just be more tiring for me. I'm going to find supplies. I'll be back soon. That Lily girl shouted, looking like she was afraid of dying. What if zombies attack this place? Who will protect us? I already told you, he said, picking up a wooden stick. I have no obligation to protect others. He activated the craftsman's crafting skill, quickly creating a wooden barrier. Its attack power is decent. You can use it for self-defense. He continued, if zombies come, you should protect yourselves. Otherwise, you'll just have to die. After saying that, he turned to threaten that girl Lily. The girl backed away in fear, while Teacher Fack remained silent. You're right, Fack Tuan agreed. We should learn to protect ourselves. She comforted Lily. Lily, this is not a normal world anymore. You can't keep living like you used to, sheltered by teachers and parents. We all have to be strong. Here, for you. He handed over the wooden spear. Use this for self-defense. Fack Tuan took the spear. Thank you. Luong So-am urged Diep. Diep Trung Min, you have to come back safely. He said nothing more, just raised his hand as if to say he heard her, then turned and left. Don't worry. Take care of yourselves. But he didn't know that the group staying at the media station would soon face danger. Deep Trung Min went outside, carefully observing everything around him. He thought to himself, I'm getting close to where the secret realm key fell. He walked forward, entered the area, and cleared a path. He was shocked to realize, this place, the construction site for the new school building, is where the secret realm key fell. He walked carefully, his eyes constantly scanning the area. Probably no one would come to a construction site, he told himself. Just then, something fell straight down right where Deep Trung Min was standing. It was a girl. He surprisingly reached out and caught her. Deep Trung Min was stunned. Another person. The girl was just as surprised. Why is there someone here? How lucky can I be? She frowned. Then she twisted and jumped out of his arms. In the blink of an eye, she did a few flips, grabbed Deep Trung Min's arm, and immediately subdued him. Deep Trung Min said, annoyed, "What are you doing? I just saved you." The girl asked suspiciously, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" He immediately broke free from the girl and swung his arm to strike. The girl was surprised, but Deep Trung Min didn't hesitate to grab her. He then pinned her against a wall, growling, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The girl said angrily, "You dare sneak attack a security officer? Let me go." Now, he was a bit surprised. A security officer? The girl smiled, rubbing her neck. "You've trained in martial arts, haven't you? Your skills are pretty good." Deep Trung Min laughed. Hey, I've been training for almost 10 years. Thinking back, he really had trained for 10 years in his past life, though he got beaten up at the start. The girl was surprised. 10 years. That's longer than me. So you're... A bullet suddenly flew out from nowhere. Deep Trung Min quickly grabbed the girl and dodged the bullet's path. They immediately hid behind a large rock. He asked, "Who was that?" "Firing as soon as they arrive. The people hunting me," the girl said. "I ran to the construction site to escape them." Deep Trung Min was very surprised. "Killing you? Aren't you a security officer?" The girl smiled, looking somewhat resigned. "It's because I'm a security officer that they're hunting me to the ends of the earth." The dust slowly settled. 3 men were approaching, looking extremely aggressive. "Because they are death row inmates," the girl continued. Among the most rampant criminals in his past life, many were convicts. Their nature was already brutal. Without any restraints, they became even more ruthless, killing without batting an eye. Then Trung Min smirked. "In that case, I don't need to hold back either." He asked further, "How do they have weapons?" As he peeked out to observe, a shot was fired straight at him. The girl said, "The armory at the bureau was cleaned out." The 3 men approached, laughing with vile, cruel expressions. Each one held a gun. The man in front, who seemed shorter, spoke up. "Dal Lap, you attack from that side. That bitch is unarmed. Force her out here." His companion beside him asked, "Lao Tian, what about the man? Kill him too." "Absolutely no humanity. It's been a while since I killed someone." The man named Dal Lap licked his lips, his face full of excitement. A headshot is the most satisfying. He spun his gun around. A bullet fired from nowhere, piercing through Dal Lap's head. He died with his eyes open before he could even do anything. The one whose head exploded was me. "Lao Tian, they have guns too." Even if the 2 remaining men were worried now, it was too late. "Fire. Suppress them." Untrained people, even with guns, only knew how to shoot wildly with no strategy. "Just a woman. I'll shoot you dead." They continued to fire their guns, ignoring the noise echoing everywhere. That Lao Tian guy even pulled out another gun, as if one wasn't enough. When one gun ran out of bullets, he immediately had another to replace it. The 2 of them advanced while firing. Any normal person who dared to show their face would surely be turned into a honeycomb. The 2 men jumped gleefully to where Deep Trung Min and the girl were hiding, but there was no one inside. "Where are they?" The 2 men were utterly bewildered, looking around frantically. He spoke from above. "Up here." He held his gun. The man cursed in fear. Damn it. A bullet pierced through Lao Tian's chest, hitting him right in the heart. The last one immediately raised his gun, intending to shoot him dead on the spot, not forgetting to curse, "Damn it, you piece of shit." But the girl had already rushed forward, kneeing the man, giving him no chance to do anything. Instantly, right after, a punch came flying. Fist clenched, she punched him straight in the chin. His whole body flew into the air. Her movements were without a hint of hesitation. The man was punched so hard his face distorted. His body was sent flying before he could even react. He knelt down and cried, "Officer, spare me, spare my life." His whole body was trembling. He even looked up, his eyes glistening with tears. The girl was surprised. Where did the gun come from? The girl said to Deep Trung Min, "He's already given up fighting. Why did you still shoot?" Deep Trung Min jumped down from above. He frowned at her, not wanting to say anything more. How did this saintly woman survive in an apocalypse like this? The girl went to one of the men and checked his pulse. Then she said, "No pulse. He's dead." She turned to ask him. He had no strength to resist. "Why did you have to hunt him to the very end?" He turned away, saying nothing. He glanced at the girl. "Isn't he a death row inmate? I just finished the job you security officers couldn't. Or are you naive enough to think they would have spared you, that he would have turned over a new leaf?" Then he drew his gun. The girl reacted sharply. "What do you mean? You should understand." Deep Trung Min patiently explained. "This era is no longer governed by law. People like this will only bully, rape, and kill relentlessly." This left the girl speechless. He said, his voice laced with annoyance, "Girl, don't let your momentary kindness give evil people a chance to continue their wicked deeds. In my past life, Bak Thi Thi, my ex-girlfriend, was killed by people like this. Therefore, I've never shown mercy to scum like them. After hearing his explanation, the girl said nothing more, because what he said was fundamentally right. This person may be a bit extreme, but he's not entirely unreasonable. He's so young, yet he can kill a death row inmate without hesitation. What has he been through? She didn't dare to think further, swallowing hard, to become so cold-blooded. He walked forward to search for the key, and she followed behind him. Fifth brother, you told me to go save 2 people downstairs. By the time I arrived, they were already dead, bitten by zombies. The subordinate went to inform his boss. What? They're all dead? Fifth brother was completely shocked. That's right. His subordinate looked terrified. That guy is trained. Fifth brother, we shouldn't mess with him, he told his boss. What nonsense is this? Kill him. Fifth brother didn't say another word. He just punched his own man. His gear belongs to us now. We'll become the kings of this area. Are the others here? He asked. Yes, they're in the main hall. The man replied through tears, rubbing his face. Thump! The door was thrown open. Fifth brother walked in. A smile was still on his face. Are all my brothers here? Fifth brother. His gangster underlings had all gathered. Fifth brother walked before everyone. He spoke loudly. Brothers, there's a little rabbit running wild in our territory. 2 of our brothers died at his hands. He spoke as if he wasn't the one who provoked them. He whispered, those 2 were killed by zombies. Fifth brother got angry. He punched his subordinate again. Damn it, shut your mouth. Don't say another word. He coughed twice and continued. It doesn't matter how our brothers died, but you all need to understand one thing. We used to work in the shadows. It was too humiliating. Now the streets are full of zombies. No one can control anyone anymore. Hearing this, the underlings' expressions turned dark. We're free. Now is our chance to show our skills. We can't let some punk ruin such a great opportunity. His men thought he was making perfect sense. Anyone who ruins this for us, we kill them. Fifth brother's eyebrows furrowed. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. His men immediately roared in agreement. Fifth brother is right. We're the bosses of this area. The one who killed our brothers must die. Seeing that his incitement was successful, Fifth brother said happily, Good. Let's go take care of him together. You, little brat, your time has come. The man's eyes were bloodshot. He looked more terrifying than a demon. Fifth brother, what about me? What do I do? The subordinate who was beaten earlier walked up. He pointed to his own face and asked, I have something more important for you to do. He looked at his foolish subordinate and said, By late afternoon, the girl was still following him. She asked, Hey, what are you looking for? He replied, I lost a key. It's a very important key. I have to find it today. A key? What kind of key? The girl asked as if she genuinely wanted to help him find it. He thought to himself, I've never seen it before either, but out loud, he answered differently. It has a very special design. You'll know it when you see it. Is that so? The girl sat down to help him search. Then I'll help you look. This place is so big, and it's getting dark. Can we really find it? He smiled. It's better when it's dark. The secret realm key emits a faint light. Ah, I found it. Is this it? The girl suddenly called out. He turned around happily. As expected of a police officer, so fast. What the hell did you find? The officer held up a keychain with a key on it. The officer asked, confused, Huh? It's not this one? But the design is very special. Deep Trungmin's face darkened. It is special, but it's not the one. Oh, what a shame. She casually tossed it behind her without a second thought. Over there, some kind of monster was approaching. Hey, is that a dog over there? Deep Trungmin asked. A dog? Yeah, my eyesight is very good. The police officer pointed. It's right where I threw the key. Deep Trungmin frowned. Something was moving. A zombie. It's definitely a dog. The girl confirmed, I worked with police dogs during my training. Besides, dogs are very obedient as long as you know the right method. The dog had been infected by the zombie virus. It slowly approached. It looked extremely dangerous. It hadn't even done anything yet. It just snarled. Then it leaped up. It kicked off the wall. This is bad. Diep Trungmin suddenly heard a notification. What appeared before them made Diep Trungmin freeze. The police officer was also completely shocked. Roar! It opened its mouth and charged straight at them. It showed no fear at all. He immediately recognized it, a level 2 mutated hound. The dog charged at him first. He raised his gun. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots rang out, but the dog dodged them instantly. He didn't hit it once. Hey! It closed the distance quickly. Then it pounced. Diep Trungmin raised his arm to block. Damn it. He silently cursed himself. The police officer cried out in alarm. Roar! The dog opened its mouth. It intended to crush his head in one bite. Diep Trungmin immediately backed away. He tried to keep his distance, but the police dog suddenly stopped. It was as if it smelled something. It sniffed his body, then it lost all intention to attack. Then it stuck out its tongue like it had just seen its owner. Its ferocious look was completely gone. It wagged its front paws happily. Then it pounced and licked him. Its tail wagged non-stop like a normal dog. Trungmin was confused. What's wrong with this dog? The police officer approached and said, it seems to be trying to please you. Diep Trung Min was even more confused. He had no idea what was happening. What in the world is going on? The level 2 mutated dog kept wagging its tail happily. It smiled as if trying to win him over. Seeing its tail wagging back and forth, Diep Trung Min suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. Could it be you? He remembered something from the past. When he was a kid, walking home, he heard someone cursing nearby. Damn it. Where did this dog come from? Stealing my stuff. The little dog was trembling. It seemed to be holding something in its mouth. It looked terrified. Get lost. The man raised his foot. He was about to kick the dog away. He was holding a glass of alcohol. He was probably drunk. The dog immediately dashed away. It dodged the man's kick. Ha ha, the dog ran in a hurry. I'll beat you to death, you animal. He turned and threw the bottle. He wanted to kill the dog on the spot. Thud. The dog was hit by the beer bottle. It cried out in pain. Then it trembled, but still tried to stand up. Its will to live was strong. The man stepped on its tail. The dog couldn't run away. The man laughed. Let's see you run now, you mutt. The dog desperately struggled to escape. It wanted to run, but couldn't. It could only yelp continuously. Wait. A young Diep Trung Min ran over. Huh? The man was very surprised. What do you want, kid? He asked. He raised his hand to punch him. Diep Trung Min swallowed nervously. Then he pointed at the dog and said, It's that dog. It's covered in diseases. It bit my hand. My hand has been swollen for days. The man was startled. He backed away in fear. It not only has diseases, but also fleas and ticks. It's filthy. Don't touch it. The man was terrified. He immediately took his foot off and kicked the dog away. Diep Trung Min continued. It's also covered in poop and pee. It's everywhere. And the dog trembled and backed away. It still couldn't stand straight. It was shaking a little. He sighed in relief. Phew, that was close. I managed to save it. Ugh, bad luck. The man waved his hand and left. He bowed. Take care, sir. Diep Trung Min turned around. He left happily. Hee, I saved a puppy. I did a good deed. Hey, he turned his head and looked back. The dog walked over. It rubbed against his leg as if to thank him. It looked very pitiful. He bent down and petted its head. Poor thing, your tail is injured. The dog was scared. Its whole body stiffened. Here, this is for you. He gave it a piece of cake. The dog wagged its tail happily. It barked once as if to say thank you. Woof! Then it bent down and ate greedily. Diep Trung Min looked at it sadly. You're very cute, but my family doesn't allow dogs. Then he left. Before leaving, he waved goodbye to the dog. After that, they became good friends. He often played with the dog, until it grew bigger. Diep Trung Min said happily, Dia Hong Hon. It's you, Dia Hong Hon. Right? The dog then calmed down. The police officer chuckled to herself. So it's your dog. It's mutated, but it can still recognize you. But its name is a bit strange. It was a stray I used to feed. The dog's eyes seemed to say it always trusted him. He continued, when it was little, it looked like a yellow ball. So I named it Dia Hong Hon. Stop, Dia Hoang Hoan. Stop licking. The dog was still happy to see him. They looked very joyful. Woof! The girl looked on with emotion. So he has a gentle side too. That night, the three others in the TV station were eating dry rations by candlelight. The girl named Lily pointed at the backpack. Hey, Luong, so Mo, is there anything else to eat in that bag? It's all gone, Luong so, Mo replied. Her eyes showed a hint of annoyance. Lily stood up. Who were you kidding? I clearly saw meat in there earlier. Why not take it out and share it with everyone? The teacher quickly stopped her. Lily, Luong so Mo said unhappily, you should be glad I gave you anything. If you don't want it, spit it out and give it back. Slap! Lily reached out and grabbed the backpack. Luong so Mo immediately held on. Hey, what are you doing? That girl was still being unreasonable. If you don't give it, I'll take it myself. The teacher didn't expect this to happen. Luong so Mo hugged the backpack tightly. This is the bag Diep Trung Min gave me to look after. You have no right to touch it. But the girl, Lily, still grabbed the bag. She refused to let go. She was still being completely unreasonable. He's not here now. Don't use him to scare me. The food inside must be shared equally among us. The teacher quickly intervened. All right, Lily, what's there to fight about? She's not the one who should be sharing with us anyway. Hearing this, Lily let go of the backpack. It seems she still listened to the teacher. But she didn't forget to curse. Just a woman, relying on her connections. Hold on tight to your dog food. The teacher couldn't believe her student would say such things. Luong so Mo was extremely annoyed. This person is truly ungrateful. I shouldn't have given her any food in the first place. Fact Tuan patted the girl's head. She gently explained, Lily, this food wasn't ours to begin with. If someone is willing to share with us, we should be grateful. Lily even cursed at the teacher. You only know how to preach useless morals. What's the point? Her heart was filled with rebellious thoughts. The teacher is too kind. Isn't it better to just take the food together? That Diep Trung Min guy left. Who knows if he'll even come back? At you. Over here, he suddenly sneezed. It was as if that girl's bad-mouthing had reached him. The police officer asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you sick?" He smiled. "It's nothing. Maybe someone is thinking of me." After that, the three of them and the dog continued searching for the key. The police officer said cheerfully, "Good thing we have this flashlight. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to see a thing. That flashlight is useful for you. The thing I'm looking for is easier to find in the dark," he said. Another zombie approached from behind them. Just as he was about to give up, a light suddenly appeared ahead. Deep Trung Min was immediately surprised. This light. He happily brushed away the dirt and rocks. His movements didn't stop. He was afraid the key would disappear if he hesitated for a moment. It was a key that emitted a golden light. He picked it up joyfully. "It really is the secret realm key. I finally found you." Deep Trung Min happily clenched the secret realm key in his hand. It emitted a faint golden light. The girl smiled. "That wasn't easy, was it? Look how happy you are." "That's right." Just then, a tongue shot out from behind them. The tongue wrapped around her body. She looked back and saw a giant toad. It looked incredibly hideous. It was trying to pull her into its mouth. The police officer's eyes widened. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Swish! He slashed from the side. One strike severed the mutant toad's tongue. He rescued the police officer. Deep Trung Min stood in front of her. He seemed like a different person. He was extremely powerful. Activating Enhanced Craftsman. Cation Blade. Good thing I have this enhancement skill. Otherwise, I definitely couldn't have cut it. The toad charged forward angrily. The girl was so scared she still couldn't get up. There's a giant mutant lizard this big? The lizard charged forward. It used its leg to sweep at him. It tried to send him flying dozens of meters away. Deep Trung Min ducked. He dodged the lizard's attack. Then, the dog rushed forward. It bit the lizard's leg, trying to help. The lizard looked at the dog. A greedy glint appeared in its eyes. Deep Trung Min took advantage of its distraction. He immediately rushed forward. "Goodbye," he said. He slashed straight into its eye. It lost one of its eyes. The lizard roared in pain. Blood gushed from its eye. Deep Trung Min panted heavily. Fighting a large mutant like this consumes too much stamina. "Come on." He lured it upwards. The monster immediately followed his call. It charged toward him. Just as it pounced, the level 2 mutated dog rushed forward again. It stood in front of him. He was surprised. "Dia Hoen Hoen, why are you here?" "Dia Hoen Hoen, get out of the way," he said. But the dog stood its ground. It seemed to have no intention of moving. "Get out of the way," he told it. But Dia Hoen Hoen stood firm. It let out a roar, as if threatening the lizard. Roar! The lizard and the dog immediately started fighting. The dog was much smaller than the lizard. It was clear this was an unequal match. The dog faced the lizard and continued to roar. Roar! Roar! Deep Trung Min shouted to stop it. Dia Hoen Hoen. He was extremely worried about the dog. Then, the lizard lowered its head. It opened its mouth and snapped. It almost killed his dog in one bite. But Dia Hoen Hoen came out of nowhere. It bit the lizard's neck. The lizard was in pain from the bite. It immediately threw the dog aside. The dog was flung into the air. Dust flew everywhere, obscuring the view. The dog was hit in the stomach by the tail. It yelped in pain. Then it was thrown back. It landed near where the police officer was standing, but it still tried to get up. It looked like it wanted to fight to the end. That's a stubborn look. The lizard raised its foot. It wanted to grab Dia Hoen Hoen. Kill it. Deep Trung Min couldn't stand by and watch any longer. He immediately ran over. He held his knife out in front of him. He stood in front of his beloved dog. The blade clashed with the claws. It made a piercing screech. The lizard then threw him aside too. It was a 1-on-2 fight, yet the lizard didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. It roared. It was about to bite his head off without hesitation. Whip! A long metal rod flew out of nowhere. It pierced straight through the lizard's head. It was a single, decisive blow. The lizard froze. It stopped moving completely. Someone walked over. They pulled the metal rod through the lizard's mouth. It was the police officer. She had finally joined the fight. Her goal was to kill the lizard, because if he and the dog failed, she would surely die next. The dog whimpered. Then, the lizard collapsed. The girl was also panting. She didn't say a word. Deep Trung Min praised her. As expected of a police officer, "You're really strong." The girl looked at him but said nothing. "Now what?" Then the dog walked over. It wagged its tail at him. Deep Trung Min petted its head. "Dia Hoen Hoen. Even though you're a dog, you can't be scared when trouble comes. Good boy. Stop. Stop. Stop." The dog barked. "Woof. Woof. Don't lick." Dia Hoen Hoen jumped on him and licked his face. He tried to push it away. "The hash of coals. Oh my god." The police officer next to him chuckled. While the two were having fun, two figures emerged from the darkness behind them. They vanished without a trace. Deep Trung Min returned to his usual self. Break time is over. He plunged his blade into the lizard's body. The girl asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" "Look at me." "Look." Deep Trung Min held out his hand. "Huh?" She was surprised. He held out a crystal. "This is an important resource in this new world of zombies. A magic crystal." "Magic crystal?" The girl reached out. Does this thing have magic? She asked cautiously. Deep Trungmin smiled. Close enough. You could say it's even more powerful than magic. How do you use this? The girl asked. He replied, do you want to know? Of course. Tell me now. He replied, then you have to agree to one condition of mine. If you agree, the police officer turned away. She looked annoyed. No way. Daring to make a deal with a police officer. At worst, I'll just figure out the secret of the magic crystal myself. Huh? He was surprised. Girls are all so different. If it were Hin Fi or So Mo, they wouldn't have refused me so quickly. So Mo's image flashed in his mind. As long as it's not a strange condition, I can consider it. Okay, I agree. The girl turned away. All right, we found the key. You can go now. Deep Trung Min tried to persuade her. Is our friendly battle over just like that? He sighed. After all, she seems strong. I should try to get her help. He rubbed his hands. Actually, there's something I wanted to tell you. The girl asked, what is it? Look, the situation is so dangerous right now. The environment is hostile, and there are many bad people. How about we team up? It'll be easier to help each other. The girl frowned and thought, that makes sense. Deep Trung Min sighed and lowered his head. Why am I being so pathetic? The dog seemed to understand him. It placed a paw on his shoulder as if to comfort him. The girl's eyes lit up. She looked at him. He was surprised. Huh? Okay, the officer nodded. Your behavior is a bit strange, but I don't think you're a bad person. Then she held out her hand to shake his. He also held out his hand to introduce himself. My name is Diep Trung Min, Macda, the girl replied. And so, the two formed a temporary alliance. The body of the thug from this afternoon was still lying there. Someone walked over. They picked up the gun. Damn, it's a real one. The man was surprised. He was a little happy, because right now, having one more weapon meant one more layer of protection for his life. Idiot! Someone else came over. They covered his mouth. Don't be so loud. Keep your voice down. Let's go this way. The man with the scar pointed towards Diep Trung Min and Macda. The man with the gun swallowed. Then the two of them walked forward. One held a knife, the other a gun. As soon as he saw Deep Trung Min and Macda, he sneered. He pointed the gun at them. You two lovebirds. Stop right there. If you want to live, put your hands up, the other man threatened. What's going on? Fifth brother wants this guy dead, the black-haired man said loudly. The man with the scar, who was weaker, immediately hesitated. Ah, about that. I forgot. It was this kid who got our two brothers killed. Today, he'll pay with his life. After speaking, he pointed the knife at the two of them without hesitation. Who are they? Macda asked. He frowned. Criminals. I didn't think after dealing with two idiots, two more would show up. They must have a death wish. Go to hell. The man raised his gun. He was about to shoot him. Click, click. To his surprise, the gun didn't fire. He kept pulling the trigger. Click, click. But nothing happened. Huh? He was so scared, his face turned pale. Hey, why won't it shoot? Lao Dao, this is a fake gun. Lao Dao cursed in anger. You idiot, you haven't released the safety. The idiot asked with wide eyes, what's a safety? Lao Dao was speechless with this moron. Damn it. It's true what they say. Don't fear a strong enemy, fear a stupid teammate. Have you never watched a shooting movie? It's the thing that keeps the gun from firing accidentally. How do I turn it off? The man asked again. This idiot. Lao Dao had lost his patience. If you don't know how to use a gun, why didn't you say so? Give me the gun. The man replied, I was a security guard too, but I've never seen a real gun before. Unbelievably stupid. Here, you use the gun. The man handed the gun back to Lao Dao. On the other side, the dog stealthily approached. What is that? By the time they noticed the dog, it had already charged. Its target was the arm of the stupid gunman. It bit down on the gunman's arm. The pain made him drop the gun. He screamed in fear. Ah, what the hell is this thing? Lao Dao, help me. His face was completely pale. The pain made him drop the gun. He screamed in fear. He dropped the gun. Lao Dao also screamed. He backed away in fear. That's a zombie dog. You've been bitten. You're a goner. Swish. Macda rushed up behind Lao Dao. Ah, just as he turned around, a knee was already coming at him. Thud. A single kick twisted his face to the side. Then, Macda turned. She grabbed his arm and got into position. Thump. Macda slammed him to the ground. The impact was so strong that it kicked up dust and rocks. The man named Lao Dao spat out blood. His eyes were wide open. Deep Trung Min watched in fear. Cold sweat dripped down his back. Her fighting style is terrifying. I'll never mess with her in the future. Tell me, who is fifth brother? Why did he want you two to kill me? After taking them down, it was time for interrogation. Boss, stop the bleeding first. The man begged. Blood was still flowing from the bite on his arm. He threatened, if you don't want to bleed to death, tell me who fifth brother is. He had no mercy for someone who just tried to kill him. Go. While Diep Trung Min was busy killing zombies and saving people, the blonde subordinate asked him, Fifth brother, are you hungry? let's go eat. Trying to slack off? I'll beat you. Get to work. The man named Fifth Brother cursed. The subordinate asked, We've been up all night. Why are we collecting this trash from the zombies? We have to get ahead. Understand? Fifth Brother took a long drag from his cigarette. His eyes were full of calculations as he replied, Huh? The blonde was very confused. It's not like it's game equipment. I think we're just wasting time picking up trash. Enough talk. Get to work. Fifth Brother couldn't stand it anymore. He punched his stupid subordinate. The man's eyes bulged, and he cried out, These crystals can't just appear on the zombies' heads for no reason. Fifth Brother thought to himself. He considered everything. Besides, many zombies here have had their crystals removed. This thing must have some great use that I don't know about yet. At the media center office, Luong So-am was sleeping with the backpack in her arms. Maybe not. The girl Lily's eyes were wide open. She seemed very determined to get the backpack. Waiting until she thought Luong So-am was fast asleep, she slowly reached out her hand. She stood up. The teacher, Fak, was sound asleep. She was completely unaware. Lily walked over to where Luong So-am was holding the backpack. Her eyes were filled with malice. The girl smiled softly. In her hand, she held a sharp piece of glass. She planned to kill Luong So-am. It's true what they say. Save an animal, it repays you. Save a person, they betray you. Her hand was already covered in her own blood, but she wouldn't let go of the glass shard. The girl sneered inwardly. Luong So-am, just because you have Deep Trung Min backing you, you always pick on me, acting all high and mighty, even in your sleep. That girl is so shameless, that rotten woman. I must get those survival supplies. Lily. The teacher woke up just in time. She immediately asked, What are you doing? Lily was startled. Her movements froze. What? She quickly hid the sharp piece of glass. Then she immediately explained, I was just going to the bathroom. The teacher, Fak, watched her student's back as she pretended to go to the bathroom, but she said nothing. As soon as the girl was out of Fak Tuan's sight, her expression changed. Why? Swish, swish. Water flowed from the faucet. She went to the sink and washed her face. Lily frowned. Why are they so naive? How can they trust others so easily? This is a new world. How can survival supplies be in someone else's hands? The girl was angry. She gritted her teeth in the bathroom. Besides, that deep guy and Luong So-am have already started targeting me. She clenched her fists. She thought to herself, I can only rely on myself to survive. I can't be weak like Teacher Fak. Now, even thoughts of betrayal had entered her mind. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of footsteps came from somewhere. Lily was startled. What's that sound? Luong So-am and the teacher also woke up. Luong So-am grabbed a spear. Lily quickly ran back to the room. It sounds like someone is banging on the door, Fak Tuan said worriedly. The girl asked, What's going on? No, it's nothing. Luong So-am trembled. Zombies. Zombies can't get in. Bam, bam. The door was gradually being broken down. It was bent to one side. Luong So-am was surprised. It's not zombies. Who's out there? Fak Tuan was also terrified. Then, suddenly, the sound stopped. Bam, bam. This time, the noise was even louder. It was as if they wanted to smash the door down. We're doomed. Lily screamed in fear. The door is about to break. Where? The door was broken. As the door fell, they saw a group of young men, old men, and thugs. Their faces were all fierce. The man who broke the door laughed. There are girls in here after all. His eyes were lecherous and vile. You people, what do you want? Teacher Fak trembled and backed away. Luong So-am held out the spear, trying to defend them. Lily looked for a place to hide. The spear was snatched away. Luong So-am was terrified. Who are you people? What do you want? A puff of smoke was blown directly into her face. It made her even more anxious. Teacher Fak also backed away. Don't do anything stupid. The men looked at her with perverted eyes. This teacher? I like her. The short-haired student ran away. Go catch her. Someone noticed. The person next to him whispered, Brother Dong too. Fifth brother said to deal with the man, not to touch these girls. Brother Dong too heard this and immediately got angry. Fifth brother isn't here. I'm the boss. Besides, these girls are accomplices of that bastard. Understand? Understood? Understood. The man trembled and moved forward. I'll go catch her. He looked very aggressive. Brother Dong too said, Wait, don't sneak a bite. Teacher, don't be afraid. Do you remember me? One of the men hugged Fak Tuan. He sneered. The teacher was surprised. You are. I was also a student at this school. I even took your class. You're Bach. The teacher trembled. The man reached out his hand. He intended to do something vile. Teacher, all my attention was on you. How could I study? Another man held Luong So-am. One of them shone a light in her face. He looked her up and down. You look very familiar. Dong Tu, come look. Isn't this that hot streamer from Huya, Du Rui? The man laughed loudly. I think her name is Luong So-am. I heard she cost 130. She was so scared that tears streamed down her face. Right now, she could only pray that Diep Trung Min would return in time to save her and everyone from this mess. The two thugs who were so arrogant earlier were now hanging upside down. Both of them were terrified. They struggled to get free but couldn't do anything. Dia Hong Hoon circled the area. It even walked up to one of the two men and sniffed him. The man was so scared he immediately pulled his leg back. Makda walked over and asked, "What's the plan now?" Diep Trung Min frowned. His expression was pensive. He said, "If someone wants to kill me that badly, then I'll go meet them." Makda was surprised. She quickly said, "That fifth brother has a lot of people. How about we go back to the police station, prepare a bit, and then act?" Diep Trung Min warned her, "Miss Mac, don't be delusional. It's chaos everywhere now. Even if you don't want to believe it, that's the truth." He walked forward. "Running away is not my style. I will face him." Dia Hong Hoon also followed him. He left Makda standing there. "It's up to you whether you come or not." In the end, Makda chose to follow. "All right, I'll go with you. We can help each other." "By the way, what were you planning to do with the key?" she asked. He replied, "The secret realm key can open the future." Open the future? Makda was very surprised. In a chaotic time like this, what future is there? It sounds so vague. "You've seen it yourself," he replied. "Zombies, monsters, crystals. This world has changed beyond your imagination." Makda still didn't quite understand. "So when can we use that key?" she asked evasively. She doesn't know. She was very impatient. "If we can end this situation, then let's end it quickly. No one can take this anymore. When we're strong enough." Diep Trung Min's eyes were filled with determination. Thinking of his past life, he was sure he would overcome everything. "I will not make the same mistake again." Thump, thump. Lily was running for her life. The thug was chasing her closely from behind. "Stop right there." He was relentless. This girl, no matter how hard she tried, she could not run a healthy man. Little mouse. The more he chased, the more excited he got. "When I catch you, I'll tie you up. You won't be able to run then." Lily ran straight ahead. She ran into a dead end with a locked door. The girl panicked. This was a dead end. Why won't this door open? She struggled with the doorknob, but no matter what, she couldn't open it. The thug had caught up to her. "Run. Keep running." The girl was so scared, she started crying. You stay away." He grabbed her face. His tone was lewd. "Run. Every time you girls see me, you despise me, mock me, avoid me. But this is the apocalypse now." The more he talked, the more excited he got. "I have the chance to make sure you can never leave me." "No," Lily said quickly. "I won't leave you. I won't mock you either." He frowned. "Why should I believe you?" Lily tried to beg. I'm not like other girls. I'm just a student." She pressed his hand to her chest. "You're not despicable at all." Then she continued to beg in a low voice. "Just let me go, and I'll do anything." He grabbed her shoulders and laughed. "You look average, but you have a sweet mouth. But I can't betray Brother Dong too." He laughed again. "Come back with me now and meet Brother Dong too." Lily was startled. She tried to plead. "Please let me go. If I go back, I'll be dead." He laughed. Hey, with me here, how could I let you die? Stop dawdling, let's go." Behind her back, Lily was still holding the glass shard. It was hidden in her hand. She could attack at any moment. In the end, she decided not to do anything. He brought the girl back. "I'm back." Lily couldn't believe her eyes. Teacher Fak had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. Her clothes were torn. There was hardly a spot on her body that hadn't been touched. He drooled. "Nice. This guy is so violent. Her clothes are all torn. She's just an innocent teacher, after all." Ha ha ha. Lily stood frozen. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. Brother Dong Tu sneered. "Humph. This teacher is pretty tough. I hadn't even done anything," and she bit Dabai's face. "The bleeding won't stop. What a buzzkill." Dabai's face was bitten up. He was crying from the pain. "I didn't expect her to be so tough." Lily immediately ran to the teacher's side. Brother Dong too. The fat man pointed at the girl. "This girl came with me. She." "What is it?" he asked. She wants to join us." Brother Dong too laughed. "Join us? This student is smart. She knows how to recognize strength. Interesting." The fat man laughed along. "That's right. How could I hide it from you?" Then he shouted. "Hey, stop crying and come over here. Quick, call him Brother Dong too." She forced a smile. Hi, Brother Dong." Brother Dong too pointed at Lily. "Girl, you want to join us?" "Yes, Brother Dong. Take me in. I'll do whatever you say." He then pointed at Luong So Am. A perverted smile spread across his face. "Okay, of course. Then prove it to me. She's your friend, right? Go over there and deal with her for me." Luong So Am cursed angrily. "Shameless. Lily, you traitor. Diep Trung Min helped you so much, and you." At this point, Luong So Am had seen this person's true colors. She kept scolding. He actually saved an ungrateful snake. When Lily heard this, she immediately walked over and slapped Luong So Am hard across the face. It was as if she wanted to erase all of his kindness. Luong So-am cursed her. "You animal." Her eyes were filled with rage. Brother Dong too found this even more amusing. "Good, a good hit. I heard she's a hot streamer. I love playing with bitches like you. Hit her harder for me." Lily smiled. Her eyes were filled with malice. "Don't worry, Brother Dong too. I have a score to settle with her too. She dared to pick on me before." Luong So-am couldn't believe her eyes. The person who had gone through thick and thin with her was now acting like an indescribable beast. She cursed, "Monster, monster." Lily walked over and grabbed Luong So-am's hair. In front of all the thugs, she slapped her again. Luong So-am looked at the traitor with murderous eyes. If looks could kill, Lily would be in pieces right now. She looked at her and frowned. The more I look at your face, the more it annoys me." As if she wanted to do something more, Brother Dong too nodded. "Enough, that's enough. You're qualified to join." Lily was surprised. Brother Dong too pointed at Lily. "She's your woman. Keep her in line. Don't let her cause trouble." The fat man nodded. "Got it, Brother Dong too." Then the fat man walked up to Lily. He chuckled. "Hee hee, Brother Dong too has accepted you. You're my woman now." Lily gritted her teeth in anger. Brother Dong too spoke up. "Brothers, come here. I have something to say." He continued. "We used to be fourth brother's men. Because fourth brother turned into a zombie, we reluctantly submitted to old fifth under him." The men got riled up hearing about fourth brother. Fourth brother was from the Axe Gang. His skills were amazing. Old fifth is nothing. Old fifth is a treacherous snake. He took everything we risked our lives for. It makes me furious just thinking about it. Old fifth told us to go out and kill people while he was nowhere to be found. I even saw him sneak away. Brother Dong too incited the crowd. "How can we brothers tolerate him being so secretive? It must be him," he continued angrily. "This is a chaotic world. It's true that humans will turn on each other as soon as they get a foothold, so why should we submit to him and be his lackeys, right?" The thugs raised their hands in support. "I also feel that Old Fifth isn't sincere with us. From today on, we only follow Brother Dong too. We follow Brother Dong too, follow Brother Dong too." Brother Dong too laughed loudly. "Ha ha, Old Fifth, today is your death day." His eyes were filled with malice. There was not a trace of kindness. A scout returned. He rushed in to report. "Brother Dong too, there's no one in the cafeteria. Old Fifth hasn't returned yet. Brother Dong too opened the door and walked in. He smiled brightly, a God-sent opportunity. "Let's go inside and wait for him." Whack! Someone from over there spat out a bone. The bone flew straight into Brother Dong too's face. The force was not light. It knocked his head to the side. He didn't have time to react. He could only scream. "Bastard, who threw that bone?" he cursed. His eyes darted around. It was Deep Trung Min and Mac Da. He looked at the man and said, "You came back just as we finished eating. Looks like our luck isn't bad." Mac Da was wiping her mouth. Brother Dong too looked at the meat on the table. He immediately thought, chicken bones. He ate the chicken meat we were saving. "Damn it, who are you? Why are you here?" he cursed. A wave of anger rose in his heart. "Kill him." Deep Trung Min stood up to face Brother Dong too. "Weren't you guys trying to kill me? I brought myself to your doorstep. It saves you some effort." Brother Dong too thought to himself, could it be the person Old Fifth wanted to kill? Did Lao Dao fail? He smiled. "I've already taken care of the two subordinates you sent after me. Now it's your turn, boss." An underling walked in. He shouted, "This kid is too arrogant. Brother Dong too, let's kill him." Brother Dong too smiled. "Haha, no rush. Bring the person up here." He pushed Luong So-am forward. Well, kid. Look here, this is your accomplice, right?" His face darkened, but he said nothing. Mac Dao was surprised. A hostage? How despicable. Brother Dong too seemed to have gained the upper hand. He said cheerfully, "Why aren't you doing anything?" "Haha, are you scared because your person is in my hands?" His expression was incredibly vile. "This girl is a hot internet celebrity too. It must not have been easy to win her favor, right?" He said this while squeezing Luong So-am's face. He smiled. "Too bad. This girl and I don't have that kind of relationship." Brother Dong too was still stubborn, still talking tough. "I clearly saw you acting with her. We're just using each other," he said, his voice suddenly turning cold. "But that dirty hand and that filthy mouth of yours, do you not need them anymore?" He immediately rushed forward. He used a chicken bone to stab Brother Dong too's hand. Then, he thoughtfully added a word. "Run." The man went crazy. He clutched his bloody arm. He kept cursing. "Damn you. You dare to stab me. Do you want to die?" He casually pulled Luong So-am into his arms. Brother Dong too shouted, "Brothers, get him. Kill him for me." Deep Trung Min handed Luong So-am to Mac Da and backed away. "Mac Da, take care of her." Then, he faced the countless thugs charging at him alone. He showed no fear. "Come on." One of them led the charge. He rushed forward aggressively. He intended to knock him down with one punch. Whoosh! To his surprise, Deep Trung Min simply tilted his head and dodged the attack. The man was instantly shocked. Then he clenched his fist. You couldn't hit me, so let me hit you back. That guy was done for. Thwack. A single punch sent teeth flying. This guy would need emergency plastic surgery. Useless. Brother Dong too kept cursing. He got knocked back with one punch. Don't go one by one. All of you, go. So, all four of them immediately surrounded him. Deep Trung Min said nothing. He just frowned. With this many, I'll have to change my approach. I can't fight them hand to hand. He snorted. His fighting instincts immediately took over. Come on, bring it. Without hesitation, he continued to provoke them. He faced the thugs. A cold sneer on his face. A bunch of useless fools who don't know their place. Guys like this, he could probably take down with a single punch. A man with brass knuckles charged forward. No wonder he was so confident. He was even shouting so loudly. He easily dodged the blow. A man with no skill is so boring to fight. Then he grabbed the man's arm. He twisted it down. The man immediately screamed. That move definitely dislocated his shoulder. After he let go, the man's arm was clearly not in its normal state. He lay on the ground, wailing in agony. He rolled back and forth, crying nonstop. He can't even take a single hit like that. What a weakling. Got you. A man rushed from behind. He used both hands to lock Deep Trung Min in a hold. He was startled and turned around. He immediately grabbed the man's head. Before the man could think or do anything, he was slammed straight to the ground. The floor seemed to crack. This slam would definitely break his bones. Bam. There was one man left. He slowly walked towards him. The man backed away in fear. Witnessing the fate of his friends, he must have been terrified. He never expected to run into a monster like this. Useless. Watch me. The fat man pushed the skinny blonde aside. He cursed him while holding a knife. He then pointed it straight at him. Deep Trung Min saw that their expressions had changed slightly. They switched from bare hands to knives, but he remained unfazed. Humph. Using knives? Don't you know who your granddaddy is? Then, swish. He rushed forward. He dodged the knife and punched the fat man's knife-wielding hand. The fat man smirked. Haha. My skin is thick and my flesh is fat. Hitting me won't be like hitting those skinny guys. That punch was like a mosquito bite. The fat man seemed to feel no pain. He immediately swung his knife at him. Swish, swish. He dodged instantly. His speed was so fast that the man only slashed at his afterimage. Immediately after, he struck the man's knife hand. He made him drop the knife to the ground. He immediately seized the opportunity. He jumped up and delivered a powerful kick straight to the man's face. The force was incredibly strong. The fat man collapsed. The remaining man fell to his knees. Spare me, spare my life. His demeanor was utterly pathetic. You're good at fighting, huh? Someone approached with a cane. Old Fifth told us to get rid of you. Looks like these guys aren't enough. Hey, this teacher is one of yours too, right? If you move one more time, I'll smash her head like an egg. Teacher Fack was tied up. Her face was full of fear. Tears streamed down her face. Deep Trung Min realized the situation was not good. He frowned. Heh, the reason I didn't touch her before was to threaten you. You wouldn't want a woman like this to die because of you, would you? He grabbed Teacher Fack's hair, making her cry out in pain. Lily stood behind, silent. Get on your knees for me. He continued to threaten him. Deep Trung Min remained silent. His expression grew darker. Kneel. He smiled as if victory was within his grasp. Thwack. A brick flew out of nowhere. It hit him straight in the face. It made him spit out blood. It was Lily. Even though she had a bad personality, she was useful when it counted. The girl panted heavily. Haha, I don't care about the others, but Teacher Fack has always been good to me. The girl couldn't betray her teacher. After that, all the thugs were tied up together. Lily cried and said, Teacher, are you okay? I was so worried about you. Fack Tuan smiled. I'm fine, Lily. Thanks to you for saving me. Luong Soam pointed at Lily angrily. Now this is great. I'm going to deal with this brat, the traitor. Macda observed, these girls are all his friends. Lily turned her head away. She didn't say anything. Teacher Fack tried to mediate. Lily just saved me. She must have been trying to infiltrate that group of bad people. Macda also stepped in to mediate. It seems she was enduring humiliation to strike back. Why are you so petty, Luong? So Am tried to argue. No way. Who are you? You didn't see what happened. Deep Trung Min walked over to soothe her. All right, Lily saved Teacher Fack just now, so let's not argue anymore. Luong, so Am rushed over and hugged him. Where have you been? Why did you just come back now? He patted her head. It's okay now. Don't cry anymore. Macdas silently assessed the situation. This girl is quite arrogant. Lily just watched everyone silently. Now that he was back, she didn't dare to do anything else. The four of them were finally reunited. They enjoyed a moment of peace. Over here, a three-colored wheel was spinning continuously. Oh, this wheel and these crystals. Fifth brother had also reached the three-colored wheel. He laughed vilely. So that's how it is. I know why that kid became so strong. He held a pile of crystals in his hand. His mind was full of sinister thoughts. The three-colored wheel spun continuously. Fifth brother said, "This big stone can be used for lottery draws." His subordinate pointed at the wheel and said, "Stop wasting words." He tapped his subordinate's head again, making his eyes bulge and spit fly. Then, the wheel stopped on the black section. Fifth brother was overjoyed. His subordinate was also very excited. "We hit it, fifth brother. We hit it." Ding. "Congratulations. You have received a class." The system displayed Beginner Pharmacist. It wasn't a very good class, not completely useless, but not particularly outstanding either. An old man appeared. Ding. "Class change successful. You have become a beginner pharmacist." Fifth brother's face darkened. The beginner pharmacist class. Is it like a class change in a game? After all that effort, this is what I get? What's the use of a beginner pharmacist? He was so angry he cursed. "Go." He kicked his subordinate's butt. "This is our base of operations. Go see if there's anything useful here." The subordinate said, "Got it, fifth brother. Don't kick there. It'll get infected." Fifth brother gritted his teeth. "Damn. I worked so hard to get over 20 crystals, and now they're all gone." At that time, fifth brother didn't know that the number of crystals he put in exceeded the requirement for a draw. The excess would not be returned by the wheel. The next person to draw only needed to add enough crystals for one spin to continue. An underling walked over. He handed him a backpack. "Fifth brother, we found a backpack. It's that kid's backpack. It's pretty heavy. Looks like there's a lot of stuff inside. Let me see." Fifth brother took the backpack and looked inside. A coil of rope, a few cans, and first aid supplies. Why is it all just random stuff? But soon, he found a bottle of beginner enhancement potion in the backpack. He picked it up and read, "Beginner enhancement potion. Increases physical fitness, strength, and stamina. Can be comparable to a 1-star warrior. Side effects. Normal people will experience full body pain. A small number who can't bear it will die." Fifth brother picked up the potion bottle. His face immediately lit up with joy. "So this is an enhancement potion. Good stuff." "Enhancement potion?" The subordinate following him asked. "Fifth brother, how do you know this is a potion?" Fifth brother was surprised. A BN couldn't see those things. What's going on? His subordinate's face was full of question marks. He was completely clueless. He suddenly thought, could it be because of my pharmacist class that I can see all the effects of the potion? A small number of people who can't bear it will die. His eyes turned red. "Don't say anything. That kid must have drunk this potion. That's how he could fight all those zombies alone." He opened the potion bottle. Drinking it could even lead to death, but fortune favors the bold. He then poured the entire bottle into his mouth. The subordinate next to him tried to stop him. "Damn, can you really drink this? Be careful, you might get sick." Instantly, the potion's effects kicked in. He felt a wave of pain spreading throughout his body. "Ah!" He let out a ferocious roar. The pain caused all the muscles in his body to contract. His screams echoed continuously. The subordinate panicked. "Damn, what's wrong with fifth brother?" "Fifth brother." A cloud of smoke rose. A BN quickly ran away. "Fifth brother, I'll go get help." Just then, something slammed against the door. The subordinate was startled. What is that?" He was shaking with fear. "Grr!" The zombie lunged forward. A BN was so scared, his whole body froze. The zombie, its body glowing red, punched straight at him. He immediately raised his hands to defend himself. He shut his eyes tightly, almost ready for death. But he said nothing. But then a BN was surprised as he looked forward. "Huh, it didn't hit me." After drinking the enhancement potion, fifth brother was able to block the zombie's punch with one hand. He stood in front of a BN. A BN asked worriedly, "Fifth brother, you saved me. Are you okay?" Fifth brother laughed. "What could happen to me? I'm better than ever now." "So this is that kid's power. A 1-star warrior." A BN's mouth hung open in shock behind him. Fifth brother said confidently, "Now, let me test my full power." Early that morning, he finally returned home. Diep Trungmin pointed ahead. "We're here. This is it. This is our base." Diep Trungmin led the way. He introduced the place as they walked. "Everyone, make yourselves at home. Just put your things down. I'll go get marking fee." "We took all of that fifth brother's supplies. This trip was definitely worth it." "I'm back," he called out loudly. "Marking fi? Marking fi? Where is everyone?" He walked forward. Someone called him from the side. He didn't even consider the worst-case scenario. Diep Trungmin, come look at this." Luong So-am pointed ahead. It's the first-floor kitchen. Everything was in chaos. It looked like a robbery had just occurred. Diep Trungmin was shocked. "The kitchen? What happened here?" "This is..." He quickly saw a piece of paper. On it was McKinfey's bloody handprint. The paper said, "Supermarket has a wheel." He was furious. A wheel? Is this the message Kin Fee left? His mind instantly fell into chaos. "Ha ha, the zombie is dead." Over here, fifth brother was panting. A BN said joyfully, "Fifth brother, you killed a mutated zombie." "Ha ha ha ha," fifth brother laughed. He looked at his hand, covered in green blood. I have obtained great power. He was ecstatic. He shouted loudly. He looked like he thought he was the savior of the world. A BN immediately praised him. Fifth brother, you're so amazing. So from now on, we don't have to be afraid of zombies anymore. Afraid? Fifth brother turned to look at his subordinate. He repeated the word. Afraid. From now on, zombies are my prey. He patted his subordinate's shoulder. A BN nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, fifth brother is the best. Let's go find Brother Dong's group. The two of them finally returned to the base. A BN explained as they walked. Fifth brother, Brother Dong probably isn't back yet. Otherwise, he would have come out to greet you. As soon as the door opened, both of them were startled. They were completely shocked. A BN said loudly, What? What happened here? Brother Dong's group was tied up to one side. One person was passed out. No need to tie him. One of Brother Dong 2's subordinates woke up. He joyfully called out, Fifth brother, you're finally back. He immediately tattled. That kid, it was the kid you wanted to kill. He not only killed Brother Dong, but also stole all our supplies. Fifth brother immediately ran to the warehouse. He looked extremely worried. As soon as he opened the warehouse door, what he saw was nothing. It was completely empty. Fifth brother was furious. He growled, You little brat. He gritted his teeth. This time, all personally. He squeezed the door, deforming it. I'll chop you into 1,000 pieces. Over here, his whole body suddenly shivered. Luong So-am asked worriedly, Trung Min, are you okay? Why are you suddenly shaking? He said, It's nothing, just a strange feeling. Luong So-am walked over. Her face was full of concern. Macdaw also brought over some food. Eat something and rest for a bit. We still have to act later. Teacher Fak also brought a cup. Drink some hot water. Now what? Deep Trung Min began to plan. My partner Mak Hin Phi is probably in danger, and she left a message about a wheel. We should probably follow that lead and start from the wheel at the supermarket. Luong So-am asked, truly worried, that Mak Hin Phi, is she your girlfriend? He replied, No, she's just a very good partner. There was no hint of romance in his eyes. Luong So-am was happy to hear that. Then I'll go with you. She was secretly happy. It's good she's not his girlfriend. If I can help Trung Min, maybe. Okay. He patted her head. Just don't mess up my plans. Since we're teammates, everyone has to be useful. You can't just rely on the expert to carry you. He thought about the people he brought with him. From the current team, Luong So-am is quick-witted, and she's loyal to me. She can be trained. Macda is a skilled fighter, calm and courageous. She's a good choice. But this teacher, named Fak Tu-an. Fak Tu-an seemed to guess his thoughts. She quickly explained, Mr. Deep, can I come with you? I'm a health teacher. I know some healing techniques. I can also handle logistics. Okay, he nodded. Don't drag everyone down. I can't protect you all. He looked at Macda. Officer, what about you? Are you coming? Macda smiled. What are you talking about? Let's go, comrade. After the recent events, she had a basic understanding of him. A person like him was worth befriending in this apocalyptic era. All right, let's move out. Everyone's backpacks were fully equipped with supplies. Deep Trung Min was worried. This trip to find Mak Kin Phi and the new wheel, I don't know how long it will take. These supplies will last a few days, but we can't carry any more. Macdao walked over and asked, Trung Min, what's wrong? He replied, We'll take these supplies with us. The rest can only be left here. Macdao smiled. It's not safe to leave it here. I have a way. Diep Trung Min was surprised. Oh, that's a good idea. It was like a light bulb went off. The two of them went to the guard bureau. They commandeered a truck. Macda happily pointed at the vehicle. She smiled and said, What do you think? This is the guard bureau's prized possession. Our chief had to pull some serious strings to get this from headquarters. Deep Trung Min was impressed. Top of the line. It's the uncrowned king of military vehicles. It's equipped with protective external armor. Its four-wheel drive system can handle any terrain. Macda explained its max weight is 33 tons. It can reach speeds of 87 kilometers per hour. Too bad this vehicle isn't equipped with missiles. What a shame, he mumbled. Missiles aren't really necessary anyway. He continued happily. This vehicle will be a huge help. Thank you, Macda. She smiled. It's nothing. We're soldiers. We help each other out. Meanwhile, inside the school, a Bien carried a backpack and followed Nguka. He asked as they walked, Nguka, are we leaving the school? Nguka drew his knife. His voice was filled with killing intent. We'll find the brat who destroyed our base, then we'll skin him alive. His ferocious expression made a Bien tremble. What about the other brothers? Nguca grew even more irritated, thinking about it. He couldn't believe those useless thugs dared to rebel. He recalled his subordinate's report. He felt nothing but annoyance. Without hesitation, he decided to abandon them. He'd let them fend for themselves. Help! Help us! The remaining men cried out for help. Nguche licked his blade, his voice dark. Kid, you only need one zombie hunter. He looked as if he wanted to eat him alive, leaving no chance for escape. The two drove away from the bureau. They plowed safely through a road full of zombies. In the city, Any zombie that charged was crushed. Deep Trung Min felt much more at ease. This is great. With this truck, facing zombies is much safer. MacDowell laughed. Of course, these zombies are just a minor problem for our truck. The Guard Bureau's prized possession should be nothing less. The truck continued down the road. It crushed every zombie it met. Everyone inside the truck chatted casually. We're lucky to have MacDa. We wouldn't have gotten this military vehicle without her. Fact Tuan sat and spoke cheerfully. But Luong Soem still seemed bothered by something. The teacher said, as expected of a guard, she's much more capable than us regular people. Luong Soem thought angrily. Officer MacDa is taking all the credit. I want to be useful too. Deep Trung Min looked at the note. He then spoke to the three women. Diu Hin Phi didn't leave a clear address. We'll have to check the supermarkets one by one. There's one up ahead. We'll start there. MacDa looked outside. She saw a horde of zombies appearing from nowhere. They swarmed toward them like a tidal wave. She immediately shouted, Diep Trung Min, look outside. He was also very surprised. Why are there so many zombies all of a sudden? The zombies surrounded the truck, but they didn't seem to be attacking. They looked like they were running towards them, but it was more like they were running away. Not a single zombie dared to stop. They were all fleeing for their lives. Luong, Am looked up and warned them. Everyone, look. What's that in the distance? Behind the zombie horde, something suddenly leaped up. The thing looked like a giant gorilla. It landed heavily on the ground. The impact shook the ground, even cracking it open. That zombie was enormous. It was almost 2 to 3 meters tall. The zombies below looked like a swarm of ants rushing forward. It caught an unlucky zombie. The ape-like zombie immediately shoved the other zombie into its mouth. It's eating other zombies. Deep Trung Min frowned. A mutated white ape. An evolved beast. It has limitless strength and a brutal nature. He explained to everyone. With my current strength as a 1-star warrior, I can't deal with a mutated white ape. He intended to turn the truck around and leave. But he had fought a white ape in his past life. He knew its fatal weakness. The memory of that battle made him shudder. He had nearly lost his life in that fight. The ape noticed the truck. It immediately lunged forward. He clicked his tongue. It's noticed us. Hold on tight. He decided to temporarily avoid this mutated ape zombie. The truck reversed quickly. The zombie charged straight at them. There was a pillar behind them. The truck hit the pillar and couldn't move anymore. Deep Trung Min frowned and cursed. We hit the curb. What bad luck. The zombie had reached them. It leaped into the air. The force of its jump cracked the pavement. It hurtled straight for the truck. It had no intention of stopping. From this angle, its body was almost as large as the entire vehicle. Then, it smashed down. A normal car would have been crushed instantly. Luckily, this was an armored vehicle. It wasn't too badly damaged. Everyone inside was thrown into the air by the shockwave. The glass shattered, flying everywhere. Luong Soem covered her face and screamed in terror, but Deep Trung Min showed no fear. His eyes were still filled with determination. He frowned. This was the situation he wanted to avoid most. The windshield was broken. The ape peered inside with its blood-red eyes. I have to kill it. Deep Trung Min immediately jerked the steering wheel. He tried to throw the ape off the truck. The truck swerved violently for a moment, but it couldn't shake off the mutated ape zombie. No matter what he did, it clung tightly to the vehicle. Deep Trung Min said, annoyed, I can't shake it off. MacDa, you drive. MacDa was surprised. Are you planning to go out and fight that thing? He unlocked the car door. Then he jumped straight out. He would face the mutated ape zombie clinging to the roof. Before the zombie could react, he rushed forward. He kicked it squarely in the stomach. He held onto the hood to avoid being thrown off. The zombie was knocked to the side. The pain made it shut its eyes, but it quickly recovered. It wrapped its tail around Diep Trung Min's leg. He was surprised as its tail tightened. It immobilized him. He thought to himself, this is bad. I can't escape this. The mutated ape zombie pulled him off the truck with it. Deep Trung Min had no time to resist. It crashed to the ground. His whole body slammed onto the pavement. The truck immediately screeched to a halt. They saw he was thrown off with the ape zombie. MacDa called out worriedly, Deep Trung Min. He was still dazed from the impact, panting heavily. He coughed. The mutated zombie, however, was almost unharmed. It slowly rose from the dust. Then it advanced towards him. However, its mask had been partially shattered by his kick. It revealed a rugged beard underneath. The ape zombie grinned as if celebrating its victory. Its instincts told it the enemy before it could no longer fight back. It let out a long howl. Then it beat its chest with both hands like a victory march. But it was mistaken. No main character dies that easily. After its victory march, it immediately punched down. It aimed at Deep Trung Min's position. The force was immense. It was clearly a finishing blow. Its blood-red eyes looked incredibly ferocious. Just as it was about to hit him, a volley of bullets came from nowhere. The ape zombie immediately used its arms to shield its entire body. It was hit. It looked toward the source of the gunfire. It fell silent, no longer roaring. It was MacDa. She had just saved Diep Trung Min from certain defeat. She opened the car door and fired continuously. She was drawing the mutated zombie's attention. The ape roared in anger. Its mouth hung open, drool dripping down. Its eyes were incredibly violent. It charged straight for the truck where Macda was firing. No matter how many shots she fired, the mutated zombie dodged them all. Not a single bullet hit. Every single one missed. This mutated zombie was unbelievably strong. In the next moment, it was right in front of Macda. It raised its fist. It slammed it into the truck, forcing the iron door shut. Macda leaped from the vehicle just before it hit. She still held her gun tightly. The people inside the truck screamed continuously. Luong So-am watched the scene unfold in terror. It's going after Macda. The teacher, Fak, was also terrified. She had never seen a zombie this big before. She was extremely worried for Macda and Diep Trung Min. Outside, loud thuds echoed continuously. One person, one ape zombie. A chase began around the truck. She kept firing her gun. It seemed to be effective. The zombie didn't dare face the gun directly. Macda used the opportunity to circle the truck. It was hit in the chest. It immediately roared. It looked furious. Ever since becoming a zombie, it had never been humiliated like this. Not only had it failed to catch its prey, but it was being shot at and forced to run in circles. It pointed both hands at Macda. It prepared to charge. She backed away in fear, unsure of what to do. Just as the mutated ape zombie was about to strike her, Macda dove under the truck. She said in fear, "It's over. It's furious." If she hadn't dodged that blow, she would have certainly died. The mutated ape roared in anger. Because it couldn't catch Macda, its attack missed. It roared in frustration. It beat its chest with both hands. Then, it leaped onto the truck. It looked like it wanted to lift the whole thing up. Luong So-am and Teacher Fak, inside the truck, screamed in unison. Oh no! Luong So-am immediately realized the situation. It's gonna flip the truck? Teacher Fak. After a terrifying impact from the mutated ape zombie, Teacher Fak was thrown from the vehicle. The zombie seemed to notice Teacher Fak. It stopped what it was doing to the truck. Then it reached for Teacher Fak. It looked like it wanted to eat her alive. It missed. Teacher Fak quickly dropped to the ground, dodging its attack. However, her back was not so lucky. The mutated ape zombie's claws raked across Teacher Fak's back. Blood gushed out immediately. She cried out in pain. Blood was everywhere. She barely had the strength to stand. The zombie, seeing this, was about to leave, but it turned its head to look at her again. Luong So-am was terrified. She was horrified by the sight before her. No, don't. Just as the mutated ape zombie was about to roar in victory, a whistle suddenly sounded from behind. It was Diep Trung Min. Along with his Earth Emperor Hound, he had managed to get back up. The Earth Emperor Hound barked repeatedly. It charged straight at the mutated ape. It knew the ape was much stronger and bigger than it. The mutated ape zombie also roared. It then swung its arm forward. This damn thing. The Earth Emperor Hound dodged the ape zombie's swing. Then it quickly leaped onto the ape's shoulder without any hesitation. It made it. It continued to bark threateningly. Just as it was about to bite the mutated ape zombie, the zombie swung its arm. It knocked the Earth Emperor Hound off instantly. The dog and the monster continued their struggle. Every time the zombie tried to dodge, the Earth Emperor Hound would jump to a different spot to bite. The zombie was almost powerless against the dog. Diep Trung Min took advantage of his dog buying him time. He quickly ran towards the others. Macda, the gun. He rushed forward, seizing the opportunity. Macda immediately threw the gun to him. She called out loudly, "Trung Min." He caught the gun. With the gun in his hands, his confidence soared. Then, he used his artisan skill. Artisan skill, activate homogeneous reinforcement. The ape zombie was losing its patience. It roared fiercely. Just as it was about to grab the Earth Emperor Hound, the dog jumped away. It dodged the ape's grasp. Not only that, but it also leaped up, trying to bite the ape's finger. But in the chaos, it was slapped by the ape. The Earth Emperor Hound had a few teeth knocked out. It landed more than 10 meters away. This blow seemed to cause it immense pain. Then, the ape zombie stood up. Its eyes, when looking at the Earth Emperor Hound, were filled with rage. It panted heavily. It raised both its hands, preparing to finish off the dog. "Hey," a voice called out. "You ugly white-furred beast." It looked towards Diep Trung Min. "How dare a human I can't even beat call me an ugly white-furred beast? Your whole family has white fur." He raised his gun and took aim. "Relax. Your weak spot." Diep Trung Min furrowed his brow. Now he finally had a chance to counterattack. "It's right here." He shot directly at the bone on the ape's back. It didn't have time to dodge and immediately cried out in pain. Its eyes widened. Then it collapsed. Its massive weight slammed into the ground. It cracked a large section of the pavement. Diep Trung Min sighed. Overmutated, reinforced muscles caused the spine to be exposed, and the spine is its weak point. He looked at the gun and thought to himself, "Good thing I used reinforcement. Otherwise, even knowing the white ape's weakness, I couldn't have killed it. It seems I need to make good use of these 5 artisan skills: collection, homogeneous reinforcement, crafting, enchanting, and inlaying." Just thinking about it filled him with anticipation. Maybe it wasn't as useless as he once thought. Meanwhile, in the truck, they were treating Teacher Fact's wound. She cried out in pain. It hurts so much. Luong, so Am soothed her. The wound is a bit deep. I'm disinfecting it with alcohol. Please bear with it. Teacher Fact. Luong So Am was cleaning Teacher Fact's wound with alcohol. Fact Tuan gritted her teeth and endured. Okay, I know. Her face was covered in a cold sweat. Now what? Deep Trung Min opened the door and rushed in. I heard screaming. What happened to you two? His voice was full of worry. But upon seeing Fact Tuan undressed, with Luong So Am cleaning her wound behind her, she immediately blushed when Diep Trung Min barged in. He also froze in shock. Fact Tuan immediately screamed. Diep Trung Min, get out. Sorry. He quickly closed the door, his face bright red, and left. Macdal walked over, asking worriedly, How is Teacher Fact? He replied, They're applying medicine. It's just a scratch wound, not life-threatening. He walked to the back. Even after everything he'd been through, seeing such a violent scene was still a bit much. He went to the back of the truck. Then he sat down and petted his dog. Earth Emperor Hound, you've worked hard. The Earth Emperor Hound whined softly. He looked at it, his heart aching. Fortunately, the wound wasn't too serious, but it would definitely affect its movements. Wounds on mutated creatures heal very slowly. I need to find some medicine to speed up its recovery. He frowned, then petted the Earth Emperor Hound again. Earth Emperor Hound, I'll definitely heal you. The dog nodded, as if it understood his words. As for the giant mutated ape, a flock of crows had already started to gather and peck at its corpse. Luong So Am came out to report. Trung Min, Teacher Fact's wound is too deep. The bleeding won't stop. The bleeding won't stop. Macda stated the current problem. A large wound like this needs to be stitched, but we don't have the tools or anesthetic. He frowned. I can make stitching tools with my artisan skill, but anesthetic is different. It's much more complicated. He thought about his past life. No need for anesthetic. I've tried it without in my past life, but I'm afraid Teacher Fact can't endure that kind of torment. He walked forward, explaining his plan. The Earth Emperor Hound is injured too. There should be a private hospital nearby. It will have the kind of medicine used for surgery. It's perfect since we also need to find first aid supplies. Contact the private hospital. Luong, So Am wondered, what about the supermarket? And what about your friend? He smiled. Du Hin Fai is very smart. I believe she can stay alive. No need to worry too much. He thought of the past. Besides, she's a future 9-star powerhouse. She hardly needs anyone's protection. He smiled. I'm sure she won't die so easily in a place like this. Macda shared her thoughts. But it's better to be safe than sorry. We can split up. You take Teacher Fact to find medicine. I'll go to the nearby supermarket to check it out. I'll just scout it out. I won't act rashly. You can rest assured. He was worried. No way. We don't know how many more mutated monsters are on this road. The Earth Emperor Hound seemed to want to stop Macda as well, but she was very confident. She told him, Don't underestimate me. I'm a guard. Then she threw a punch forward. You've seen my skills, haven't you? Don't you trust me yet? Diep Trung Min said nothing. He could see Macda's determination. She even gave him a thumbs up, signaling her trustworthiness. Macda added, Don't worry. A people's guard keeps their word. Diep Trung Min had to surrender. He smiled and sighed. All right, then be careful. He walked forward, not forgetting to remind her. Remember, the roulette wheel has a natural attraction to zombies. The zombies in the area will unconsciously gather around it. Be careful. Got it. She nodded. He thought about his past life. He was betrayed by his comrades in his past life. He hoped this time. Two people were furiously pedaling a bicycle. They were escaping a horde of zombies. It was a Bien, carrying the large Ngu Ka on his back. He said cheerfully, A Bien, pedal faster. The stronger the wind, the more my heart burns. A Bien asked, Sir, where are we going? He said nothing, just looked ahead. Right now, that brat is definitely looking for something, so he must be going to those places. He guessed correctly, but only half correctly. Njusie thought about him and laughed to himself. I know where that rotten kid wants to go. His eyes were full of danger. A Bien asked, Sir, where are we going? He was pedaling so hard he was out of breath. Uka smiled. The supplies he stole from me won't last more than a few days. They'll definitely go to a supermarket to find new ones. He was right, but not about finding new supplies. They were looking for a comrade. Muka voiced his imagined thoughts. A supermarket has everything, from food to essential supplies for survival. A Bien heard this and pedaled harder. You're so smart. Why didn't I think of that? Nuka pointed forward. Pedal faster. Up ahead is the biggest supermarket in this area, Yuhi Supermarket. They will definitely go there. The two arrived at the supermarket. They left their bicycle behind. Nuka said, This is the place. Just as I thought, there's no one in the supermarket. A Bien said, Sir, let's be careful. I'm afraid there are zombies here too. Nuka went ahead to scout. Zombies? If I don't kill them, they should be afraid of me. A Bien trembled as he looked around. It looks like this place has been cleared out. The shelves are all empty. Nuka cursed angrily. Damn it, it's cleaner than I thought. A packet of noodles fell down. Abian said happily, there are still noodles. He bent down to pick up the packet of noodles, but on the shelf was a mutated zombie. Its eyes were bloodshot, staring down at the two of them. Abian was terrified when he saw it. Even Lao Nu was very surprised. He didn't expect to encounter a zombie here. The red zombie roared. It shook its head. Two cracking sounds immediately rang out. Then, it jumped down. That zombie looked more like an animal than a normal zombie. Abian screamed in fear. Nguka took a defensive stance, preparing to fight the zombie. The zombie turned its head and looked back at Abian. Laongu was very surprised. Then, it slowly walked away. It didn't fight them or even touch them. Abian asked in confusion, why didn't it bite us? Nuki was also stunned. He explained, it seems to be looking for something. Let's follow it and see. The two of them followed behind the zombie. Abian carried the heavy bag and ran after them, without a single word of complaint. Enjusei stopped first. Abian behind him was already trembling uncontrollably. Enjusei whispered, what's that strange sound? Unexpectedly, what appeared before him was a horde of zombies. They were attracted by some kind of machine. Each zombie rushed towards the machine, reaching out to touch the cloth. A zombie opened its mouth right in front of the cloth. Abian was so scared he burst into tears. He said to his big brother, we've hit a hornet's nest. Let's run. But Nguka stayed. He carefully examined what was in front of him. He suddenly laughed. Run for what? We've hit the jackpot. His heart was racing with excitement. Mekda ran over. Makda walked around to scout, gun in hand. As a guard, Makda was very familiar with this area. Up ahead should be a supermarket. Let's go check it out for now. She slowly walked forward, no longer running. It was a small supermarket. Makda went inside the supermarket to investigate. Luckily, there were still some supplies that seemed usable. A dead zombie lay in the corner, covered in flies and maggots. In the late afternoon, after clearing out the supermarket, Makda was still walking around. She checked if anything was left. There really was nothing left. She sighed. After a thorough search, none of these supermarkets have the roulette wheel. Diep Trung Min said the roulette wheel has an attraction to zombies. There are no zombies here, so it seems the roulette wheel isn't in this supermarket either. Then, she thought of the last supermarket. Looks like I'll have to go to Kihoa Supermarket, the biggest supermarket in this area. I wonder how Diep Trung Min is doing. Meanwhile, he drove at full speed, looking for a private hospital. Luong, so Am told him. Teacher Fac's condition isn't good. I think she's passed out. He tried to drive as fast as possible. He told her, hold on a little longer, we're almost there. They parked in front of a private hospital. He jumped out of the car and said, hold on a little longer, I'll be right back. Watching his retreating figure, Luong So Am couldn't help but feel worried. Teacher Fac was half conscious. It hurt so much. Luong So Am looked at her with worry. Teacher Fac. She touched Fac Tuan's wound and noticed something. She looked at her hand in fear. Blood. The blood won't stop flowing. Diep Trung Min had already run off. In her heart, So Am could only pray. Trung Min, you have to come back quickly. I'm afraid Teacher Fac can't hold on for much longer. Diep Trung Min ran into the hospital. He quickly located the necessary items in the pharmacy and operating room. He continued to rush, using his fastest speed to find the pharmacy and operating room. Something suddenly swept towards Diep Trung Min. He immediately jumped to the side, on guard. When he opened his eyes, a huge tail was thrashing right in front of him. It was a beast. It was a mutated crocodile. He cursed. Another mutated zombie? Isn't it over yet? Damn it. My luck can't be this bad. The zombie's body was covered in bones. It slowly advanced towards him. Diep Trung Min backed away, looking for a chance to counterattack. He felt uneasy and thought to himself, this is bad. Why is there a crocodile here? Unlike mutated creatures like the Earth Emperor Hound or the White Ape, the mutated crocodile was much stronger. In the 10 years of the apocalypse, humans discovered that it wasn't from Earth. It was one of the alien creatures that came to Earth during the apocalypse. These alien creatures had a single name, guardian beasts. Often, in places with many guardian beasts, there would be some special supply rewards. But he didn't need that right now. He silently assessed it from head to toe. This crocodile looks like a level 2 guardian beast, but with his current strength, he was afraid he couldn't even handle a level 2 monster. Luckily, I still have my skills. Thinking of his knowledge from his past life, he felt a little more relaxed. Luckily, in his past life, he never stopped learning about all kinds of monsters. This life, he finally had a use for it. Trung Min ran to another spot. He went back to the car. Luong So Am saw him return and hurriedly asked, Trung Min, did you get the medicine? He didn't answer and ran off again. Luong So Am was very confused. What's going on? He ran to the back of the car. He opened his supply box. Then, he took something out. Trung Min said happily, found it. Luong So Am was confused. Why are you taking out a weapon? Is there a monster inside? He picked it up and left, while instructing So Am, yes, I can handle it. You take good care of Teacher Fac, I'll make this quick. He walked back into the hospital. As he walked, he muttered about the remaining items. I hope I can find enough inside the hospital. As he left, Luong So Am kept her eyes on him. She was very curious. What is he planning to do? But since he said that, it surely wouldn't be life-threatening. She had no fighting ability, so she had to stay outside and take care of Factu On. After re-entering the hospital, Dich Trung Min began crafting. Good, I have everything I need. My current ability can't deal with a level 2 guardian beast, but I can use these props to slow it down. Use the homogeneous reinforcement skill from the artisan skill set to enhance both the crossbow and the arrows, increasing their piercing power, but I must control the amount of material during the process. He muttered, my artisan skill is at the elementary level. To use homogeneous reinforcement effectively, I need to use the same primary material and the right amount of it. The reinforced bullet used for the white ape was a fusion of multiple bullets. That's how it doubled its power. Then, he began to work on it. This skill could not only change the state of matter, but it could also miraculously increase its durability. This kind of supernatural ability was like a type of magic. During the process of reinforcing the crossbow bolts, he also used crystals. After a while, he finally finished crafting. The reinforced crossbow bolts are done. Trung Min tried it out. Next, I need to create a large metal net. In his previous life, someone had used the inlaying technique. Theoretically, the inlaying technique is the combination of two completely different materials, while retaining the characteristics of each material. For example, combining an ice block with an iron sword would create an iron sword with freezing properties. So I will combine this iron net and this blue protective net. Dealing with that crocodile will depend on whether the combination of these two materials can be as effective as I imagine. After preparing everything, he looked at the crocodile. He whispered, preparations are complete, time to act. He rushed forward. He used all 3 reinforced arrows. His eyes were locked on the crocodile, cold and very serious. Success or failure depends on this move. 3 arrows shot straight towards the crocodile at the same time. The crocodile immediately raised its hand to block, but before it could understand what was happening, an arrow was stuck right in front of it. Another arrow pinned itself next to the crocodile, but it didn't injure it at all. Only the remaining arrow accurately hit the crocodile's tail. The crocodile glared at him angrily, its face contorted. If it could speak, it would surely scream, "Who are you? How dare you pin my tail to the ground?" He was immediately overjoyed. He quickly brought out the blue net. Success. Now's the time. But after inlaying, the blue net seemed a bit heavy. Diep Trung Min was panting heavily. As soon as he had temporarily blocked the crocodile, he immediately rushed into the operating room. Diep Trung Min looked at the things before him with joy. Gauze, needles, syringes, hooks, anesthetic, and even painkillers. With these things, the surgery should be no problem. Meanwhile, the crocodile struggled to pull out the arrow, but couldn't. It thrashed its tail wildly. Being trapped in the iron net made it extremely angry. It kept making a series of unintelligible noises. Finally, its foot touched the iron net. This guardian beast finally managed to remove the iron net from its body. It let out a loud roar. Then, it turned its head to look in the direction he had just come from. It slowly advanced towards Diep Trung Min's location. At this moment, he still had his back to it. For this crocodile, this was a God-given opportunity. Meanwhile, in the largest supermarket in the area, all the zombies had been killed. Most of them were beaten to death, with blood splattered everywhere. Enguse was also tired and panting heavily. That's right, it's this. He turned to where the roulette wheel was. His heart was filled with joy. Abian, who was hiding in a corner, waited for the loud noise of the zombies to disappear before he dared to come out. After looking around, he was immediately extremely confused. All the zombies are dead. Inguse pulled off the white cloth that was covering the roulette wheel. When the cloth was removed, a roulette wheel immediately appeared before his eyes. He stared at it happily. The roulette wheel was new, and it had many slots. Then he turned to his subordinate and shouted, "Abn, you coward. Go get the crystals from the zombies and bring them here." Abn was kicked in the butt by him and immediately cried out in pain. Abn looked back at his big brother unhappily, but he still obediently did as he was told, without any resistance. Although when he was taking the crystals from the zombies, he felt like throwing up even before he ate, he still tried to hold it in. Ngu Chao walked around the roulette wheel to study it. This roulette wheel was different from the 3-colored one before. It had both cards and necklaces on it. After a while, Abian also finished gathering the crystals and brought them to Ngu Si. "Sir, the crystals are all here." Ngu Si picked up the few crystals covered in green blood. He felt a bit sick to his stomach. Abian reported, "I killed a few zombies on the way and got a few crystals. There are 9 inches total." He cursed, "Each spin of the roulette wheel needs 10 crystals. We're still short one." Njuse was furious. "Damn it, I have to wait here like a fool for zombies to come later." Abn quickly comforted him. "This roulette wheel can attract zombies. Just wait a little while, it'll be fine." Seeing his big brother's gloomy face, Abn was afraid he would be next. Nguche hit Abn again. "You still have the nerve to talk? You're no help at all, you useless piece of trash. A Bien was hit so hard he cried out, "Ow! It hurts." He had been hit hard before, but ever since Nguka drank that strengthening potion, the blows hurt even more. Macda had arrived. "Come on." She stopped in front of K. Hoa's supermarket. She muttered, "I'm here. This is the place." K. Hoa's supermarket. Looking inside, she couldn't help but make a silent judgment. It's too quiet here. The zombies must have all been dealt with. She slowly prepared to step inside, but then she paused. Something's not right. It was as if something was waiting for her inside the supermarket. Meanwhile, the guardian beast crocodile had gone completely berserk. It stood on its two hind legs, constantly roaring in various ways. Luong So-am was startled when she heard it. What was that sound? A sense of extreme worry immediately rose in her heart. Luong So-am turned to look at teacher Fact Tu-an, who was still losing a lot of blood. But in her heart, she was thinking about Deep Trung Min. Is Trung Min in danger? Then, she tightly wrapped Fact Tu-an's leg. She decided to leave and check on Trung Min. She thought of all sorts of things. There must be a zombie inside causing trouble. I can't just stand by and do nothing. She opened the car door. She decided to go in and help Diep Trung Min. She went to the entrance of the hospital, leaving Fact Tu-an alone in the car. Then, she ran inside as fast as she could. Diep Trung Min, don't let anything happen to you. As soon as she arrived, she saw the crocodile constantly banging on the room door. Luong So-am was extremely surprised. What the hell is this thing? The crocodile roared, nearly tearing the iron door of the hospital room to shreds. Luong So-am was terrified. What kind of monster is this? Then she backed away. Inside, he was trying to gather all the supplies. He used a chair to block the door, trying to buy more time from the monster. The door was bent and twisted from its blows. A level 2 guardian beast crocodile is indeed not easy to deal with. Now it's gone crazy. I can't get out. This is really tough. Luong So-am witnessed the whole thing. She made her own judgment. This is bad. A monster must be blocking Trung Min in the pharmacy, preventing him from getting out. I have to find a way to distract it, to help Trung Min escape. She immediately looked around, searching for anything she could use. She found something. She walked over there. She saw a few eggs in the hallway. Luong So-am immediately recognized what they were. The crocodile roared continuously. It couldn't catch Trung Min. It was truly angry. Then, it used its tail to shatter the glass door on the side. Deep Trung Min shielded himself to avoid being injured by the flying glass shards. He frowned. The props made from elementary artisan skills are still not strong enough. It broke free so quickly. This guardian beast's desire to attack is so high. Could it be protecting something important? He looked at the guardian beast and couldn't help but wonder. Then he seemed to see something. He was extremely surprised. That's Luong So-am. Why did she come out? Outside, the guardian beast was still furiously whipping its tail against the wall. It seemed to want to bring down the entire wall. Deep Trung Min felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Luong So-am. This foolish girl. Why did she come in here? Is she trying to cause more trouble for me? He was so angry he even cursed his teammate in his mind. Is she not afraid of death, coming over here? The guardian beast's tail finally broke through into the pharmacy. Diep Trung Min ducked down, covering his ears. He peeked outside to observe, still cursing under his breath. The guardian beast sensed a human presence. The hole it had made was big enough. It immediately stuck its head into where Deep Trung Min was sitting. This time, without help, it would be difficult for him to survive. The mutated crocodile was still clinging to the wall, trying to dig its way inside to eliminate Diep Trung Min. Luong So-am stood still, her mind racing with ideas. She motivated herself. Luong So-am, pull yourself together. Don't be afraid. Think of a way. Meanwhile, the guardian beast had almost dug its way to him. It was just a little bit more. She clenched her fists, determined. It's always Diep Trung Min who takes action. This time, it's my turn to be useful. I have to risk it. She rushed over to the eggs. She planned to execute a legendary plan to save Deep Trung Min from this mess. Monster, she roared. Look at this. The guardian beast heard the noise and immediately looked behind it. It seemed to want to see who was tired of living and dared to provoke it. But as soon as it saw her standing next to the pile of eggs, it immediately rushed over. It didn't hesitate for a second. The ground beneath its feet rumbled. Deep Trung Min, watching what Luong So-am was doing, immediately cursed her. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Deep Trung Min saw that the opportunity had come. When the guardian beast left, he immediately jumped out of the pharmacy. He rushed forward, shouting, Luong So-am, run. He was also a little panicked. Luong So-am watched the guardian beast approach. He shouted loudly, but facing such a huge monster, Luong So-am wasn't flustered at all. She stood her ground, not trembling before its powerful presence. The guardian beast raised its claws and lunged. It wanted to kill her without any mercy. But just as it was about to strike, Luong So-am turned to the eggs and pushed them away. The guardian beast, seeing its eggs being pushed away, immediately stopped its attack. This human is using my children as bait. but the eggs are more important. Watching the eggs roll away, it suddenly froze. The 3 eggs each rolled in a different direction. It was furious, but could do nothing. Which egg should it chase? The guardian beast immediately ran after them, looking panicked. Luong, So-am on the side, let out a sigh of relief. It's finally gone. Her judgment was spot on. If not for these eggs, she and Deep Trung Min would have been buried here. As soon as the crocodile caught its egg, even if it was just one, it breathed a sigh of relief. Because this type of egg would break with just a slight touch. Deep Trung Min was surprised by what he saw. Those are crocodile eggs. She's diverting the crocodile's attention. He couldn't help but praise Luong, So-am in his heart. As soon as she saw the guardian beast crocodile leave, she immediately ran out of the mess. But because she was running too fast and not looking at the road, she tripped on a rock. Luong, So-am lost her balance and fell. Just as she thought she was about to hit the ground, a hand grabbed her. It was Deep Trung Min's hand. He scolded her, "You fool." She hadn't even received a thank you yet, and she was already being scolded. Yet she didn't seem annoyed at all. She said cheerfully, "Trung Min, let's run." Then he pulled her hand and they left the private hospital together. Soon after, the two of them ran out of the hospital gate. Diep Trung Min was still holding Luong So-am's hand without looking back. Luong So-am looked back to see if the guardian beast was following. She sighed. It's not following us. He said, "It won't go far from the eggs. We're safe." That's great. She was happy, but before she could fully rejoice, she was scolded by him so harshly she couldn't even react. Luong So-am, are you trying to die? Do you know how dangerous that was? Then he held her. Even so, he couldn't hide the worry in his voice. Luong So-am was at a loss for what to do. Ouch, Deep Trung Min is squeezing my hand. She said, "Trung Min, you're hurting me." But he didn't lessen his grip. So you can feel pain? You almost lost your life just now. Luong So-am was so scolded she felt wronged. She looked like she was about to cry. I was just in a hurry to save you. I couldn't think of anything else. Deep Trung Min saw her pitiful expression and was speechless. He felt like he couldn't scold this girl anymore. He let go of her hand. "It's fine. I don't need you to save me." Luong So-am said in a small voice, "I'm sorry." Deep Trung Min sighed. "But still, thank you this time, Luong So-am." He only thought this to himself, not saying it out loud. At night, at the largest supermarket in the city, the zombies were slowly drawn there. The roulette wheel inside was still covered by a cloth. Macda entered, observing carefully. So many zombie corpses. Just then, Ingu Che appeared from nowhere. "I couldn't wait for a zombie, but I got a pretty lady instead." Macda was surprised to see someone there, but her face immediately darkened when she heard the dirty words that followed from his mouth. "Oh, it looks like a police officer. A police uniform? I'm really lucky." Macda was annoyed. She raised her fists into a defensive stance. "I'm afraid you won't have the fortune to enjoy it." This kind of person needed a punch to wake up. As soon as he got the medicine and stitches, he immediately went into the car to stitch up Phak Tuan's wound. Phak Tuan had a high fever due to the wound and excessive blood loss. Her face was flushed. After finishing all the stitches, he told her, "It will still hurt for a while after the anesthetic wears off." Hatu said softly, "It will leave an ugly scar, won't it?" Whether in the apocalypse or in normal times, girls will always cherish their bodies the most. Diep Trung Min replied, "You're lucky to be alive." As if to comfort her, he continued, "The stitches are done. You should rest." Phak Tuan softly thanked him. Luong So-am saw him get out of the car and immediately went to ask, "How is she?" Diep Trung Min nodded and reported back, "She's fine. She'll be okay after some rest." It was already afternoon. Luong So-am's stomach began to rumble loudly. Diep Trung Min was startled and turned to look. "My stomach is growling." Luong So-am scratched her ear and smiled, sticking out her tongue playfully. He said, "It's normal to be hungry at this hour." Then he told her, "Let's eat something and then go meet up with Macda." Meanwhile, Macda was fighting with the man named Enju K. He kept throwing punches and she kept dodging. He attacked with all his might. The more he punched, the more excited he became. His muscles bulged. When he threw a punch, Macda couldn't dodge in time. She raised her hands to defend, trying to avoid a direct hit to the face. But the force of the punch was too strong. A normal person like Macda couldn't possibly block it. She was sent flying backward. The man immediately chased after her, as if to finish her off. Macda felt something behind her and grabbed it. Then, she threw a piece of brick at Ngu K and somersaulted backward. He stopped. He didn't continue to chase her. He just brushed the brick dust off his shoulder. Moreover, the way he looked at her was as if he wanted to eat her alive, with a lewd smile on his face. "Pretty strong? I like it. Now then." Finally, he decided to deliver the final blow. He raised his fist, wanting to finish Macda with one strike. She was grazed by the punch. She thought in shock, "How is this guy so strong?" Njuca laughed. He raised his fist again. He looked as if he was not tired at all, with endless strength surging within him. He tried to grab her shirt, but Macda pushed his hand away. He was surprised. What kind of fighting style is this? He was clearly not convinced. She threw a punch straight at his face. This punch used almost all of her strength. He was knocked back a few steps, but immediately after, he seemed completely unharmed. On the contrary, he became even more frantic, as if a monster had just been awakened. Ingu-chi rubbed his nose. Her full-force punch was like a mosquito bite to him. It didn't cause any injuries at all. Then he turned around, waving his hand at her. He signaled for her to come at him, that he could take it all. He said mockingly, "Come on, use whatever skills you have." Macda was surprised by this. This guy isn't afraid of being hit. It's clear he's not mutated. Something clicked in her mind. I get it now. She took a defensive stance again. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Mu Kao laughed maniacally. A martial artist? Huh. Interesting. Macda rushed forward, but she felt a bit hesitant. We've been fighting for so long, yet he doesn't show any signs of fatigue. Her 5 punches landed, but he caught them all in his palm. Macda was shocked. The man laughed. Not bad. Keep going. He looked like a martial arts teacher instructing a student. Indeed, against absolute power, these fighting techniques were just like a cat's scratch. Then he threw her down, intending to toss her away. Macda bent her leg, planning to kick him. He seemed to go crazy. The more you resist, the more I enjoy it. A BN watched for a while, praising her to himself. This girl fights so well. Nuka has taken the potion, but he's still fighting to a standstill. Meanwhile, Enguse was kicked by her. He had to let go of her hand and use his own to block. The two of them were like a cat and mouse. The roulette wheel is right in front of me, and I'm being held up like this. He looked at the roulette wheel as if an idea struck him. I have to help Nguche deal with the enemy. If I can get that item, I can become a Superman. I have to seize this opportunity. Then I won't have to be afraid of anyone anymore. He was determined, clenching his fists. He'd clearly been beaten into a stupor. Now's the time. He ran towards the roulette wheel. As for Macda, she was suddenly hit from behind by a BN. She cried out in pain. Then she cursed in her mind. I forgot there was another one. Damn it. Nuka took the opportunity to strike Macda. He landed a punch right in her stomach. Macda was sent flying into the shelves. She lay on the ground, almost unable to move. Macda said with difficulty, "So there are 2 of them." She looked up, her eyes full of anger. Meanwhile, Nguche scolded ABN, "Damn it, who asked you to help? Do you think I can't beat her? After taking that potion, I can take on 10 of these cops." He kicked Macda hard in the face. She was kicked so hard she coughed up blood. She felt like she was about to pass out, but he didn't stop. He continued to grab Macda by the collar. He looked at her like that and then laughed mockingly. A cop protecting justice. How ridiculous. Macda still tried to resist. Even though her body had little strength left, she still tried to fight back. She looked straight into his eyes, her gaze defiant. She clearly hadn't admitted defeat yet. Ngucha raised his fist again, as if to give her another blow. The fist is the true justice. His current appearance was like that of a demon. Do you hear me? As his fist swung down towards Macda, she didn't show any fear. She even smiled, because behind him, Deep Trung Min had finally appeared. This time, Ngu Chao was dead for sure. He kicked him squarely in the back. He immediately turned his head, his face surprised. Who dares to sneak attack me? Trung Min also landed on the ground. He walked up to Macda. She sat on the ground to rest for a moment, looking extremely tired. Njusei looked him up and down, still looking very relaxed. Njusei spoke first. Kid, it's you. I was looking for you. I didn't expect you to come to me. Deep Trung Min ignored Ngu Ka. He walked straight to Macda and said coldly, Do I know you? Ngu Ka was furious. You, and it was true. The two of them didn't know each other at all. It was just Ngu Ka's one-sided obsession. He walked over to Macda. She still maintained her defiant posture, trying to sit up straight. Deep Trung Min, I'm fine. Even after a painful battle, she still tried to act strong. Deep Trung Min turned to look at Ngu Ka, his eyes extremely fierce. He was surprised. It's obvious you're the one who stole my supplies. Why are you acting like I'm framing you? Ngu Che mumbled, Listen carefully. I am. But before he could finish his introduction, he rushed forward. He threw a punch straight at Ngu Ka. At the same time, he said coldly, I don't care who you are. No one touches my people. Ngu Ca ducked, avoiding the punch. He cursed, Damn it, this kid doesn't even like to listen. He also swung his hand to hit him back. His eyes seemed to flash with a murderous intent. He blocked his hand. He was immediately surprised. No, his strength and speed are on par with mine. He's taken the potion and become a one-star warrior. He blocked the punch and frowned. Not bad, but he thought to himself and smiled faintly. This guy's attack method is completely unsystematic. Diep Trung Min looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. Every punch the guy threw, he dodged completely. Just as he was about to kick him, he kicked him in the waist first. His hand simultaneously deflected his punch to the side. The guy was hit by the kick. He was in so much pain that he staggered, almost falling backward. Damn it, he cursed, holding his stomach. He retreated, one hand on his waist. Diep Trung Min taunted, "Don't think you can fight me just because you took some potion. Come on, keep going." Damn it. He was like a man on stimulants. He immediately went all out, clearly wanting to knock him down with one blow. But it wasn't that easy. As soon as he punched, he immediately ducked to avoid it, as fast as a rabbit. It's over. Then, he took the opportunity to punch him in the waist, shattering his ribs. Diep Trung Min smiled. Broken kidney. Doesn't look comfortable. Ingu Si gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anger. But he couldn't beat him at all. Their martial arts levels were not on the same level. As if provoked, he charged forward again, like a foolish beast. "Damn it, I have to kill you." Nu Ka roared. He immediately backed away. When he charged, he dodged to the right. He couldn't hit him at all. Then he kicked again. Diep Trung Min continued to dodge. Trung Min kept dodging, while he kept attacking wildly, as if stuck in a loop. The two of them exchanged blows, making thudding sounds. An ordinary person would not be able to keep up with this kind of fighting. He looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. Although we are both one-star warriors, our physical functions and reaction abilities are not much different. But what really makes the difference is not these things. He deflected Nu Ka's hand as he struck. Then, he held his hand tightly, pulling his whole body forward. Mu Ka lost his balance and stumbled forward. Diep Trung Min immediately seized the opportunity. He raised his fist. "It's my 10 years of life and death experience." His eyes were so cold they could kill. A punch with immense force flew straight towards Ingu Ka. The man opened his mouth in fear. This punch landed right on his face. Nu Cha coughed up blood. The punch was like a payback for the kick Mac Da had just received. He was hit and fell backward. His underling, ABN, witnessed it and called out worriedly, "Nu Ka." NGUSA slammed his whole body onto the ground in endless pain. He looked at him with fear. "You? Who are you?" Because he never expected that after all his provocations, he would end up hitting a brick wall. Only now did he realize. "Who is he?" He kept listing them out. "Special Forces, Assassin. I was blind to have messed with you. Please spare me." NGK, the coward, immediately begged for his life. But if Diep Trung Min had lost, no one dared to think what he would have gone through. He walked up to him like a demon. Nu Ka knelt down, kowtowing before him. "Spare me, I beg you." A complete contrast to his earlier arrogant demeanor. "If you think I'm still useful, I'll be your slave. I will never complain." However, he secretly took out a folding knife. At that moment, as soon as Diep Trung Min turned away, he slowly got up. His mouth was still begging for mercy, but his eyes were like he wanted to kill him on the spot. "Spare me this time. I'll definitely change. I'll start over. I'll repay your great kindness." As he spoke, he lunged forward. He used the knife to stab him, wanting to kill him on the spot. When the knife was about to touch Diep Trung Min, he immediately turned around and grabbed his knife-wielding hand. He had managed to dodge this sneak attack. His other hand twisted forcefully, directly breaking his bone. The knife in his hand also fell with his movement. Bouquet screamed in pain. My hand. My hand." He turned around and punched him again. He said coldly, "I've seen plenty of people like you." He was hit again and lay on the ground in agony. Not many thoughts, but pathetically low strength. People. Muka turned to his underling, the weakest one he always bullied, and begged, Abien, save me." His underling stood there like a statue, silent. It seemed he was just as shocked. "Ingu Ka." Then he ran over. Ingu Ka was immediately overjoyed. "Quick, help me up. Let's go, good brother." Muka praised Abien. Abien said to him, "Muka, let's go quickly." As the two of them helped each other leave, Maxa asked him, "That deep guy, why did you let them go like that?" Diep Trung Min said, "No, not at all. Good brothers are about to destroy each other. I don't even need to do anything. After all, I understand the thoughts of the lowly." He smiled at the two men, the corner of his mouth lifting. As night fell, the twilight cast a ghostly glow over the city. He stood silently, watching the two of them help each other away. After they left, he quickly sat down next to Macda and asked how she was. She looked at him and smiled faintly. A small injury like this will heal after some rest. He also smiled and told her, "You're lucky. No broken bones." She winked and replied, "These are a guard's bones. How could they break so easily?" He put his hand on his knee and stood up. "All right, it seems this place." He looked at the machine with a white cloth covering it and said, "It has the roulette wheel Mark Hinckley mentioned." NABN helped Ngu Ka walk in the faint evening light. The tall, muscular man walked and laughed cheerfully. He looked at his underling and said with a smile, "Good brother, you only know in times of trouble. From now on, we share fortunes and misfortunes." The underling, MABN, was covered in sweat from having to support a man twice his size. He also laughed and replied, "That's not necessary. Once Ngu Cha is supported, he'll be a hero again." Ngu Si looked down at his deformed arm and said angrily, "Damn it, I'm crippled, but you're not dead either." The new roulette wheel has fallen into their hands. ABN replied, That's right. The muscular man leaned his whole body on his underling and shouted heroically, "Wait for me to recover for a few days, get my strength back, and I'll definitely get it all back." But ABN seemed to have lost interest in him. He looked elsewhere and replied half-heartedly, "Yes, yes." Suddenly, he stopped, not walking anymore. ABN stopped completely. His expression changed. He said coldly, "Ngu ka. There's something I have to make clear." He held the other man's hand with one hand. His whole body stood firm and he resolutely turned against him. "Share fortunes and misfortunes. The brothers have followed you for so long, from being gangsters to being chased by zombies. Have we ever enjoyed any fortune?" Enju Sa was speechless after hearing this. He stammered, "What? You?" ABN ignored him and continued, "Why is it that only you get to eat meat, while the brothers find it hard to even get a sip of soup?" Perhaps he had wanted to say these words for a long time, but he didn't dare before. Now that Nguka was injured and crippled, he finally dared to speak his true feelings. He pushed Ngucha away, clenched his fists, and shouted angrily, "Do honest people deserve to be bullied? Do I have to be an underling my whole life?" Enjuse started to panic, and quickly said, "Brother, ABN, don't do anything rash." Unexpectedly, ABN directly grabbed Enjuka's injured arm and lifted it up. He said menacingly, "You're already a cripple. Wouldn't the crystals be safer with me?" Nguka could only scream in pain. ABN held the crystal in his hand. He looked at the other man with his sinister look. "I'll keep the crystal for you for now. You just stay here and get well." Just then, outside the alley, a horde of zombies was peeking in, ready to charge. There were many of them. They looked terrifying. Each one wanted to eat him alive. Nguca tried to call for help but failed. At this moment, his face was filled with despair. Outside the car, So Mua sat in the car, looking out worriedly and wondering, "I think I heard a scream. It's not Diep Minchung's group, is it?" A frightened and confused face. She saw him carrying Makda back and immediately shouted, "Minchung, Makda, what happened to her?" He calmly walked straight towards the car and replied, "She's injured. Let's go to a nearby area to find a safe place to spend the night." So Mua looked out and asked, "Two people just came out of the supermarket. Was it them?" She angrily gripped the steering wheel and cursed, "If I had known, I would have run over those two bastards." A large fire flickered in the building, terrifying. Summer and Diep Min sat by the fire, hugging their knees. The other two girls were already asleep in their blankets. Summer spoke while eating. "Hey, should we hide this roulette wheel? Someone else might try to use it." He picked up a piece of food and replied, "The roulette wheel can't be moved. Once its secret gets out, people will definitely fight over it." He put the food in his mouth and continued chewing, "But we've already drawn our rewards. We took all the useful stuff." He looked at the items on the ground, a strengthening potion, an immunity drug, a necklace, and a round silver shield. Looking at these things, he smiled proudly. It was a good thing so many people helped him collect crystals. The effort was worth it. Summer picked up the necklace. Her eyes lit up with excitement. "This necklace is so beautiful." She tried it on. Her eyes sparkled. "It's gorgeous." But Deep Min told her, "It's not jewelry. It's an important item." She sighed in disappointment. "So I can't even wear it? Maybe I'll let a zombie wear it. After all, girls dress up for others to see." She grew sad, not knowing what to say. Staring at the fire, she said sadly, "The world we knew is never coming back." Her words saddened all three girls. The atmosphere suddenly turned heavy. He frowned and spoke up. "But if our team sticks together, we can at least survive." He spoke with determination, motivating the girls. "My name is Diep Min, and I'm no saint. I saved you because I need your help. I need you to trust me, then prove your worth." He took out a potion and held it up. "I will give you power. The power is called the future." Both Summer and Makdas stared at the potion in surprise. They said in unison, "The power of the future?" He held out the green potion and explained, "This is a strengthening potion. As you know, it's one of the rewards from the roulette wheel. This potion enhances a person's physical abilities. It boosts muscle strength, speed, and even the body's immunity and metabolism." Summer looked at him and asked, "So, it's like a superpower?" He replied, "Not that exaggerated. This is a basic strengthening potion from the wheel. It can boost your body's functions by 20 to 30%. That's more than enough for regular zombies. Simply put, it makes you stronger than a normal person." Summer said dejectedly, "A 20% boost to my body isn't enough." He looked at her reassuringly. "The best part is, after unlocking your latent potential, it adds another 20% boost. Don't underestimate your own strength." Makda turned to him and asked, "Deep Min, are you this strong because of this potion?" He answered, "What else? With my original physique, do you think I could talk back to the police?" She looked at him, frowning seriously. "The potion only strengthens your body. It doesn't enhance your combat skills or experience, right? Deep Min, you know too much about this apocalypse. Your combat power is even greater than a police officer's. Who are you really?" Summer also stared at him, feeling a bit tense. "That's right. I had a strange feeling when I first met him. It's like he's been adapted to this zombie world for a long time." The air between the four of them grew silent. After a moment, Macda spoke again. Don't tell me you know the cause of the apocalypse. Faced with their rapid-fire questions, he coughed lightly. He regained his composure and said, the information I have, Mac Hin Phi told me, if you want to know more, you'll have to find her. But he thought to himself, I can't tell them I've been reincarnated. It doesn't matter if they believe it or not. This is my biggest secret. Summer's eyes widened. Really? Then this Mac Hin Phi must be someone important. Seeing her believe it so easily, he smirked inwardly. She actually bought it. Too easy. He held up the potion again. Summer looked nervous, sweating as she asked, if this potion is so effective, are there any side effects? He replied, the usual side effect is intense pain. A few people might experience rapid cell rupture and bleed to death. As soon as he finished, Summer jumped up. She stood before him in horror, covering her mouth. You could die? That's too dangerous. But he just looked at her calmly. High rewards always come with high risks. He took out 2 potions and looked at the girls. He spoke seriously. I won't force you. Think carefully before you choose. The 2 girls fell silent, not knowing what to say. Finally, Macda placed a hand on her knee. All right. She stood up and held out her hand. Give it to me. I want it. Deep Min smirked at her. As expected of you, he handed her the potion. Just a warning. The pain of evolution isn't something a normal person can handle. It's best to prepare yourself. Drink it tomorrow. She just nodded. Beside her, Summer's face was pale. She thought to herself, I can't be the one to drag the team down. I can't always rely on Deep Min when I'm in trouble. Even if it's dangerous, I have to try. After steeling herself, she spoke up. I want one too. He turned to her with a satisfied smile. Of course, you can. He gave her the same advice. Drink it tomorrow. Prepare yourself, get some rest tonight, and one more thing. He suddenly zipped up her jacket to her chest. She gasped. He was completely calm as he zipped it and said, from now on, keep your clothes zipped up. It's not practical for action. Her face turned bright red. She nodded quickly. Okay. I understand. Seeing the 2 of them talking and laughing, Macdas sat up in frustration. She yelled, keep it down. I'm trying to sleep. He turned to everyone. Get some rest. I'll take the night watch. We have a big day tomorrow. The night was quiet. He sat alone on the truck, keeping watch. Beside him, the dog was fast asleep. Suddenly, someone approached. He squinted into the darkness. He quickly grabbed his knife and shouted, who's there? He was about to strike when he realized it was Summer. She was sweating with fear and let out a yelp. His face darkened. He frowned at her. Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing out here? She looked down sadly, poking her fingers together. I'm a little scared. He looked at her. Scared of what? Do you regret taking the potion? Suddenly, she threw herself into his arms and held him tight. He was so surprised he couldn't react in time. She rested her head on his chest, her eyes welling with tears. She whispered, no, I don't regret it. It's just, if I die tomorrow, I won't be able to see you again. He listened silently as she continued, when I think about that, I can't sleep. He gently stroked her head. Then I'll just have to ask you one more time. She looked up at him. Her cheeks were flushed. Tears streamed down her face. She looked utterly pitiful. He frowned at her and spoke seriously. Getting this power isn't necessarily a good thing. Once you have it, I won't let you leave so easily. I will need you to stay with me. To fight for my goals, he held her shoulders firmly. He asked gently, are you willing to stay with me? Summer had calmed down now. She wiped her tears and replied softly, I know. I understand completely. You saved my life. She smiled brightly at him. So, as long as you give me the chance, I'll always be by your side. I'm not afraid anymore. Hearing this, he was very satisfied. He turned and asked, what about you? Behind them, by the truck, Macda was standing with her arms crossed. It was unclear how long she had been there. She raised an eyebrow and replied coldly, can you tell me what you plan to do next? He looked straight at her and answered as expected. Tomorrow, we're going to that hospital. After that, we'll head to Chan Chao Lake in Than Nam. She turned her head away. A hint of regret showed on her face. Sorry, but I might have to leave. He was surprised. Summer asked, why? He glanced at her, thinking, what a shame. She has good potential. He didn't want her to go, but he answered, all right, I agree. I gave you that power. My promise still stands. She put one hand in her pocket and held out the other. She looked at him confidently. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. There are just some things I need to take care of. If things go well, I'll find you at Chan Chao Lake. She gave him a few bullets. Take these. You might need them. He took them and chuckled. Actually, even if you didn't offer, I would have asked for them. The surroundings were quiet except for their voices. All right, go to sleep now. Get some good rest. Tomorrow will be busy. Summer cried out, but I still can't sleep. Macdi replied, okay, good night. The next morning, the 3 girls each held a potion. They all looked at each other with fear, sweating. Then, without hesitation, they all drank it in one go. First Summer, then Tuan. The empty vials fell to the ground and shattered. All 3 girls trembled. They collapsed to the ground. They clenched their teeth. enduring the bone-deep pain. Diet Min stood with his arms crossed, watching them. I'm heading to the hospital from before. You all rest here for a bit. If Summer and Tuan feel okay later, you can try hunting zombies nearby. Just remember not to fight too many at once. If you see a white magic crystal zombie or a mutated creature, run immediately. He looked at the two girls writhing on the ground. Got it? With that, he and the dog left. Summer watched him go. She called out, "Be careful." He replied softly, "I will." After a while, he finally arrived at the hospital. Looking at the towering building, he smiled confidently. He thought, "It's still here, just as I remembered." He looked at the beast in the hospital and recalled something. "In my past life, I heard a story. People in this city found 3 guardian beasts at a hospital. They killed many survivor teams nearby. They were incredibly strong." He looked at its 3 giant eggs. Later, a 6-star expert from the military killed the 3 beasts. He got a map and one of the beast's eggs. He remembered that map. He thought, "I heard it was a blueprint for a multiform weapon." Because not long after, many people in that expert's army started using a superb silver-grade combat blade. He frowned, sweat beading on his forehead. He clenched his teeth, but he was thrilled. This time, the map and the egg will be mine. He looked down at the corpses littered on the ground. I've already cleared out the nearby zombies. There shouldn't be any surprises. He took out his gun and checked the bullets. Now for the final preparation. He remembered shooting with the bow before. When I faced the crocodile ape last time, I was completely unprepared. Plus, the bow's power was too low. Thinking this, he raised the gun to inspect it. This gun isn't bad, but it's only gray grade. Its power isn't much better than a normal earth weapon. He took out a few bullets and an animal's claw. He thought, I'll have to do something with these bullets. The claw I got from the skink will finally be useful. With that, he quickly got to work. In an instant, the bullet and the claw merged, creating a super bullet. He looked at it and smiled in relief. Success. A normal bullet, enchanted to become armor-piercing. Its penetration and damage have increased dramatically. With everything prepared, he was ready to move. Diet Min knelt and petted the dog. "Wait for me here. If anyone else or a zombie comes, warn me." The dog understood, barking once in agreement. Then, he vaulted over the wall into the hospital grounds. The dog watched from above, standing guard. The crocodile monster wore armor shaped like a skull. It opened its eyes wide, observing its surroundings. Almost immediately, it sprang up, whipping its head around. When it saw his red jacket fluttering in the wind, it let out an angry growl. It stood up on its hind legs. It charged forward like a mad bull. It roared fiercely, then lunged, swiping hard at the jacket. The jacket was flung into the air. The beast immediately looked up, following it. Deep Min peeked out from his hiding spot. Seeing its guard was down, he quickly took out his gun and aimed. He thought, crocodile apes get easily agitated by red cloth. That information was correct. He fired a bullet into its body. The round pierced through its tough armor, drawing blood. He thought happily, it worked. The monster roared in pain and turned to attack him. He nimbly jumped out of the way. No wonder this turtle vulture thing came after me last time. The mutated crocodile grew even larger. It shot towards him like an arrow, looking terrifying. But Diet Min calmly took out a knife. He was as fast as a flash, gritting his teeth and stabbing it repeatedly. Suddenly, its tail whipped towards his face. He dodged sideways, thinking, here it comes. This was the moment he was waiting for. He leaped onto its body. He landed right on the crocodile's tail. It stared at him with wide, surprised eyes. It didn't expect him to use its own tail as a springboard. He faced it directly, knife in hand, and lunged. The monster couldn't dodge in time. Its mouth gaped open. He took the chance to stab its tongue. He raised the knife high. He delivered a fatal blow, plunging the blade deep into the crocodile's tongue. He smirked and pulled out his gun. One hand held the knife, the other aimed the gun straight at its throat. Goodbye. The gunshot echoed. In a flash, he jumped off its body. He wiped his mouth and grinned victoriously. He had won. The crocodile beast was defeated. He put on his jacket while looking at the 3 eggs in the distance. Among the eggs, a map was glowing with a yellow light. He picked it up and shouted joyfully, "Found it." The map detailed the stages Fangxi Niet, Vusa, and Niet Ha Sa Truong. After reading the paper, he said, "The final stage is a rare purple grade. It even comes with 2 skills, one passive and one active. In the first 5 years of the apocalypse, the price of an attack skill was always high. Even after 5 years, though the price dropped at times, it remained one of the most luxurious trade items." He thought of the rare, golden-hilted blade. Any weapon that comes with a skill can be called a masterpiece. This blade is purple grade and has 2 skills. Its true value is almost at the near-infinite epic level. He clenched the paper in his hand, lamenting, "But the materials needed would probably cost thousands of level 5 magic crystals. I definitely can't afford that at this stage." He tightened his fist, determined. "I need to find a way to forge the first stage, Fong Tri Ngiet. As for the second stage, Vusa, and the third, Ngiet Ha Sa Trung. Problems that can be solved with money aren't problems. Why would a reincarnator like me be scared?" He put his hands in his pockets, looking at the 3 huge eggs. And this is good stuff too. It's called a mini evolution potion. Whoever eats it can greatly increase their physique. If a pet eats it, it can even evolve. With that, he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Dopey, come and eat." Hearing the word eat, the dog barked eagerly. Soon after, man and dog sat together, boiling and eating an egg. Diep Min ate and talked to himself. The evolution potion lives up to its name. My stamina and mental strength are almost recovered. And what's more, he looked at his hand, feeling a surge of vitality. I can clearly feel that my body's strength has doubled again compared to after using the 1-star evolution potion. He looked at the dog and said, "Dopey, lift your head and let me see." The dog, busy eating, obediently raised its head. He looked at it with amusement and said, "What's your new talent? Show me." At his command, the dog began to show off. Its fur stood on end, then it shot out a volley of sharp quills. It looked like a porcupine firing its spines. He glanced at the sharp quills stuck firmly in the wall. Seeing their power, he said, "So Dopey's talent is a hair attack. It's called Shadow Needle." But when he looked back at the dog, it was completely bald. After just one shot, it had no fur left. He was speechless. He patted its head comfortingly. "Oh well, at least I don't have to brush you anymore. Besides, you're still ugly, but your power isn't bad." With that, he waved and left. "You can finish the rest, but don't touch the other 2 eggs." The dog obediently barked once. Diep Min walked away, holding his knife. He touched the car door and said, "This can't wait. First, I need to forge Feng Tree and Giet." He closed his eyes as magical light began to radiate. The artisan's skill was activating. His power grew stronger. He held up the dao. Watching the materials merge, he thought, the claws and fangs of the vulture croc, plus 1 level 2 magic crystal. Finally, a powerful beam of light shot up from where he stood. The knife now looked completely different, brimming with power. He smiled. Success. Then, he swung it once to test the blade. A wooden post near him was instantly cut in half. He exclaimed in surprise, "It's so sharp." He looked at the cleanly cut, flawless post with great pride. "I still have some materials left. I can make a few weapons for Summer's group to boost their strength." He carried the bowl of crocodile eggs to the car. When he returned, he saw the 2 beautiful girls drenched in sweat. When Summer saw him, she hurried to greet him. "You're back." He looked at the 2 girls and smiled. "Macdao left. How are you 2 feeling? Any success?" Summer pointed to a few white stones carefully placed on a cloth. "It's all here. Killing those monsters wasn't hard at all. Now that we've evolved, even a random swing can stop those zombies. I don't know what Tuan is still afraid of." Hearing this, Tuan frowned at her, annoyed. "You threw up too, you know." The girl just giggled. "Everything has a first time. A little pain and nausea is unavoidable." He looked at the stones and praised them. "You 2 did well." He thought, "These few magic crystals are nothing, but their ability to adapt so quickly to this apocalypse means my investment wasn't wasted." He held out the egg to them. "Eat." Both girls were surprised. Summer asked, "What is this?" He replied, "Food that can make you stronger." He stood outside, lost in thought. He said to himself, "This time, at Chan Chao Lake, I must get that item." He took the remaining egg and put it away, thinking, "There's still 1 vulture croc egg left. I need to keep it safe." He looked over in their direction. The 2 girls were eating with gusto. The dog lay beside them, waiting for more food. The 2 girls looked at the dog and burst out laughing. Tuan tossed it a piece of meat. "I've only been gone a short while. How did you get uglier?" Summer said, "If we eat this much, won't we get fat?" Tuan grasped her wrist, feeling the power within her body. She said, "But I feel like eating this has significantly improved our physical condition." Diep Min walked over. "Are you done eating? Come here. I have something cool for you too." Summer stood up and walked over, asking curiously, "What is it?" Tuan was still busy playing with the dog. He took out a blue whip. She stared with wide, surprised eyes, a little flustered. He gave the whip to her. "See if it suits you. If it does, it's yours." She took it, exclaiming in amazement, "This whip? It has a special feeling. Just holding it in my hand feels so strange." She narrowed her eyes. Then, she cracked the whip hundreds of times. It left clear marks on the ground. She looked at the whip in surprise. "When I hold this whip, it's like I become one with it, as if it were specially made for me." Then she looked at him and cheered. "I used to do a little gymnastics. With this, I can definitely help you." Tuan watched them with a smile but said nothing. He then asked, "What kind of weapon do you want?" She looked at him in surprise, stammering, "Me? I get one too?" She petted the dog's head, looking a bit awkward. I don't know." He smiled gently and nodded. "No rush. Take your time to think." He thought to himself, "It's understandable. Besides kitchen knives in peaceful times, whoever thought about weapons?" Summer tied up her hair and asked, "Aren't we going to Chan Chao Lake?" He looked at her and replied, "Yes. Everything we've done so far has been to prepare for our next move." He looked at them seriously. "Next, we won't just face monsters and hordes of powerful zombies. We might also have to fight our own kind. Do you still want to come with me?" Summer, full of energy, punched the air and shouted, "Yes." But Tu-An was a bit shy. She said weakly, "Can I really help you? If you think I can, I'll go. If you think I'll be a burden," he cheerfully cut her off. "Then let's go together. I only told you about the dangers we might face. I haven't told you what we'll gain if we succeed." Then, the three of them got in the truck and sped off. Deep Min focused on driving. He remembered his past life. After running out of food at home, he had desperately gone outside. That day, the streets were empty. There was no one around. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Back then, he was just a weak coward. He fearfully wondered, what was that? What was that sound? He held his stick for self-defense, but he was shocked to see hundreds of zombies charging towards him. They were even climbing the tall buildings. He could only scream in terror. He was jostled and pushed by the horde of zombies. His small body was nearly swallowed by them. Luckily, he managed to duck into a corner. He wondered, what's going on? Have these zombies gone crazy? They completely ignored me. They're just running towards the light and sound. I should go back home and watch from there. After that, he stayed in his room, watching everything through the window. He looked at the world outside in fear. In the end, the whole city exploded like it was the end of the world. What on earth happened? He drove on, lost in memories of his past life. Later, I gradually learned what happened that day from a lucky survivor. He remembered. There's a very strange roulette wheel under Cha Lake. It doesn't have any options. It just shows a single gold coin. To activate it, you need one level 1 magic crystal. Once this wheel is activated, it acts like a secret dungeon. The user will receive a mission prompt, along with a preview of the rewards, evolution potions, silver-grade weapons, class scrolls, and mysterious formulas. That year, no one could clearly say how the battle ended. He recalled the factions involved. Those forces were either wiped out in the battle, disappeared without a trace, or became so powerful that I couldn't even touch them. The truck stopped in a deserted forest. He got out of the truck first. Then he walked ahead, pointing and telling the two girls, "In there, we will find many powerful things." He frowned, his expression serious. His ambition radiated from him, enough to make us the strongest in this city. 10 hours earlier in the city, Boss Lai's group was surrounded by a heavily armed force. They pointed their guns at them, making blatant threats. The old man, Commander Diep, had white hair and a long scar on his face. He said arrogantly, "Boss Lai, you've had some time to think. So, what's your answer?" Boss Lai stared at the old man. "If I refuse, will my brothers and I have to say goodbye to this world today?" He thought to himself, "Damn it. Even though I have 3 1-star evolved members and 11 guns." His fists clenched. He trembled with anger as he looked at the men before him. Of all times, we had to run into the military. Without them, if I just had a little more time. He glanced at the muscular young man beside the commander, who was juggling a small combat knife. He silently assessed him. Judging by his aura, he's probably a 2-star evolved. Old Commander Deep frowned. "Boss Lai, if you insist on an answer to your question, then I'll be clear. Yes. If you don't join our operation, then I'm sorry. We can't allow any unexpected variables. You will not interfere with our plans." It was a clear ultimatum. Join or die. Boss Lai's men fell silent, glaring at the old man in rage. One of his men stepped forward. "Boss Lai, maybe we should fight them." But he immediately raised a hand to stop him. Commander Diep continued, "Besides, you won't live for nothing. You'll receive a worthy reward." He pointed to the star on his shoulder. "Even if you don't trust me, you should trust this uniform I'm wearing." Wang Nin, standing behind him, spoke up. "Maybe after this operation, Boss Lai will become as strong as me. Why wouldn't you do it?" Boss Lai extended his hand, reluctantly agreeing. "I understand. We will cooperate with you." Wang Nin also stepped forward, shaking his hand. "Hello, I'm Wang Nin. Let's get along from now on." After that, Boss Lai turned to Commander Deep. "Now can you tell me what your operation is?" The old man replied, "We've received some intelligence." Thinking of the giant golden clock in the lake, he continued, "Some very special monsters will appear at the city's Chan Chao Lake. Everyone wants a piece of them, and I happen to have forces nearby." Just then, Tan Tu Ba's voice came over the radio. "Commander Diep, it's almost time." The old man spoke into the radio. "We'll be right there. You guys guard that roulette wheel well." He observed it through his binoculars. Deep Min sat on the roof of a car. He lowered his binoculars and looked ahead. Everyone's almost here. With that, he jumped off the car. He asked, "Are you all ready?" He looked at Summer. She smiled confidently, listening seriously for her mission. He handed her a walkie-talkie. "Hold this tight. Once the operation starts, Summer, you need to hide over there. If you spot a 1-meter tall, yellow monster, report to me immediately." He also gave Tu-An a walkie-talkie and continued, "You will observe from here. You must constantly report the battlefield situation to me. Also, pay attention to that little monster's movements and direction." He pointed to a tall building near where they were standing. "I'll set up an ambush near that bank." He turned back to Tu-An and added, "If you can confirm the small monster's direction of movement, let me know at any time. Summer and I will rendezvous at the location you specify." She listened nervously. Relatively speaking, your position will be safer. But if you face a danger you can't handle, you can run first. If you get another chance, find a higher spot and get away. Report the small monster's position and the battle situation. She calmed down. I understand. Then, she pointed to the tall building near the bank. So, is that spot okay? He raised his hand to his forehead, looking in the direction she pointed. Yes. Wait for me in summer there. He took his knife from his side and continued his instructions. When you spot the target, you must let me know. He glanced at her, giving a serious reminder. Although that thing has no power, it's very cunning. It can also summon many mutated creatures. Absolutely do not act alone. As he finished speaking, a powerful beam of light shot up from the ground into the sky. The light grew brighter. They shielded their eyes as they stared. Deep Min shouted, "The treasure-gathering plate has activated. The treasure monster has officially appeared. Let's go." Over at Tan Tuba's position, they exclaimed in shock. "What's happening?" He stared towards the lake and shouted, "It's the little monster." On the giant clock in the middle of the lake, a strange one-eyed creature appeared. It stood silently, facing Tan Tuba's group. Then, it took out a horn and blew it loudly. Tan Tuba's eyes widened. He gritted his teeth as he watched. In the city, a horde of zombies was on the move. The army stood in neat rows, guns ready. Everyone was tense, watching intently. The old Commander Diep lowered his binoculars. A soldier approached, saluted, and called out, "Captain." The old man lowered his binoculars, turned to him and asked, "Situation?" The soldier immediately gave a detailed report. "Yes, sir. Using our squad as the origin point. At 2 o'clock, Lai Thu Tuan's team has reached the designated position. At 10 o'clock, Ho Daihai's team has also arrived. At 5 o'clock and 7 o'clock, Director Lu's forces are in position. In addition, Tan Tuba's team at 12 o'clock has disappeared. We've completely lost contact." He continued his report. At 9 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and our rear, we've detected unknown forces. Their numbers range from a dozen to several hundred. They've been spotted at Kian Engan Building, Tam Thong Street, Nam Ngu V Road, and near Luong Luong Supermarket. A large number of mutated creatures are approaching us at high speed. And also, old Commander Deep's jaw dropped. He asked urgently, "And what else?" The soldier's face changed. He replied with difficulty, "We are surrounded by zombies." But unlike the soldier's fear, the old man just chuckled. He tossed the binoculars to the soldier. "As long as we're in this city, we're always surrounded by zombies, aren't we?" With that, he looked up at his forces. He yelled, "Brothers!" Everyone turned to look at him. His hands were clasped behind his back. His eyes scanned the crowd. "Look at me," he roared with conviction. "I might be leading you into a death trap." Remembering the broken-down car surrounded by zombies, he continued, over there, and over there." He shouted, "Unknown monsters are closing in on us. If we don't retreat now, we could all die here." The soldiers watched him nervously, sweat pouring down their faces. "I know many of you are worried about your families. You feel lost. You feel aimless. You don't know why you're here, or why you wear this uniform." His face hardened. "I'm just like you. I don't know what's happened to my parents back home. I don't know if my wife and child are still safe." But he immediately regained his spirit and roared, "But are those reasons for us to give up? Are those reasons to lose faith in ourselves? We are soldiers. We were born to fight. And this right now is war." The soldiers narrowed their eyes, listening intently. "We must become stronger. Stronger than these monsters. Stronger than this world." He thrust his arm forward. "Even if I die, I will die in this uniform. I will die carrying the last glory of this world." His words ignited a fire within them. The soldiers seemed brainwashed, forgetting the immediate danger. They all punched the air and shouted in unison, "Glory is ours, is ours, is ours." Under the sunlight, the scene was truly magnificent. Deep Min stood on a nearby tall building, taking it all in. He said nothing, just thought, a team with this kind of collective honor is almost unimaginable in the later stages, but right now, I truly admire them. He stood there by the window. He looked down at the tanks and the people slowly approaching the lake. He felt that, at least in this world, these men's blood was still hot. Suddenly, he looked in another direction, thinking, "What's happening over there?" In the nearby forest, blue light flashed from the ground like lightning. It seemed to be rising from below. He was shocked, sweating. He thought, "It's here. The space tunnel is opening." The lightning from the ground intensified, and the earth began to crack. That monster used its horn to open a space tunnel. The lightning gradually formed a vortex underground. That horn can not only summon nearby zombies and evolved creatures, but it can also summon powerful beasts from deep within the earth. A strange beast appeared, its blue eyes filled with malice. It looked like a massive, two-headed wolf. It was the level 2 beast, the Crimson Steel Wind. As soon as it appeared, it lunged at Tan Tuba, forcing him to quickly retreat. But soon, he was pinned under its sharp claws, completely unable to fight back. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and roared. The leg of another creature appeared. It was the level 2 beast, Kung Duong. It looked like a goat with huge, sharp horns. He rushed up the stairs. Deep Min ran desperately, panting heavily. He kicked the door, and it flew open. Before him was a black hole, surrounded by blue lightning. From that hole, countless bizarre monsters were flying out, too many to count. They were the level 1 beasts, the cloud combat ants. He broke into a cold sweat, his mouth agape as he thought, there are even purple cloud combat ants. Even though they're only level 1, there are over 100 of them. He looked at the strange one-eyed monster. It held a horn in one hand and raised the other to the sky. What level of hell dimension did that treasure monster's tunnel connect to? Why are so many tough monsters appearing? He remembered the apocalyptic scene from that day. Countless burning rocks fell to earth when the apocalypse began. What fell from the sky wasn't just the roulette wheels, but also the forsaken hell dimensions left after thousands of golden holy lights bombarded them. They were full of extraterrestrial creatures. They were overrun with rampaging beasts. They held powerful beings that made all of humanity despair. But they also had all sorts of rare plants and precious minerals. All kinds of treasures could be found there. He gritted his teeth, narrowing his eyes at the black hole. From the high floor, he could see a hand holding a large club emerging from the black hole. He was horrified. What else is coming? A giant beast with a hairy head appeared. He shouted in terror, "It's a corpse ape." How is that possible? A corpse ape isn't a beast. It's a zombie. A level 3 zombie. His eyes widened in absolute horror. Looking at the hideous monster, he couldn't help but think, how long has it been since the apocalypse started? How can there be a level 3 zombie already? Watching it smash everything in its path, including tall buildings, he thought frantically, in my past life, what was the fastest record for a human to evolve to 3 stars? I think it was 3 weeks. Everyone below was fleeing for their lives. Boss Lai stubbornly tried to fight, but the monster just reached out one hand, grabbed a man, and lifted him up. The man struggled, screaming, "Let me go. Help." But the monster wouldn't listen. It opened its mouth, ready to swallow him whole. Boss Lai gritted his teeth, watching helplessly as his comrade was eaten alive. In another building, Tu-On couldn't bear the sight. She immediately fell to her knees, covering her mouth and retching. Her walkie-talkie crackled with Diep Min's voice. "Tu-On, report the situation. Where is the treasure monster now?" She quickly looked outside and replied, "It's still walking by the lake." He asked again, "What about the goat-like monster, Kung Duong?" She followed the monster's movement with her eyes and answered, "It's behind the credit company building to your left." Hearing that, he immediately leaped across to the next building, not forgetting to instruct her, "Keep reporting Kung Duong's position to me. Also, watch your surroundings. If anything unusual happens, shout immediately." As he jumped across the building, he spoke into the walkie-talkie, "Summer, close in on me." Then, he leaped to the next building. He continued to jump from one building to another. Suddenly, a voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Deep, I see the treasure monster. It's riding a purple cloud combat ant. It's, how do I say it? Strolling along Chan Chao Lake." He sat on the edge of the tall building, looking down. He asked, "Has the black hole disappeared?" He watched the monster in front of him while listening to the voice from the walkie-talkie. "No, it's still there." He immediately jumped from the building to the ground, his hands in his pockets. He thought, based on my past life's experience, the treasure monster can only blow its summoning horn once. One blow summons all the monsters. It hasn't blown the horn again today, so why is the Hell Dimension portal still open? He stood calmly in the middle of the street, surrounded by a horde of zombies. He drew the knife from his back and slashed. A single swing cut down a whole row of smaller zombies. A zombie head rolled to his feet. He quickly squatted down and used his knife to pry out the spirit stone from its forehead. Every bit counts. Nothing can be wasted. A voice called out from behind him, "Brother, save me." He turned around to see the giant monster chasing a man towards him. The monster was both massive and ferocious. Deep Min stood facing it, knife in hand. Even though it's a level 2 beast, one level higher than me, Kung Duong is the easiest to deal with among them. With that thought, he leaped high into the air. Besides, its body contains something called a Duong Bao, which is priceless. He jumped towards the monster, closing the distance. He landed on the ground and then pushed off powerfully. He shot up like a rocket, landing straight on its back. He plunged his knife deep into the Kung Duong's spine. He smirked, his eyes wide with excitement. His expression changed. The excited smile now carried a hint of cunning as he sat on the monster's back. This battle was his to win. The men hiding in the alley watched him fight, but none of them moved to help. They were a bunch of cowards. One man thought, "He and I are both 1 star. How can he do that?" The monster roared in fury. It bucked forward violently, trying to throw him off its back, but he held on tightly to the spines on its back, refusing to let go. With his other hand, he continued to stab its back with the knife. Its green blood sprayed out. The beast roared in agony, its head thrown back towards the sky. The men hiding in the alley were all shocked. I couldn't even break that beast's defense, but this kid's knife pierced right through. The Kung Duong thrashed around in pain, but it couldn't shake him off its back. Instead, he stabbed even harder with his knife, gripping its horns tighter. Finally, the beast, in extreme pain, rammed its head into a large rock. Rocks of all sizes flew up, scratching his face and drawing blood. He thought, This beast is quite cunning. It kept ramming itself into walls, determined to throw him off. Its legs dug into the ground. It panted heavily, exhaling clouds of white smoke. But even though it was exhausted, it still couldn't shake him off. He remained on its back, using his knife to cut deeply around the spine. It glared at him and snorted. He looked at it coldly. "You want to kick me off? Fine, I'll get off." But immediately after, he delivered another powerful cut. Its green blood spurted out. The monster groaned in pain. He quickly jumped off its back. Then he looked up at the beast. Just as he landed, it collapsed heavily to the ground. He put all his strength into his legs and raised his hands to catch its massive body. His eyes glowed red. He stabbed his knife straight into its falling body. Unexpectedly, its heavy body fell directly onto his blade. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing. He quickly and forcefully pulled the knife out. The beast's eyes widened in shock as it stared at him. He raised the knife in his hand. The gleaming blade once again plunged into its body. He smiled smugly. A desperate struggle. "You're done for." The monster staggered to its feet, one hand clutching its side, but it couldn't hold on any longer. It finally collapsed to the ground. He stood with his knife, looking at its corpse. Only then did the other men rush out, shouting, "My God, he really killed that monster." He glared at them with disgust. The men stood at a distance, their jaws dropped in amazement. One of them said, "Oh my God, did he really kill it?" Another asked, "Kid, how did you do that?" He looked at them coldly. "If you ran away before, then you have no business gawking here now." He reached out towards the monster. "I'm not welcoming you. Go." They all frowned at him, sweat beading on their foreheads. A bold one replied, "Young man, we don't deny that you killed this beast in the end, but you can't deny that we fought it before. We deserve half the credit." He smirked contemptuously at them. "The credit you're talking about is letting this beast kill countless people, or is it that you couldn't even break its skin? You call that credit?" Seeing that he wouldn't listen, they immediately turned hostile. One man raised his club, threatening him. "Kid, you better watch your mouth. If you don't know how to talk, then don't. We're all survivors in this world. Try to make a good impression." He scowled impatiently and shouted, "Get lost." He stood protectively in front of the monster's corpse, his hand gripping his knife tightly. The men exchanged sly glances, signaling to each other. The man with the club gritted his teeth and yelled, "Kid, you're choosing the hard way. Be smart and get out of here. I'm taking this. If you're not, I'll deal with you today." Another man in the group lectured him. "Young man, you should think things through. Don't be so impulsive. It won't do you any good." They looked at Deepman's injured arm and said, "Look at you. You can't even lift one arm now. How are you going to fight us? Take my advice and leave now. You'll avoid getting killed." Another man pointed to the one with the club and threatened him with a smile. "He's a ruthless one. He even killed someone yesterday. Listen, kid, times have changed. Now, whoever has the stronger fist wins. Killing isn't even illegal anymore." They were truly foolish. He could kill a monster like that. Why would he be afraid of a few humans like them? Just then, his walkie-talkie crackled. He raised the walkie-talkie to his ear. A voice reported, "Min, a lot of zombies are heading your way." He turned away, ignoring them. The walkie-talkie continued, "The monster has a yellow bag on its back. It's riding a purple cloud combat ant and has entered a fruit shop." Hearing this, his expression changed immediately. He frowned. A group of survivors has already headed towards that shop. He quickly replied, "I got it." Remembering the monster, he thought, the main target today is the bag on that monster. I absolutely cannot let it fall into someone else's hands. He looked at the monster's corpse on the ground, quickly calculating, "I need to get the Duong Bao and get out of here." But the men behind him wouldn't let him go. The one with the club raised it. "Kid, you can go. But leave the knife, the walkie-talkie, and everything else on you behind." He turned to look at them and smirked. "Your greed knows no bounds." The man, not knowing any better, swung his club down and shouted, "I'll strike first then." His eyes widened, his mind racing. Ever since the apocalypse began, everything has changed. He remembered beating up his neighbor. Old Vuong next door was always making noise, keeping me up. When I confronted him, he yelled at me. After that, he never dared to yell at me again. And now, then he remembered others he had harmed. That woman who wanted to kick me out for no reason. In the end, she was mine to play with. Even my boss, that delusional leader who tried to take control of the team. I broke his leg with one swing of my club, and didn't he kneel on the ground begging for mercy? He foolishly didn't realize he could only bully the weak. Now, he was about to use that same aggressive habit on Diep Min. He swung his club down, thinking, the world has changed. To hell with everything from before. Now, becoming stronger is all that matters. But in a flash, Diep Min had already moved. He swung his knife with a sharp slice, cutting off the man's hand in an instant. The man's face contorted in pain as he screamed loudly. He looked at him with amusement and chuckled. In the apocalypse, there's a saying, when you want to kill someone, someone else might want to kill you. The man gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with anger. He stammered, you dare. Without hesitation, he jumped up and kicked him hard in the stomach. The man fell back, crashing into his comrades. They screamed in pain. It's broken. My leg is broken. My arm. The pain is killing me. He knelt down to dissect the monster's corpse, saying coldly, but you don't need to remember that saying anymore, because for you, the apocalypse ends here. After he was done, he picked up the bag and walked away. A massive horde of zombies was heading towards them. Their terrified screams echoed again. Stay away. Help. But now, no one would come to save them, no matter how much they screamed. Meanwhile, at the old building, a group of soldiers was aiming their guns at the building, firing relentlessly. Mutated rats were shot down in droves. A group of people was ready for battle, each with their own gun. Trintrek said, "Tuda, what's wrong? You've been spacing out ever since you came back." MacDay frowned. "It's nothing. These rats are just too disgusting." She turned to the girl next to her. "Sister Lo, are you okay?" Ha Loi smiled gently. "I'm fine. Just a little worried about my husband." Trintrek reassured them. "Don't worry. Tutan's group is with the government. The new district just opened not long ago. Lots of floors, few people, and few zombies. Besides, the armored camp isn't far from them." He glanced at the others. "On the other hand, Tuda, why do you always want to leave our headquarters?" Macda thought of Diep Min, looking a bit conflicted. Just then, Than Long, standing by the window, interrupted them. He looked outside and said, "Everyone, be careful. That guy caused the gunshots just now." Everyone went outside to look. Outside was a monkey-faced, hairy monster. It looked incredibly bizarre. The monster leaped up, charging straight at them. Everyone on the upper floor opened fire at once. Gunshots rang out, and people screamed continuously. "Shoot. Don't let that monster get close. What's the point of shooting? Bullets are useless against it. Do we have a rocket launcher? If it gets downstairs, we're all dead." Trintrek propped his gun on the window, ready to shoot. "This way. Tuda, help me." Ha Loi turned and fired behind her, shouting, 3 o'clock. The two of them fired continuously behind them. A horde of rats was charging from out of nowhere. There were a lot of them. Macda suddenly saw a zombie climbing in through the window towards a soldier. She yelled, "Watch out." Then she quickly pushed him away. As a result, her hand was torn by the zombie. Trintrek shouted in horror, "Tuda." Then, he fired repeatedly at the zombie, cursing, "Damn it." He quickly grabbed her hand, asking anxiously, "You silly girl, what were you thinking?" She calmly reassured everyone, "It's okay, master. I won't get infected." He held her hand up and yelled, "Damn it. Just because you say you won't get infected doesn't mean you won't. This is no time to be brave." Ha Loi took out a knife and said seriously, Mac, come here. If we cut off your hand, we might still be able to save you. It's better to be disabled than dead." Macda looked at the knife in her hand, worried. She tried to say, "I told you, I'm fine." But the other woman didn't listen. "Hold her hand tight, Trintrek." She quickly pulled her hand away from him, forced to tell the truth. "Don't, I'm fine, really. I've used an evolution potion." They were all stunned. Trintrek asked in surprise, "What evolution potion?" Macda clenched her fist. A powerful aura erupted from her. She looked away. "All right, fine. Watch closely." Then, she punched the wall with all her might. Seeing the hole in the wall, while her hand was completely unharmed, she turned to them and said, "I'm already evolved. Besides, I've used an evolution potion, so you don't have to worry." But Tu Ho interrupted her, shouting, "You, Captain, you." Macda picked up a pistol, looked out the window, and said, "Don't just stand there stunned. That monster is still approaching." As she finished speaking, the giant monster's head appeared at the window. Everyone screamed in fear. "No, Tuda, be careful." She looked at the monster and thought, normal bullets are ineffective against it. She then fired a shot at its face, a direct hit to its eye. The monster roared in pain, clutching its eye. It backed away. Watching this, she said, She suddenly thought of Diep Min. The bullet in that magazine, he gave it to me. The monster, though wounded, refused to give up. It angrily picked up a car from the ground. It aimed straight at them and threw it. MacDay spun around in alarm and shouted, "Everyone, get down." Then she quickly dropped to the ground. The car flew right over her head. Diep Min Trung was walking down the street. He was on the phone. "Luong Soam, where are you?" Her voice came through the receiver. "I ran into some trouble. I'm being held up." He asked worriedly, "Can you handle it?" She replied, "No problem, but I might be a little late." He looked at the city before him and warned her, "All right, be safe. If you can't, go find Miss Fack. Tell her." With that said, he fell silent, staring at the building ahead. He saw cars being thrown around. He guessed it was the ape's roar. It seemed to be going berserk. More than half the team was injured. He frowned, looking at his injured arm. It wouldn't recover anytime soon. If only they had a doctor or a pharmacist on the team. In the apocalypse, many survivors didn't die in battle. They died slowly from untreated wounds. This made medicine extremely expensive. It was far more valuable than supplies like food and water. Doctors and pharmacists became the most sought-after professions. Having one on the team was like an extra layer of security. It let you fight without holding back. He looked through an alley and spoke. "The street ahead leads to Pearl Lake. I'm sure of it. A group of people stood in front of So-Am, blocking her path. Their flashy leader held a gun. He spoke with a sleazy voice. Hey, beautiful, it's not that we won't let you go. It's just too dangerous ahead. You'd be much safer with us. So-Am gripped her knife. She didn't answer them. The leader stroked his chin, thinking, that team leader Deep gave me weapons, evolution potions, and even a group of helpers. The more he thought, the worse it seemed. He frowned and gritted his teeth. But he took the card I got from that roulette. That card must be useful. I just don't know how to use it yet. He looked at So-Am. That guy Diep just wants to use me as a shield. But this woman is different. He sized her up. A powerful, evolved human. He saw the wire in her hand and guessed it was a strange weapon. He then noticed the radio in her pocket. She had just been talking to someone. He licked his lips slyly. This proves she's part of a team. And someone this strong isn't even the leader. He raised his gun. How about this? If you want to stay here, then tell me how you evolved. How did you get that whip? He thought to himself, I just need to know her method for becoming strong. So Am looked at him. She answered honestly. My life used to be exhausting. I was like a goat surrounded by ravenous beasts. I never knew when those animals would devour and exploit me. Now, the world is in chaos. Many of those animals are now corpses. Although I could die at any moment, I've never felt so free. She answered honestly, but it wasn't what he wanted. He broke into a sweat and scratched his cheek. What are you talking about? She didn't care if he understood. She brandished her whip and continued. I was lucky to meet a man who helped me survive. He's very strict with me, but he truly wants what's best. He wants me to be stronger. And he taught me how to survive in this apocalyptic world. I'm happy that after so many years, I've finally found someone I can rely on. Her brow furrowed as she shouted fiercely. Now, that person needs my help. He's in danger. And you people are standing in my way. She leaped up, swinging her whip down and yelling, Get out of my way, or die, in front of a long, old storefront. Deep Mintrung was hiding in a corner, peering out. He saw team leader Deep standing on a car roof with his arms crossed. In front of him was a black hole. Countless giant creatures were pouring out of it. He stood there, pointed, and shouted an order. Begin the all-out assault. Open fire. Guns immediately roared to life, mowing down the creatures. Bullets pierced through them. They dropped one after another. A soldier shouted joyfully. The attack is working. Advance. Both sides moved forward. Diep Mintrong watched from his hiding spot. He tensed up. This is too reckless. If these soldiers think it'll be this easy, they're making a huge mistake. Just as he thought that, the creatures secreted a green substance. They spat the fluid at the humans. Instantly, the nearest soldier was hit by the poison. His gun melted instantly. A painful scream echoed. My eyes, my hand. Seeing their plight, he wondered if he should help them. He looked at team leader Deep from behind. The man just stood there, arms crossed. He did absolutely nothing. He scoffed quietly. Then he broke from his cover and ran. Team leader Deep saw him sprint past, but he said nothing. He just sneered and looked away. He ran to the lake and stopped. He was surprised to see something on the surface. Where is it? Where's the candy house Miss Fack mentioned? Where's the treasure monster? He shielded his eyes, searching. Then he saw a small house swarmed by giant ants. The house emitted a strange light. He wondered, is it over there? He rushed toward the house. Sweat poured down his face. His eyes widened in horror. How is this possible? The treasure monster's horn blew a second time. More purple-blue lightning appeared. The black hole grew larger. Something else is coming, he thought worriedly. He stared at the black hole warily. A monstrous leg emerged from it. It's here. Something terrifying is coming. The monster's lower body slowly appeared. Then, its entire form was revealed. Finally, a massive, sharp horn appeared on its head. It had appeared. It was a huge, fat monster with 3 legs, 2 arms, and sharp teeth. Its body was wrapped in iron chains, and a blue horn jutted from its head. He looked at it in absolute terror. It was the chained prisoner, one of the few powerful beings to escape the Forbidden Zone right after the apocalypse began. He couldn't believe its ugly face. A green magic crystal was on its forehead. That meant it was a level 4 evolved being. He frowned. Soon it would become level 5, 6, then 7. 1 year into the apocalypse, it would become one of the first level 9 beasts known to mankind. Before humanity had any 9-star powerhouses, the chained prisoner was invincible. It had no purpose. It just roamed the earth, destroying everything it encountered. Dozens of survivor bases were wiped out by it. Later, when 9-star experts appeared, they recognized its threat. 3 of them had to team up just to kill it. Remembering the beautiful purple-haired girl, he thought, that battle made the Rose of Slaughter, Muk Hein Phi, famous. He gripped his knife, gritting his teeth. Sweat broke out as he calculated. I'm only 1 star, but I used an improved evolution potion. I also ate the ape turtle's flesh. My current strength is far beyond a normal 1 star. With that, he leaped up to kill the smaller monsters first. With my current class advantage, plus my knowledge of the apocalypse, killing a level 2 beast isn't impossible. He focused on slaughtering the small beasts. As for a level 4 monster, he better not. After killing each one, he collected the crystal from its body. He silently carved them out and stored them in his backpack. He put on his backpack and looked at the 4-star chain monster. The most important thing now is the treasure monster. I have to catch it and get the bag on its back. With that thought, he kicked open the house's door. Inside, human corpses were piled on top of each other. He pulled out his radio. "Miss Fack, I'm at the candy shop. The monster isn't here," but the radio only crackled with static. There was no response. He stared at the radio anxiously. "I can't reach Fack to An or Luong So Am. What on earth happened?" Suddenly, he startled and looked to the side. At the back door, a group of people were firing wildly. A man named Boss Lai reported into his radio. "Team Leader Diep, we need help. I found a small creature with a yellow bag. It just took a potion from its bag and threw it at us. It was an evolution potion. This is definitely our main target today. Its bag is full of good stuff." The small monster was being shot at relentlessly. It's toast. It was hit and cried out in pain. The greedy Boss Lai watched it and shouted, "It's wounded. After it. Find a way to knock that bag off its back." Just then, Deep Min Trung charged in. They immediately turned their guns on him. "Who's there? Don't move." He swiftly took down one man. They could only cry out as he struck them. He knocked the gun from another man's hand. Boss Lai also drew his gun and aimed, but Deep Min Trung was faster. He punched him hard in the gut. The man doubled over in pain, dropping his gun. He immediately grabbed the pistol. Looking at the gun, he thought, "It's a military-grade pistol. Looks like the team leader really invested heavily in this operation." He didn't hesitate. He ran off immediately. He scanned the area with a sigh. The treasure monster can't hide for long. Soon, everyone in this battle will know about it. I have to get that bag before they do. The injured Boss Lai grunted and pulled out his radio. He coughed up blood. "Team Leader Deep, the treasure is here. If you don't come now, someone else will take it." Deep Min Trung ran like the wind, searching his surroundings. Where did it go? Where did that treasure monster run off to? Suddenly, he heard a cry. He turned around and saw it standing next to a giant purple insect monster. He immediately leaped towards it. "Found you." He observed its body. The wounds had already healed. It was clearly shot just now. How did it recover so fast? The one-eyed monster also spotted him. It pointed at him and made a series of strange sounds. The purple monster immediately charged at Deep Min Trung. He dodged to the side. "Huh? This purple cloud war ant is a level 2 ant general." He quickly drew his knife to block its mouth. "As far as I know, purple cloud war ants are usually level 1, but within their colony, there are higher-ranking individuals. Ant generals are level 2, ant kings are level 3, and no one has ever seen the ant queen. She might be level 4, or even higher." Unexpectedly, the ant spat a green liquid at him. He gritted his teeth and dodged quickly. It spat again. He leaned back, barely dodging. "Trying to ambush me?" The ant spread its wings and flew up. He raised his knife. "Trying to fly? Not a chance." Immediately after, he slashed powerfully. His sharp blade cleanly sliced off both its wings. Wingless, the ant plummeted head first to the ground. He immediately ran over and stabbed it. The blade plunged deep into its body. He quickly carved out the crystal. The small monster watched him finish the ant in a flash. It broke out in a cold sweat. Its jaw dropped. It was too scared to even make a sound. It quickly looked around for an escape route. He smirked to himself. Time to take its head. That yellow bag is mine. Panicked, the monster desperately pulled something from its bag. It threw the object at him, trying to escape. He caught it. Another sneak attack, he thought. But when he looked closer, he was shocked. Wait, is that a scroll? He caught the item. Elementary summoning. He thought about the skill. Damn, it's a skill scroll. And it's an extremely powerful summoning skill in the apocalypse. He clutched the golden paper and smiled. Nice. The monster saw him absorb the treasure. Its jaw dropped, unsure if it should throw another. But quickly, it threw another item at him. He caught it without hesitation. He looked at the scroll in his hand. A promotion scroll. In my past life, I paid so much for this. Now it's being thrown at me like trash. He threatened it with his knife. These little things are starting to grow on me. Got anything else? I want more. If not, I'll finish you. The little monster was terrified. It threw out another item. He caught the blue bottle. A normal one. Star Evolution Potion. He looked at another scroll. Is this a profession certificate? His jaw dropped. He unrolled it and read. Congratulations, you have obtained the gardener profession. Macdaw raised her gun. She fired continuously at the large monster. Her teammate was shocked. Macdaw, what kind of gun is that? How is it working on that monster? Looking at her gun, her teammates realized. That gun. Trintra questioned her, his brow furrowed. You and the chief said you wanted to leave. Was it because of this? Macda frowned, concentrating on her shots. She didn't answer him. I thought the evolution, potions, bullets, and weapons were fair payment for my work. She thought deeply. Actually, what I did wasn't worth such a high price. But, she answered him coldly, there are many miraculous things, far more than we can imagine. The monster outside still roared ferociously. It kept throwing cars at where they were standing. Close one eye. I'll explain in detail later when I have the chance. Then she resumed firing relentlessly. The powerful bullets pierced the monster's knee. It looked down at its leg, stunned for a moment. Then it went berserk, clenching its fist. It wanted to attack Macda. Everyone shouted, "It's coming. It's wounded. Keep shooting its wound. Its knee is shot. It can't run fast. Keep firing. Don't stop." Just then, the door opened. A man in a suit and glasses walked in. He pushed up his glasses and said, "Who was shooting just now? Follow me. Bureau Chief Liu wants that person to join his team." Everyone fell silent. Macda held her gun, looked up at the ceiling, and sighed. Then she ignored him and yelled, "Help me attack its right knee. Quickly, everyone." Everyone immediately raised their guns to fire. No one paid attention to the man. The man in glasses grew angry. "Hey, didn't you hear me? This is an order." But Macda ignored him completely. She focused on aiming at the monster. Unexpectedly, the man walked right up to her. He touched her gun. "Hey, this gun is different." His action enraged her. She didn't hesitate to punch him square in the chest. He shouted angrily, "Macda, what are you doing? Is there something wrong with your gun? Why won't you let me inspect it?" She frowned, glaring at him. She replied firmly, "I'm saving lives. You should stay away from me." Everyone present was shocked to hear her threaten him. "I'm staying here. I'm not going to see any Bureau Chief Liu. Bother me again, and I'll kill you." Seeing how firm she was, the old man trembled with anger. He pointed at her and scolded, "You're disobeying an order. You'll be disciplined." But Macda didn't waste words. She fired a shot at him. The bullet hit the wall right next to him, scaring him silent. She coldly raised her gun and looked at him. Her teammates watched her in stunned silence. They were sweating, a little afraid. He yelled again, You shot at me." She angrily cut him off. "Get out, or I'll smash your head in." The old man scurried out of the room like a scared dog. Trintrack and Haloi looked at her worriedly. "Xiao Da, you were too impulsive. How are you going to stay on the team after this?" Macda was fearless. She held her gun and smiled gently. "It's fine. Other than you, my comrades, there's nothing here worth staying for." Trintrack frowned, growling at her. "How can you say that?" he asked. She looked at him, hands on her hips. "Teacher, this place isn't as good as you think. Do you know what we're risking our lives for? What will we get?" His frown deepened. He looked at her, confused. "What's wrong? What did you talk about with the chief yesterday?" She looked at him. "I overheard a call between the chief and team leader Diep. We're cannon fodder for Diep's team. It's so he can get treasures dozens, even hundreds of times better than my gun and bullets." Now everyone's jaws dropped. They sweated and stared wide-eyed as she continued. "We gain nothing but sacrifice. But our chief gets evolution potions for himself and his family. He gets a chance to seek refuge with the army." Hyuho asked timidly, "Captain, is that true?" Macda looked at him. "If you're lucky enough to survive, congratulations. You'll see the chief and his family become evolved humans." Deep Mintrung looked down at his hands in confusion. "I have a second profession, and it's a gardener." In his memory, the gardener profession was similar to the glory craftsman. It had more than one skill. But unlike the glory craftsman with its prefix, the gardener only had two types of skills: cultivation and activation. Thinking about what a gardener does, cultivation was exactly as it sounded. You start a plant from a seed, then you nurture it to sprout and grow. Because it was a professional skill, the speed, efficiency, and natural growth would be different. The results would be better, and it could even produce some outstanding abilities. Activation was a way to control plants. Its effects were strange, but one thing was certain: it helped the gardener accomplish things. In his past life, he had seen a sycamore tree that evolved to an unknown level. Even the 9-star powerhouses of humanity and our side avoided it. The beasts of the Forbidden Zone, even the Mutant King, all stayed away from its power. It was called the Sky Tree. He clenched his fist, excited. Besides, even without mutated plants, just being able to grow some food crops and vegetables would be great. In the apocalypse, those things are worth a fortune. He looked at the sweating little monster. "Got anything else? I still want more." Seeing him like this, it trembled and reached for the bag on its back. He stared at it, a smirk on his face. In the end, it had to throw another item at him with all its might. He quickly reached out to catch it, but he suddenly noticed something was wrong with the object. He quickly leaped aside to dodge. The thing it threw hit the ground and exploded like a bomb. He quickly covered his mouth and looked towards the explosion. It was a trap. When the smoke and dust cleared, a large, green monster appeared. Its body was covered in a slimy liquid. He gripped his knife, feeling tense. "What is this monster?" He looked at the slimy green monster with its wrinkled face and assessed it. No magic crystal. The liquid from its body dripped to the ground, instantly sizzling and smoking. After a moment, the liquid evaporated. He quickly realized the fluorescent green light covering its body was highly corrosive. Suddenly, the green monster jumped, lunging straight at him. He immediately turned and ran. It pursued him relentlessly, reaching out as if to grab him. As he ran, he glanced back. "I don't have enough information. If I just slash at it randomly, it might corrode my knife. Losing Fawn Tree and Giet would be a huge loss." The little monster saw him being chased by the green monster and laughed smugly. He quickly ran to a fountain. Luckily, this is here. He clutched the paper scroll, then he dipped one hand into the water. He gritted his teeth. Let's try this. Activate skill, elementary summoning. The water in the fountain immediately started to bubble. It quickly condensed into a large water monster. He smiled to himself. It worked. The water monster shot out a blast of water. It hit the green monster's shoulder. The creature roared as its body immediately began to smoke. The water monster pressed its advantage, continuing its attack. Watching the two fight, he calculated. My water elemental has a durability of 30 out of 30, and it only lasts for 1 minute. I need to end this quickly. Then, he charged towards the little monster again. The creature was terrified and fell to the ground, covered in a cold sweat. It immediately covered its head and fled. Just then, Team Leader Deep's group arrived. They blocked the little monster's escape route. A subordinate raised his hand and shouted with excitement. What belongs to us will always be ours. Kill them. They unleashed a fierce barrage of gunfire in an instant. Deep Min Trung quickly rolled behind a corner to escape. He pulled out his gun, thinking angrily, damn it. A slight delay and those guys already caught up. What now? I can't even load my gun right now. Am I just going to watch the treasure monster and its bag fall into their hands? After fumbling for a moment, he finally got it. All right. He dashed out, raised his gun, and fired at them. Several men were hit and fell back, dying on the spot. He ran like the wind towards the little monster, which was cowering on the ground. He lifted it up. It screeched continuously. He held the monster up by its neck. Jackpot. He looked at it, remembering his past life. Every time he participated in a hunt for a treasure monster, it was a brutal, chaotic battle. The death rate exceeded 60%. He squeezed the little monster's neck. Am I the winner today? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Something was flying towards him at lightning speed. He quickly let go of the monster and dodged. Who was that? The monster cried out. He looked at the figures in the distant smoke. If I hadn't noticed something was wrong and dodged in time, my arm would have been cut off. I bet their target wasn't just this treasure monster. 3 menacing figures approached. The woman among them looked at him and said, "Get lost, and we'll spare you." He looked at them, surprised. He grabbed the yellow bag on the monster's back. All 3 of them are evolved humans, and they're ruthless. They've clearly adapted well to the apocalypse. Another knife flew towards him. He raised his own knife to block it. A masked man in green pants with a long spear leaped up to impale him. He leaned aside to avoid it. What should I do? If my right arm were fine, I might be able to handle this, but my strength is severely depleted, and I have to fight 3 evolved humans. He fell to the ground and kicked the little monster to the side. No other choice but to retreat for now. But the 3 of them looked at him in surprise, confused by his action. One of them looked up at the monster flying through the air. Wong Din, that's the monster. Get the bag on its back. The little monster landed right in front of the man named Wong Din. He saw it and smirked. What a coincidence. The bald, masked man cursed angrily. Damn it. He pointed and yelled, "Forget that kid. Get the bag first." His subordinates immediately shouted, "Yes," and surrounded the little monster. Wong Din cracked his muscular knuckles. "I'll stop them. You guys hurry." The fully armed soldier beside him responded loudly. "Roger." With that, he charged forward like a tiger to confront the other 3. Deep Min Trung frowned as he watched them. The water has been stirred. What's my next move to get the bag? The yellow sun cast an eerie light over the desolate landscape. Macda focused on firing her gun. The monster and the horde of zombies were still charging forward. It showed no signs of weakening. It roared and bellowed, lifting a huge concrete pillar. She broke into a sweat. She adjusted her gun and watched it. This monster has a trick like this? Looking at her clip, she realized she only had one of Deep Min Trung's special bullets left. It was clear that changing targets was no longer effective. Was all her previous effort wasted? Her eyes widened. She stared silently at the bullet, unsure what to do. Suddenly, the figure of a girl ran past below. She recognized her immediately. Huh? Miss Fak. Macdow remembered her time with Deep Min Trung's group. When I left, she and Deep Min Trung were still together. Since she's here, Deep Min Trung must be nearby. With that thought, she quickly jumped from the top of the building. Lao Trin Trak watched in horror and yelled, "Are you crazy?" She landed firmly on the ground. Then she ran to Tuan. Miss Fak. Tuan was happy to see her too. They embraced. Tuan smiled. "Macda, it's so good to see you." Macda looked at her and asked urgently, "Why are you here? Where are Deep Min Trung and Luong So Am?" Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The 2 girls lost their balance and screamed. Tuan looked ahead, bewildered. What is this? Macda also turned to look, a cold sweat immediately breaking out. In front of them, a giant monster wrapped in chains was steadily approaching. Trin Trak and Ha Loi watched Macda's retreating figure, gritting their teeth in anger and helplessness. The 2 men, along with Tu Ho, looked at each other and nodded in understanding. Immediately, the 2 of them also grabbed their guns and jumped through the window. They shouted in unison, "We're going to find Captain Mac." Trin Trak grew even angrier. cursing through gritted teeth. "You foolish kids." Holloway put a hand on his shoulder. "Let them go." Suddenly, the sound of a door opening came from behind. The man in glasses from before entered with a fully armed soldier. He yelled, "Where's Macda? She violated discipline and must be held responsible." Loy turned to look at them, weary. What time is it to be playing this game? Trintrack also looked at the two. The most important thing right now is to fight. What's this about responsibility? With that, he also jumped out of the window. "I'm going to bring Macda back." The man in glasses behind him gritted his teeth in anger but could do nothing. Holloway stared at him, her jaw agape in surprise. She looked down at the gun in her hands and sighed. "I admire them. But in the end, I'm not like them." Tuan pointed, a little scared. "The last time I saw Deep Mintrung, he was heading towards that monster." Macda looked at the huge monster. "Deep Mintrung went after this monster. Can he handle it? I hope nothing bad happens." Suddenly, Tuan grabbed her hand. "But we have to save Luong Soam first. She's in danger. I just saw her fighting someone." Soam replied, "But what about Deep Mintrung?" Tuan shook her head quickly. "I think he was prepared. It seemed like he was looking for something. He probably wouldn't provoke that monster without a reason. Let's save Luong Soam, then go meet him. That's the best plan. You know as well as I do, most of the time we just get in his way." Macda frowned, conflicted. She looked at the monster for a moment before replying, "All right, let's save Luong Soam first. You lead the way." As the two girls were about to leave, a loud call came from behind. "Captain Macda, wait for us." Behind the two girls were three men, all looking excited. Macda asked in surprise, "Thonlong, Tuho, and Instructor Track, why are you all here?" Thonlong looked at her and said, "What's the point of going back there? I see it clearly now. The world is in chaos. We don't need to stay there anymore." Tuho also scratched his head. "That's right, Captain. We'll follow you. Wherever you go, we'll go." Trintrock lowered his head, looking a bit embarrassed. "Every era has its own rules. In this era, perhaps you are the one who is right." Macda looked at them and smiled softly. "Instructor, Thonlong, and Tuho are all elite soldiers. That fool will probably be very happy to have them." With that thought, she patted Tuan's shoulder. "All right, let's go. First, let's save a comrade." Hearing this, Tuho asked in surprise, Captain, who are we saving?" She looked at him mysteriously. "Your idol." In this gloomy atmosphere, the bond of comradeship shone brighter than ever. He was surprised. "Huh?" Meanwhile, Luong So-am was facing dozens of enemies with her whip. She was covered in bloodstains and looked exhausted. She grunted as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She wiped the blood away. So this is what it's like to kill someone. The fat man in the floral shirt was also injured. He clutched his arm and cursed at her. "Damn it, you're not leaving here today." With that, he raised his bloody arm and roared, "Break her legs for me. I just need her alive, even if she's missing limbs." Got it? Immediately, the men opened fire on her, so Em quickly swung her whip. It wrapped around a corpse on the ground. She threw the body up as a shield. If this continues, the situation will be too dangerous. A loud call rang out. Her eyes widened, a glimmer of hope in them. "Luong So-am." The men immediately turned to look. Before they could react, Tu-ho and Thon-long charged in, beating them to a pulp. They jumped up to fight back. The fat man in the floral shirt roared, "Who are you?" But before he could say more, Macda punched him straight in the face. His teeth scattered. He reeled in pain, thinking, "Another evolved human?" On the other side, Deep Mintrung was hiding behind a large rock, watching Vuong Din fight the other three. All the men were muscular, especially the bald one wearing a gas mask. He flexed his powerful arms. Deep Mintrung thought, that tall guy definitely has a profession. It's the very unique and domineering strongman class. He tensed as he scanned the white-haired man. He held a spear. The guy with the spear also has a profession, and the red-haired girl. He assessed her. It seems these three not only encountered a roulette and became one, star-evolved humans, but were also lucky enough to find at least three of them. Vuong Din slammed his shoulder into the black-haired man with the respirator. The man pushed back. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Deep Mintrung frowned. "I wouldn't be surprised if people are becoming evolved or even getting professions now, because no one knows how many apocalyptic roulettes there are. There could be one in any godforsaken place. Besides, once you see a roulette, you'll figure out how to use it sooner or later. With enough guts and attention to detail, the chances of getting strong quickly are very high." He watched the two men fighting fiercely, but that soldier who appeared suddenly, could he be an evolved human? With that thought, he quickly ran towards the yellow bag on the ground. He gritted his teeth, focused on his plan. "I'm a regressor, and yet I'm only a one-star evolved human. If not for my luck, I might not even have a profession." The masked man put a hand on his chest, sweat covering his forehead. Did he manage to spin a level 2 wheel? Vuong Din wiped the blood from his lips. "Even if I knew the location of a level 2 wheel, are there that many level 2 mutated creatures to kill? Even if there were, could I kill them?" Just then, the man with the spear charged at him. Wang Din tensed as he watched the spearhead approach. His mind raced. No, I can't touch that thing directly. But he didn't expect it. Before he could react, the spearhead shot forward, piercing him. He grabbed the spear shaft embedded in his chest, blood pouring out. The masked man's eyes widened in surprise. Despite his injury, Wang Din managed to throw him down with one hand. He yelled, "Go to hell." The man in the gas mask stared in shock. Wang Din pulled the spear from his chest and said coldly, "You shouldn't have come to steal what isn't yours." With that, he threw the spear at them, aiming for the red-haired girl behind. The masked man quickly turned around and shouted, "Xiao Tong, run." He ran towards the girl, screaming in panic. Xiao Tong. She had been impaled by the spear. Wang Din sneered victoriously. A bunch of amateurs. The treasure bag will be. He suddenly looked surprised and shouted, "You dare." In front of him stood Deep Min Trung, holding up the treasure bag and smiling. He turned to leave, waving his hand. "Thanks for holding those three off for me." Seeing this, Wang Din quickly chased after him. "Don't even think about running." And so, one ran while the other chased close behind. Deep Min Trung looked back at him. How do I shake this guy off? He kept running, but he suddenly stopped, his jaw dropping at the sight ahead. In front of him was a skyscraper, and a giant monster taller than the building, wrapped in massive iron chains. Suddenly, an explosion rang out. He smiled faintly, quickly seizing the opportunity. He immediately sped up. In the thick smoke and dust, he ran so fast he became a blur. But this trick didn't fool Wang Din. He reached out and threw a powerful punch at his face. Not to be outdone, he immediately drew his knife to fight back. He gripped his knife tightly, holding the treasure bag close, and skillfully dodged his blows. Then he ran into the smoke and dust once again. But the man appeared again, blocking his path. He frowned tensely as he looked at him. He looked down at the tears in his shirt. This kid is clearly just a one-star evolved human. If I hadn't dodged quickly, his strange blade would have injured me. With that thought, he flexed his muscles. His shirt ripped apart, revealing a black skull tattoo. Deep Min Trung saw the tattoo and was surprised. A black skull tattoo. His eyes widened, sweat breaking out. I know why he's a two-star evolved human. It's the Black Soul Devourer. The old team leader Diep also took out his gun and fired relentlessly. A horde of zombies charged forward but were held back by fully armed soldiers. However, the zombies kept coming in greater numbers. Even the soldiers were struggling to hold them off. The desperate screams grew more frequent. One soldier couldn't take it anymore. He looked at the old man and yelled, "Team leader, there are too many zombies. The men can't hold on much longer." He frowned worriedly. "We set up groups in 4 directions, but we've lost contact with 2 of them. Bureau Chief Lu called and said they couldn't stop that giant mutated zombie and had to retreat." The old man listened, his face hardening. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Relay my orders." The soldier behind him raised a hand to his forehead. "Yes, sir." The old man's face was grim as he stared ahead. "Break through the encirclement on the front left." The soldier looked in that direction and hesitated. "Team leader, over there." The old man cut him off. "I know, but that's our only way out." The old man frowned, thinking seriously. "It's fine. All our efforts will be worth it. As long as Wang Ding succeeds, I can support him. Even if we have to sacrifice more, it's fine." On the other side, Deep Min Trung stood facing Wang Din. He looked at him, frowning. "In my past life, I heard that some roulettes have a special black card. The card doesn't have instructions like the others, but it has a skull pattern." He recalled the card, thinking hard. After using this card, there's only one possibility. For a limited time, you can devour a life form of the same evolution level, thus achieving a +1 level evolution effect. He understood it differently. If a 1-star evolved person uses a black card and then devours a level 1 mutated creature, they will immediately become a 2-star evolved person. Recalling how the card worked, if a 2-star evolved person devours a level 2 mutated creature, they will become a 3-star evolved person. He looked at him again. But the Black Soul skill has a limit on how many times it can be used. It can only be used by evolved people up to level 2. It's said that this thing has very serious side effects. Using it might reduce your lifespan to less than 15 years. He pointed straight at him and yelled, "Put the bag down, and I'll let you go." Deep Min Trung frowned, both tense and angry. No wonder a 2-star evolved person appeared so quickly. It almost shattered the confidence of a regressor like me. He put a hand on his hip, holding his knife out. He replied confidently, "You're an unexpected factor. You might ruin my plan. But that doesn't mean I'll give up because of it." Wang Din was also a bit flustered. He bit his lip, glaring at him. Does this guy have another ace up his sleeve? Is it a trap? His fist trembled. After all, in the face of absolute power, all schemes are just child's play. Deep Min Trung pointed in another direction. "Look over there." He looked where he pointed and saw the fat man with Halloy, frantically shooting at zombies. He exclaimed in surprise, "Bureau Chief Lu." He then pointed in another direction. And over there, where he pointed next, were the 3 evolved humans from before. They had gathered and were watching the 2 of them, It felt like all the survivors from yesterday had gathered here. With that, he pointed his knife at him. You know, I just heard your men call your name. You're Wang Din. I used to admire you, but now I hate you. His words hit him like a lightning bolt. Soldiers deserve respect. Even in the apocalypse, they still uphold their honor. But you're not like that. Your team leader isn't either. He yelled firmly at him. Your hearts have changed in this apocalypse. Everything you're doing today is for personal gain. He roared back in anger. You're talking nonsense. Hearing that, he just smiled contemptuously. Am I wrong? Just then, a tank approached. It was team leader Deep. He was standing on the tank right behind Wang Din. But Wang Din's face changed as he heard him speak. When the disaster began, you were the only organized force in this town. So what did you do? Did you organize rescues? Did you help refugees? Did you clear out the zombies? Team leader Deep stood with his arms crossed, veins popping on his forehead as he listened to the accusations. He looked furious. No, you did nothing. You even killed zombies just to harvest magic crystals, not to save people. Not only did you not help the people, you used evolved humans to serve you. The people protecting the 4 directions for you are all cannon fodder. At this point, he looked at the soldiers. The fully armed soldiers were startled. He continued, they are the real soldiers, unconditionally following orders, leaving their families behind, and fighting bravely. He stood proudly in the middle of this desolate, deadly city. Suddenly, he planted his feet firmly on the ground. Then he moved quickly, leaping from place to place with incredible speed. He jumped high, looked down at the crowd, and held up the treasure bag. Wang Din. And you, with your military ranks and medals, your souls are already tainted. You want the treasure, right? Fine, come and get it. With that, he stood high up and slashed the treasure bag with his knife. The treasures inside scattered down. Today, everyone relies on their own skills. Let's see how many treasures a 2-star evolved person can snatch. A blinding light appeared in the sky, like a giant fireball. Everyone immediately looked up. Wang Din was so shocked he broke into a sweat. He never expected him to do this. The old team leader Deep and the 3 evolved humans quickly rushed to grab the treasures. The bald, masked man looked at team leader Deep, startled by his speed. That soldier is incredibly fast. Wang Din reached out, about to grab a treasure orb. Got it, he exclaimed triumphantly. But before his hand could touch it, a green wire shot out from the side. So Am's wire quickly and accurately wrapped around the orb right in front of Wang Din. She grabbed the orb and looked at him smugly. Just then, Macdaw also arrived. She planted her feet on the ground. Then she flew up and grabbed another orb. She turned back and called out, Miss Fac. With that, she kicked an orb towards Fac Tuan. Am below was so nervous her jaw dropped, but she managed to catch the orb. The 3 girls looked at each other and smiled. They each had a treasure orb. Fan Long looked at a glowing orb in a crevice. There's still one left. He was about to go for it, but he ran into Wang Din, who was also aiming for it. He charged forward, yelling, get lost. His hand balled into a fist as he attacked. Fan Long was sent flying by his punch. The punch was so powerful it sent him flying straight into Trin Trak. The 2 of them crashed into each other painfully. Trin Trak quickly supported him. Dai Long, are you okay? He gritted his teeth in pain and cursed. Damn, that was strong. Wang Din knelt on the ground, about to pick up the orb. Got it, but this time, it was snatched away again. From a distance, a bullet shot straight at him, but he quickly dodged it. It was Tu Ho, shooting at him with his rifle. Wang Din rolled on the ground to avoid the bullets. The orb hovered in midair right between team leader Deep and Mac Da. Both of them reached out to grab it at the same time. Trin Trak turned to her and yelled, get out of the way, Xiao Da. Before she could do anything, she saw team leader Deep rush past. She froze as he threatened her with his gun. Then, he bent down to pick up the orb. But before he could touch it, the masked man with the knife blocked him. The 2 immediately started fighting. In the end, it was 3 against 1. Team leader Deep was thrown back. The man in the gas mask knelt down and quickly grabbed the treasure orb. He shouted joyfully, it's ours now. Everything suddenly fell silent. Ha Loi's group took cover behind the rocks, guns ready. The fat old man squinted and gave an order. Open fire. But a subordinate asked, confused, shoot who, sir? As soon as he asked, the fat bureau chief Lu slapped him across the face. Who else? Are any of our people there? Of course, you just shoot randomly. Ha Loi looked at the old man. In this situation, the chief is ordering us to fire on our own kind. She looked up at the sky, holding her gun sadly. Macda and Trin Trak are still out there. She stood up and shot. The other 2 also looked up, sweating. It was the giant monster, wrapped in iron chains, slowly approaching. Diep Mintrong watched it, a slight, amused smile on his face. It seemed everything was going as he had predicted. The giant monster with a ferocious face moved forward. Diep Mintrong fired his gun at it, but he wasn't aiming for its body. He was aiming for the chains. He fired continuously, but the links remained as solid as ever. They didn't even crack. The old team leader Deeb looked at him. Is that kid insane? The fat man frowned, his face wrinkled in thought. Is he trying to lead the giant monster here to take us all down with him? He fired until he was sweating, exhausted. With my current strength, forget killing this chained prisoner, a pseudo-level 4 monster. I can't even seriously injure it. He raised his gun and aimed again. But compared to the treasure monster, I can get something better from this chained prisoner. That's right. The iron locks wrapped around the prisoner's body were demon metal. He kept firing relentlessly. Thinking about how powerful this metal was, he couldn't pass it up. In the future apocalypse, this metal would be incredibly expensive, sold by the gram. Every gram was worth a fortune. It was said that adding just a little demon metal during the forging process would greatly increase the quality of weapons and equipment. It could even grant them some magical abilities. He kept shooting at the chain around its leg. His eyes widened, and he looked excitedly in that direction. It finally cracked. The fat man rushed out, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Go get it. Get it." Team leader Deep stood on high ground, observing. He didn't hesitate. He immediately pulled out his gun and shot the men below. The fat man roared. Fire back, counterattack. A chaotic battle immediately broke out. Tuan fearfully clutched her orb. "Macda, what do we do now?" She smiled. "Let them kill each other. We'll wait for a chance to grab the two treasures." Deep Mintrung dropped. Tuan sweated, asking worriedly, "What is he doing? Will he be okay?" On the other side, Deep Mintrung was standing right at the feet of the chained monster. He stared up at it intently, then let his gun fall from his hand. The monster slammed a powerful blow down where he was standing. Luckily, he jumped aside just in time. Then, he charged forward with his knife. The giant monster swung its flail again, smashing it down. Finally, he grabbed onto a chain. "Damn it, can I hold on?" He clung to a link with one hand, his body dangling in the air. His other hand gripped his knife tightly. "Come on, I have to hold on. To get the demon metal, I can only rely on my uninjured left hand." He slashed hard at the link. Seeing a scratch appear on the chain, he thought happily, "It's working. I can cut it." The monster looked down at him, confused. Forgetting his fatigue, Deep Mintrung smiled excitedly and continued to cut at the link. But at the same time, he had to be vigilant, dodging the monster's attacks. He gritted his teeth, holding onto the iron chain. "My right hand hurts more and more. If it weren't for my evolved physique, my fingers would probably be broken by now." Looking at the link, which was only slightly cracked, he thought in frustration, "But this damn demon metal is too hard. I don't know how long it will take to cut it." Sweat poured down his face, but he persisted. "I've come this far. Am I really going to give up now?" He pushed off the ground with his feet, trying to swing himself up. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he saw something. On the ground, inside a crack, he saw 3 strange black dots. He quickly stabbed his knife towards them. "Come on!" As soon as the knife touched them, the 3 black seeds instantly sprouted into 3 plants, growing rapidly. He quickly grabbed them. He pressed the 3 red seeds onto his knife. Then, he frantically slashed at the iron chain again, activating his gardener's professional skill. He touched the iron bar. The seeds immediately bloomed. They grew larger and larger. He gripped the iron bar and smiled happily. Success. He looked at the purple flowers with skull faces below. "In my past life, the man-eating flower was an incredibly powerful plant. These plants were brought out of the forbidden zone by beasts, and then they spread across the globe on a massive scale. And the blood tree was the ancestor of the man-eating plant species." He grabbed the long iron bar. He held onto it and jumped up. He frowned. He gritted his teeth. He slashed at the iron bar tangled in the plant. Everyone below looked up in confusion. Finally, the iron hook was cut. It fell to the ground. Wang Din smirked slyly. "Thanks." Then he prepared to jump up and steal it. He thought with a wicked grin. He didn't know what it was, but that guy wanted it so badly. Even a fool would know it's something good. So Am watched with worry and anger. Diep Trung Min was risking his life to get that back. What should she do? Seeing this, he shouted loudly, "Di Hong Hon." As soon as he spoke, his dog shot forward like a blur. Its speed surpassed even Vuong Din's. He could only watch helplessly as the dog zipped past him. Deep Trung Min fell freely. He slammed hard onto the ground. So Am rushed over, calling out his name, Diep Trung Min. The monster saw them running and grew even angrier. The horn on its head glowed blue. It crackled with lightning. It was like a mobile cannon. It continuously fired blue energy beams down at them. The 3 girls ran to him. So Am called out worriedly, "Trung Min." He lay on the ground, whispering, "Run. Just go." He was exhausted and weak. He struggled to whisper a few more words. "If you want to live, run now." Then, he closed his eyes and fell unconscious. The only sound left was the girl's screams, calling his name, Diep Trung Min. A light slowly appeared. Everything around him was dark. He couldn't see anything. He only heard a voice. "When you're awake, sometimes I find you really annoying. You stare at people with that icy gaze. It's like you're trying to see right through them. You always act like you don't care, like the whole world has wronged you. What's so great about you anyway? You're just a little stronger. Your body is just a bit tougher. So, can you wake up and get mad at me again? These past few days, I've been so worried about you." Deep Trung Min lay in bed. He slowly opened his eyes. Beside him was Tu An. Her back was turned as she wrung out a cloth. She spoke as she worked. "I've never done this for anyone before." He broke into a sweat. He thought to himself, I thought when I was unconscious, Luong, So Am, or Macday would be taking care of me. But why is it Fact Tuan? This totally unreliable person. Sunlight flooded the room. His was the only bed. Tuan had no idea he was awake. She kept talking. He's so young, but he always has that dead look on his face. Who is he trying to show off for? She brought the cloth to him. When you showed up, I thought you were a hero, but you ended up giving me conditions and forced me to choose. He closed his eyes and thought, hey, snap out of it. You're facing reality. Besides, I came back to save you, didn't I? This silly girl thinks I'm still asleep. It's a bit embarrassing. Should I wake up now? She wiped his face. He was so tense he started sweating, looking a little pained. She held the cloth and looked at him. But, student Deep Trung Min, let me tell you, don't think you can act all mature just because you saved me. I'm the teacher here. Just you wait. Her attitude suddenly changed. She held one cheek, shy and gentle. You're clearly younger than me, so what should you call me? No, that's not right. That would be weird. Just call me Big Sister. She then patted his face like he was a child. That's right, little brother Deep Trung Min. You have to call me Big Sister. Her expression changed. She looked at him seriously. Also, you really should wake up. Our situation right now is not good. Every day we risk our lives for food and water. Every day we're hunted. Every day we fight zombies, monsters, and our own kind. Even I've used your knife. I've killed people too. He frowned, lying silently in bed. He thought, fighting zombies for food, water, and supplies. I get that, but being hunted? What does that mean? She wrung out the cloth again. Things aren't stable within the group either. Those guys were Mac Daw's former colleagues. They helped us before the retreat. Now all they think about is how to divide the treasures. So Am has clashed with them many times. Mac Daw shuts them down every time, but I know she's in a tough spot, especially with her instructor. He seems to have other intentions. It's causing Mac Daw a lot of pain. She turned back to him. There's also Ha, who's not too bad. She speaks fairly, but it's useless. No one listens to her. Even I'm getting tired. Mac Daw and So Am must be even more exhausted. Little brother, please wake up. Then she carried the bowl of water away. Wait here. I'll go get you a bowl of porridge. Just as she turned, his voice sounded from behind. How long was I asleep? She was so surprised she dropped the basin of water. Seeing him sitting up, she cried out in joy. You, when did you wake up? Inside a tall building, a few people gathered in a room. Deep Trung Min was fully dressed. He saw So Am linking arms with Tuan, laughing happily. He thought, Luong, So Am, and the others seemed very happy. He looked over at Ha Loi and assessed her. The one talking to Mac Dao must be Ha Loi. The woman Fac said was fair and had a strong sense of justice. He glanced over at Trin Trak and Tu Ho. He saw another group of men in suits. That man, according to Fac, was Deputy Chief Duong Chan. He had been obsessed with the treasures lately. Suddenly, a dog barked and ran over. He knelt down, petting the dog's head. Where's the item? It obediently and happily gave him the iron chain link. He took it and examined it with satisfaction. A bald, fat man with thick lips walked over. Hey kid, since you're awake, I think we should talk about compensation. He looked at the man and smiled lightly. Go on. He pointed to himself. When you guys were cornered by that bastard Vuong Din, I was the one who brought my men to rescue you. Am I wrong? He glanced at Mac Da. She looked down sadly. After Than Long sacrificed himself to help us, Deputy Chief Duong and his men did put in a lot of effort. Hearing this, Deputy Chief Duong's face beamed with pride. He spoke loudly. These past few days, we've gone out for food and water. We killed zombies and fought Vuong Din. I've never backed down. That's true, isn't it? So Am propped her chin on her hand, annoyed. Never back down. Huh. You just used dirty tricks and deceit. He didn't take her words lightly. He immediately pointed at her. You bitch, shut your mouth. If it weren't for Mac Da, I'd kill you in a heartbeat. So Am furiously pulled out her weapon and yelled. Deep Min Trung quickly grabbed her shoulder. Seeing this, Chief Duong laughed. He looked at him and said, So, kid, I've saved your life a few times. It's not too much to ask for some compensation, is it? He crossed his arms and replied, Not at all. The man pressed his advantage. He frowned at him with a greedy look. I know you guys got a lot of good stuff at Pearl Lake. How about this? Take it all out and we'll split it. Consider it payment for saving your lives. Hearing this, he held out his hand to Mac Da. Where are the items? Mac Da took off her backpack. That day, we got a total of 3 treasures. He looked at the 2 items in his hand. Where's the other one? She turned to look at Trin Trak. She sighed, but didn't answer. He reluctantly took out an item. He chuckled for a moment. Let's look at these 2 first. He looked down at the paper. He thought. So it's a pharmacist formula. It's not top tier, but it's very useful. Too bad we don't have a pharmacist. Then he held up the gem to inspect it. He was startled. He thought. In the apocalypse, this would be a top-tier item. It doesn't increase strength. But spatial equipment is much more convenient. He tossed the 2 items to Tuan. He thought to himself, This space crystal is only the size of an egg. It's very easy to carry. The space is only 1 cubic meter, but it's enough for common items like magic crystals. This avoids the trouble of carrying a backpack. Exposed items are also easy to spot. After checking the 2 items, he turned to Trin Trock. "What's that card?" he replied. "A summoning card." Macda approached him awkwardly. "He's my instructor. During the retreat, I gave it to him for safekeeping. But I didn't think this would happen." Hearing this, he turned to the old man. He said firmly, "These things can't be shared." At that, Deputy Chief Duong planted his hands on his hips. Behind him, several men raised their guns. He threatened, "Kid, I don't understand. Are you trying to trick me?" He calmly raised his hands. "You saved our lives, and I'm grateful. But we had these things before you saved us. They have nothing to do with you. Can I offer something else instead?" Hearing that, his face darkened into a wicked smile. "All right then, let's see what you can offer." Deep Min Trung called out, "So get my backpack." Inside his backpack were 2 sharp monster claws. He could take them. He took out a green bottle. "This is an immunity potion. It can stop you from turning into a zombie." The old man licked his lips greedily. "Good stuff, but not enough." He took out another blue potion. A 1-star evolution potion. After using it, you can become a 1-star evolver. As for what an evolver is, I think you already know. But the old man's greed wasn't satisfied. His face darkened. He demanded more. Not enough. Deep Min Trung lost his patience. His expression turned serious. He asked angrily, "Still not enough?" Luong Soam couldn't hold back anymore. She yelled in frustration, "Have you no shame? Don't you know the price of a 1-star evolution potion out there?" She pointed her finger. "Yesterday we saw 2 groups fighting to the death over a single potion. Dozens of people died. Even greed has its limits." Macda couldn't stand it either. She looked at the bald old man. "Chief Duong, I think this is more than fair. We risked our lives for these immunity and evolution potions." Even after the 2 girls spoke, the greedy old man just frowned. He crossed his arms shamelessly. "I don't think your lives are worth that much." Deep Min Trung was furious at his dismissiveness. He said, "I also have an egg from a beast ape alligator. It's a level 2 mutated life form. Eating this egg for the first time, the effect isn't as strong as an evolution potion, but it can still enhance your physical attributes. Depending on your constitution, the boost can be up to double." Hearing this, their faces lit up with interest. The bald Chief Duong quickly asked, "Is it useful for evolvers?" He stared at the old man coldly. "Yes, for a 1-star evolver, the effect is even better. But for anyone above 2-star, the increase is smaller." The old man grinned smugly. "I want it, but it's still not enough." His greed was bottomless. He probably wanted everything he had. The scoundrel even pulled out a gun to threaten him. "My friend, I know you're very strong. You lead a group of women and still live comfortably." He raised the gun in his hand. "You can even make Vuong Din furious. I, Duong Chan, truly admire your skills." He aimed the gun at him. "Once you've recovered, you'll be as strong as ever, right? Items like these are easy for you to find, aren't they? Pay a little more now. You'll get more back later." This is a lesson I learned after half a lifetime of struggle. I'm teaching it to you for free. But he wasn't worried. He just stood there, arms crossed, watching the old man. So Am was already in a defensive stance. Ignoring the old man, he gestured to Trin Track. "Give him that card." "That's enough." Trin Track and old Chief Duong suddenly fell silent. They looked at each other. Old Trin Track aimed his gun as a warning first. "Don't make me use this card." But old Chief Duong still pointed his gun at him. "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid." The old man's face twisted, his brow furrowed as he shouted, "Throw your backpack and that black metal block to me now, or I'll kill you." All the girls around him immediately took an attack stance. Diep Min Trung put his hands in his pockets. He stared at the old man. "So you've finally revealed your true intentions." He knelt down to pick up the backpack. "From the very beginning, you wanted everything. You didn't make a move before because you weren't sure. You were unsure of Officer Trin Track's attitude. You were also wary of me. You didn't know if I'd recover after waking up. You were also afraid Macda would fight you if pushed too far." He frowned, staring coldly at the old man. His eyes seemed to see right through him. "But when I woke up, you realized something unexpected. I was seriously injured. I obviously couldn't recover to my original state. Your worries about me vanished. And just now, you saw Officer Trin's attitude. You knew he wouldn't side with us, so your wariness of him also disappeared." He glanced at the 3 girls. As for the other 3, even though they're revolvers, their hearts aren't cruel enough. Their hands aren't ruthless enough. Like right now, you're revolvers, yet you've let them gain the upper hand. He slowly rose to his feet. "But you're too greedy. You want everything we have." He formed a gun with his hand. He aimed it straight at the man. "You said it yourself. This is the apocalypse." "You're right. In the apocalypse, there's a popular saying. I'll teach it to you for free." He pointed confidently at the man. He said, "Word by word, to be greedy, you need the strength to back it up." The old man gritted his teeth. his face twisted with rage. He was about to curse. You! Just then, a bullet pierced his heart from behind. Everyone screamed in shock. Chief Duong. The one who fired the shot was Ha Loi. All the other men immediately turned towards her. They raised their guns and aimed at her, shouting, "Damn it, kill her, avenge Chief Duong." But from behind Ha Loi, the dog leaped past her. It lunged forward, sinking its teeth into one man's neck. Then it pounced on the others. They panicked and scattered, screaming, "Monster!" Diep Trung Min looked at Trin Trak. "I win. Give me the card, and I'll let you go." He looked at him, thinking, "In my past life, I would have killed anyone who dared to touch my interests. But this life is different. My identity is too different." The room returned to its original silence. Macda and Tu Ho stood by the window, looking down. He walked up behind her. "He probably hasn't gone far. You can give him this meat and the immunity potion." He did this with a plan. Killing Trin Trak was simple, but Macda would certainly distance herself from him. It was better to take a step back and completely win over Macda. He handed the items to her. She smiled warmly as he continued. "Although he acted poorly, he was once your teacher. The immunity potion can enhance his physique. I think he can survive." She took the items, extremely grateful. "Thank you. Really, thank you so much." Then, they immediately ran for the door. She called out, "Tu Ho, let's go." He replied, "Yes, Sister Da," and quickly followed. Ha Loi looked at his silhouette and asked, "You sent everyone away. Don't you feel hypocritical for doing that?" Hearing that, he tossed her the evolution potion. "Show me your hypocrisy then." She caught the potion, confused. "What's this? A consolation prize for killing my colleague?" He ignored her. He just kept walking and said, "No, this is an advance payment. I always keep my promises. After I recover, I will definitely escort you to find your husband." As he walked, he thought, "Next, I need to take stock of the gains and losses from the Pearl Lake operation." Min Trung sat on the bed. In front of him were the items laid out in a row. He looked at them and said thoughtfully, "The main loss this time was that spear and some level 2 magic crystals. Also, the potions used as payment for others." He picked up a golden card. He brought it closer to examine it. He thought, "This is what Instructor Trin tried to swallow. So it's the Hellhound summoning card." He held up the crystal and the golden card to look at them. Looking at the jade green crystal in his hand, he couldn't help but smile. He felt this operation was more gain than loss. The most useful thing was this space crystal. He shook the crystal. The items on the bed were instantly sucked inside. Then, he put the crystal in his backpack. Suddenly, he was startled. "Huh, that piece of cloth." He picked up the shimmering yellow cloth to look at it. "Isn't this that golden bag?" He remembered that day. He had torn this cloth himself, during the fight for the treasure, to create chaos among the factions and to make Wang Dean forget about him. To keep Wang Dean from bothering him, he intentionally tore the bag and made them fight over the scattered treasures. Thanks to that, he was able to go and fight the ghost metal. He remembered tearing this bag, right? He couldn't help but touch the cloth. It felt soft and delicate. It was smooth to the touch, but this was definitely not silk. It wasn't any kind of fabric, he knew. Then, he drew the knife from his waist. Without hesitation, he slashed hard across the cloth. But unexpectedly, the torn cloth instantly repaired itself. He was so shocked he broke into a sweat. He repeatedly slashed down with the knife, shouting, "How can this be? The wind moon could wound the ghost metal. Why is this cloth completely unharmed?" He used the tip of the knife to tear the cloth, but the cloth instantly mended itself. His jaw dropped in shock. "Wait, the mark from before has closed." He was a bit confused. He threw the cloth far away. "Is it possessed? What's wrong with this cloth?" He threw the cloth. It landed on top of the egg. The egg underneath immediately changed. He was even more surprised to see the cloth glowing. He gently lifted it up like this. Looking down, he saw the egg had dried up. It was as if the life energy inside had been completely drained. Finally, he shouted, "I get it. This cloth can absorb life force to repair the damage it takes. This is good stuff. Now I understand why the monster was wounded by that shot. It was carrying this bag at the time." Thinking back to the small monster then, its wound recovered in a very short time. That wasn't its ability. It was using the properties of this golden cloth. He broke into a sweat looking at the cloth. He thought with some confusion, "But I don't know how to use this thing. It's too special." He held up the space crystal again. Then, he took out another sphere. This sun orb was the only thing from this harvest that could directly increase his strength. He popped the whole orb into his mouth. He chewed and swallowed it. His entire body immediately transformed. His hair and eyes turned red. Veins bulged on his face. His whole body endured an incredibly intense pain. He couldn't even breathe properly. Suddenly, he was surprised. "Huh?" He looked at his empty hands, wondering why it didn't hurt anymore. He asked, "Why doesn't it hurt anymore?" He quickly jumped to the ground. He clenched his fists and stretched out his arms. His body was filled with energy. He laughed and said, "I feel like my body is completely healed." He flexed his muscles, showing off his cool look. "I feel my physique and strength have been enhanced again. I'm probably 8 or 9 times stronger than a normal person now. I'm a 1-star evolver. The level 2 sun orb really brought a huge harvest. He took out the half-chain link from the ghost metal. Not only that, I feel my spiritual power has also greatly increased. He thought of the water technique from before. My primary water manipulation is a summoning-based skill. Its power and duration are calculated based on spiritual power. An increase in spiritual power will directly increase the strength of this skill. With that thought, he threw the chain link into the air. Not only that, I now have enough spiritual power to use my craftsman skill to process such a large piece of ghost metal. He held out his hand and shouted, "Collection and refinement art." The iron piece immediately broke into many small fragments. Then, these fragments gathered together. They formed a blue gem. He satisfyingly held the gem up to admire it. His eyes widened with delight. 100% ghost metal. Each piece is about 10 grams. I'll use one part first, to test its effect. He stood under the sun in front of the tall building. He held a short knife tightly. Deep Mintrung stabbed the knife hard into the wall next to him. Sparks flew from his hand, forging art. He closed his eyes. His body radiated power. A fierce aura erupted from him. The car in front of him was melted into a blaze. Iron pieces floated in the fire. He thought, 10 grams of ghost metal, a few level 2 magic crystals, and the claw of the ape alligator. His hand emitted a strange blue light. The knife was also coated with a new layer of power. He looked at the knife and shouted with joy, "Success! This is now the ghost metal wind moon knife. Its added skill is full power blade edge." He looked on with wide eyes, sweating. He thought, the previous wind moon was a weapon that could fight against level 2, even level 3 evolved life forms. This time, after adding ghost metal, not only is the quality better, it also comes with a skill. He swung the knife forward to test it. Blade edge. This is a professional skill for a blade master after reaching a high level. It's a sign of whether a profession has reached a very high level. A profession must go through stages like practitioner, junior, intermediate, and advanced. He thought about the masters. In the apocalypse, most survivors' profession levels are concentrated in these stages. And above this process, the master, grandmaster, and transcendent levels are rare existences. A person who reaches the transcendent level gets the word God added. A God Blade Master is a transcendent level Blade Master. A God Craftsman is a transcendent craftsman, and so on. He continued to think. The Master and Grandmaster levels are often called sub-God levels. He looked at his reflection on the shiny blade. He thought to himself, the auxiliary skill of ghost metal is this iconic one. With it, I feel like I can even cut the skin of a level 4 chained prisoner. He swung the knife a few more times. Then he calmed himself. Calm down. Right now, I'm still just an apprentice craftsman. Without better materials, I can't truly unleash the full potential of ghost metal. So if I continue forging, it would be a waste of precious ghost metal. He walked with 2 knives in his hands. I need to increase my strength even more. I need to collect more materials and better blueprints. In the room, a few people were sitting. Deep Mintrung opened the door and walked in. Seeing him, Tiu Ho shouted excitedly, "Hey, you got another knife? Let me see." He smiled and raised the knife. "You want to see the knife? Sure. Let's see if you can take it." He charged forward with excitement. "You said it. Don't blame me for bullying you later." He stomped his foot on the ground. He flew up, swinging his elbow at him. He quickly dodged to the side. He casually placed the knife at his neck. He turned to look, sweating in shock. Then he pouted and whined, "My speed and strength are no match for yours. It's not fair." He lightly tapped his head with the knife. "Nothing in this world is fair. The strong make the rules. Besides, even if you were an evolver, you're still not my match." He stubbornly crossed his arms and shook his head. "I don't believe it." He turned and walked away, leaving only one sentence. "When your goal isn't to suppress the enemy, but to kill them, then you'll have the right to fight me." Then, he looked at Macda and asked, "Do you have a map? Find one." Deep Mintrung pointed at the map. "We are here now." He pointed to another spot. "We will go here. Remember to subscribe to support my channel." Looking at the point he indicated, Haloy broke into a cold sweat. She thought, "That's the new area where my husband works. Is this guy going to fulfill his promise so quickly?" So Am stood beside him. She put her hand to her chin and said, "This is too far, even if we go straight there." He replied, "We can't drive now. The apocalypse has been going on for a long time. The outside is completely occupied by zombies and mutated creatures. Even a little noise will attract zombies from nearby. It's too dangerous, so we can only walk." He pointed to a spot on the map again. "Also, the city center here, this old town area." He pointed to another spot and continued, "And here, it's very difficult no matter what." Macda turned to look at him and asked, "I can understand the other places, but the last place you mentioned, isn't that an integrated medical rehabilitation and treatment facility?" He was a bit flustered. He replied, "Hospitals in the apocalypse are all very strange. We need to be careful there too." He thought, "I know the reason better than anyone, but I can't say it for now, because even I'm not sure." So Am clenched her fist with determination. "Trung Min has proven himself to us many times. Listening to him is the right choice." He took a red pen and drew a zigzag line on the map. "Now I have set the target. I've decided to go this way. Loi looked at the line he drew. She immediately questioned him in confusion. You want to avoid that densely populated old town area. I understand, but why take another detour? If we go this way, even if it's smooth, it will take us nearly 15 hours. Why waste double the time? He frowned and looked her straight in the eye. He replied firmly, I promise to take you to your husband, but that doesn't mean I will risk my life and my companions' lives. I can't guarantee that everyone will be completely safe, but at least I can try my best to keep us all safer. Ah, Loi said sadly. So your detour, he cut her off directly, is to increase our strength, to increase the chances of successfully escorting you. Macda looked at the two of them and asked, So, are we starting now? He frowned. His face showed determination with a hint of cunning. No, you've all suffered a lot these past few days. We haven't settled that score yet. The person outside knocked on the door and called, Brother Dang, it's me. Inside the room, a bald man was bandaging the hand of a red-haired girl from his group. A white-haired man opened the door and walked in. He held up a bag and said, Brother Dang, we got another 35. This should be enough this time. Brother Dang lit a cigarette. He glanced at him and asked, How many crystals do we have? The man replied, Over 300. That's enough, brother. But Brother Dang, sitting on the bed, didn't seem satisfied. He said, Did you forget how we failed last time? We traded for 260 magic crystals for those silver boots, and it was all wasted. The other man closed the door and came in. Hey, who knew it would need more magic crystals each time you spin it? The red-haired girl pushed herself up from the bed. There's nothing to complain about. Finding that wheel was our good fortune. Otherwise, the three of us would have been dead long ago. She walked over and pulled the curtains. The white-haired man continued. Besides, Tu Dong's luck is really too good. 5 spins, 3 evolution potions, 1 skill scroll. Only 1 bad spin. That success rate is insane. And that colored wheel, you spun it twice and got a professional scroll. That's amazing. Brother Dang exhaled a cloud of smoke. Actually, Tu Dong. Suddenly, outside the window, Deep Min Trung's arm, holding a knife, shattered the window and reached inside. He grabbed Tu Dong's neck tightly. The black-haired man turned around, shouting in shock, It's you. He laughed coldly. His hands still held the knife to her throat. It's me. At that moment, the main door was also kicked open. Macda and Tu Ho rushed in with guns, heads down, on the floor. Don't move. Tu Ho pointed his gun at them. He said smugly, Weren't you chasing me the other day? Go on. Keep chasing. Deep Min Trung looked at the scene. He thought, a simple raid has taken control of 2 professionals and 1 evolver. This kind of thing can only happen in the early days of the apocalypse. Over time, all survivors will learn to be cautious. They will meticulously set up countless traps and alarms around their shelters. Tu Dong gritted her teeth and said to him, If you want to kill me, just do it, but don't think we'll surrender. He looked at her and sneered. Why would I need to go to such trouble to kill you? With your level of vigilance, I have at least 10 ways to kill you silently. He looked down at the 2 men kneeling on the ground with their hands on their heads. I'll ask you 1 question. Answer, and I'll let you go. Don't answer, and I'll kill you. The bald man replied helplessly. Ask away. He looked down at the 2 men kneeling on the ground, hands on their heads. I'll ask you 1 question. Answer, and I'll let you go. Don't answer, and I'll kill you. The bald man replied helplessly. Ask away. He frowned and glanced at him. Where is that colored wheel? He stared at him silently, not speaking. He also stared back at him silently, but the hand holding the knife pressed deeper and deeper into Tu Dong's neck. Blood began to trickle out. The more silent he was, the harder he pressed the knife. Finally, he screamed in fear. Wait, that wheel is at Long Wan Jia Vien, Building 83, Room 1107. I'll take you there. He saw that he had loosened his grip on the knife. He thought in fear, if I hadn't yelled stop just now, this guy would have really killed her. That morning, at another building, the group gathered and followed the bald man. Tu Ho looked at the knife in his hand, his eyes shining like stars. He said with some annoyance, Hey kid, can you be quiet for a bit? What's so great about a broken knife? As soon as he finished, he immediately argued back. A broken knife? It's not about aesthetics. This is called a legendary treasure blade, Brother Deep. Did you see it cut through zombies? It was like slicing melons and vegetables. Bodies were flying everywhere in seconds. But before he could finish his sentence, he motioned for him to be quiet. He snapped at him. Shut up. At least lower your voice. He still wouldn't stop. He moved closer to him, excitedly holding up the knife. Brother Deep, the 2 knives in your hands have similar designs. It's not a coincidence, is it? He answered him wearily. Profession. I have the craftsman profession. I made both knives. Tu Ho scratched his head. Brother Deep, when can I get a profession? He replied coldly. You don't need to beat around the bush like that. I will distribute them based on profession type. The main principle of distribution, he said bluntly to the stunned man, whoever is willing to stand by my side. He frowned silently. His expression changed, a bit conflicted. Then he followed him and said, I listen to Captain Mac. He smiled lightly and turned to look at him, thinking, This reaction is very normal. If he started showing loyalty to me just to get a profession, then I absolutely couldn't keep him. In front of room 1107, the bald man stopped. We're here. Then Too-ho and Makda simultaneously raised their guns. They kicked the door open and cautiously looked inside. Inside, there was indeed a multicolored clock. As soon as Too-ho saw it, he exclaimed, "This looks special." Diet Min-trung walked closer to it. He placed his hand on the wheel and said, "It seems we'll have to stay here for a while." On the streets, zombies wandered everywhere. A phone placed on a box suddenly rang. The zombies were immediately drawn to the sound and gathered. But when enough of them had gathered, the box exploded. Diet Min-trung signaled to Too-ho, "It's your turn." He quickly replied, "Where did you learn to make bombs? And they can be remotely detonated like this. You'd be in big trouble if they investigated." He looked at him, annoyed. This clearly wasn't the time for this. He yelled, "Less talk, more action. Go." He laughed happily, raised his knife, and charged. All right then. Suddenly, he noticed something behind them. In the distance, another explosion went off. He looked over and said, "Looks like Luong, so Am's side is also going smoothly. At this rate, we should be able to harvest over 200 magic crystals by this morning." He stuck his head out of the car and said to Too-ho, "After you finish collecting here, go help Luong so Am. I'll go check somewhere else." He shouted back, "Brother Deep, got it." After giving him the task, he quickly sped off. As he ran, he thought, the colored wheel needs more magic crystals each time it's spun. According to the other group of 3, they used over 200 crystals last time and still failed. This time, we'll need at least 350 to be safe. And the last spin will probably need up to 500. He stopped in front of a large supermarket. He felt there was no more time to collect normal magic crystals. He had to find a way to get level 2 magic crystals. He sweated as he observed the supermarket in front of him. Places like supermarkets are usually densely packed with zombies. There are also many man-hunting zombies here. The evolution level will naturally be much higher. Despite knowing this, he calmly walked inside. Because coming here, the chance of encountering a level 2 mutated zombie is much higher. As soon as he stepped inside, a zombie lunged out, roaring. Without any fear, he drew his knife and stabbed it straight through its head. The zombie died instantly in a single move. They're all normal zombies. Looks like the one I want isn't on this floor. As he was walking, a drop of green liquid fell from the ceiling onto his shoulder. Immediately, he looked up. Above him was a giant spider. He gritted his teeth, frowning. He thought, mutated long-legged spider. The spider shot something at him. It was a spider web. Facing the incoming net, he raised his knife in front of him. He thought, the net is too wide. I can't dodge it. This is a good chance to test my wind moon. With that thought, he furiously slashed at the spider web. Full power blade edge. The spider was startled. It could only watch as he delivered a powerful blow. He slammed his blade down on its head with no mercy. The spider died instantly. It collapsed to the ground. He quickly used his knife to extract the magic crystal from its head. Then he used fire. He even took its legs. Looking at the huge spider corpse, he thought, good harvest. At least it wasn't a waste of time. Just then, something flew at him from behind. He quickly dodged to the side, a little surprised. A sneak attack? He frowned worriedly, looking behind him. Not good. This is... He looked at the half-human, half-monster creature in front of him. Its hair was long like a girl's. Next to it was a cat. He thought in confusion, a witch and her pet. He remembered the witches he had encountered in his past life. Not long after the apocalypse began, a beautiful and bloody legend circulated in many places. A stunningly beautiful woman wandered the earth with her pet. If she met a man she liked, she would stay the night with him. But after a moment of pleasure, what awaited them was slaughter. The men she favored would have their bodies dismembered, their organs removed, and their blood drained while they were still conscious. They would die in agony. He looked at the witch in front of him again. Later, people learned that this legend was real. Only those beautiful young women, after turning into zombies and completing their evolution, became a special new type of zombie called a witch. He stood opposite it, thinking, although the witch isn't a top-tier mutated zombie, its first innate skill is called Spirit Seed. This innate skill can control a mutated creature or beast. The Spirit Seed is a skill of complete control, not just mental influence. It not only makes the controlled mutated creature absolutely loyal, but also doesn't erase its original consciousness. Moreover, the pet can evolve with the witch, eventually becoming extremely powerful. He raised his knife and looked at it. I didn't expect this supermarket to have not only a mutated long-legged spider, but also a witch who knows how to sneak attack. And its pet is an incredibly agile mutated cat. A level 2 pair. Interesting. The witch held the cat, smiled faintly, and stared at him intently. In his past life, there was news of a level 9 witch in Donghai. Someone saw this type of mutated zombie riding a giant snow-white serpent. Its appearance was completely indistinguishable from a human. Its every smile, every move, was more human than human. Even, some people suspected that after a witch evolved to level 9, some of them recovered their pre-mutation memories. They hid their identities and returned to the human world. But a witch below level 9 is much more ferocious than many other types of zombies. Diep Trung Min looked at the zombie holding a mutated three-eyed cat in its arms. His entire body was on high alert. Suddenly, the cat leaped from the female zombie's arms. It lunged towards Diep Trung Min, but its target wasn't Diep Trung Min. It was the meat of the spider he had just killed. His heart pounded in his chest. Diep Trung Min's mind was stretched taut like a bowstring. They definitely didn't see him as a threat. They thought he was a ready-made meal. They could eat him at any time. That's why they were eating the spider's corpse first, to prevent its life energy from dissipating over time. Thinking this, Diep Trung Min became enraged. These zombies actually looked down on him. This apocalypse was not the same as his past life, and he was no longer the man he used to be. With that thought, he raised his knife and charged at the cat eating the spider corpse. He brought his knife down without holding back. The powerful force and bright light illuminated the space. The cat eating the spider corpse noticed the sudden attack. It immediately stopped. It looked up, but before it could understand what was happening, the slash looked as if it could cut the cat's body in half. But the female zombie moved incredibly fast. In a flash, she was there. She retrieved the cat and began to heal it. From beginning to end, her expression didn't change at all. Diep Trung Min frowned. He thought, is this the energy exchange innate skill? This energy exchange skill, if used when injured, can exchange energy to speed up and improve healing. If used during evolution, it can exchange and share evolutionary energy. After this skill level gets higher, even life itself can be shared. An evolved life form with a spirit like a witch normally only gets this skill at level 9, but the one in front of him had awakened it at level 2. I absolutely cannot let the witch continue to heal that black cat. Otherwise, I'll have to face 2 tough opponents later. No sooner said than done. Diep Trung Min lunged forward. He continued his attack to interrupt them, but the witch had no intention of dodging. It just retreated and ran. As it ran, it continued to heal the black cat. Diep Trung Min charged after it. This witch is so fast. At the witch's current speed, if he recklessly pursued it, he definitely wouldn't catch up. Not to mention other zombies kept rushing out to block his path. Right now, he had to go back and bandage his wounds. Otherwise, he would really become a sweet-smelling cake. He would attract countless zombies to hunt him. Diep Trung Min veered in another direction. There were several white glass doors in front of him. Then, he bent his knees and shattered the glass. He jumped straight down from the high floor. But things definitely couldn't be that simple. If escaping was so easy, it wouldn't be the apocalypse. Diep Trung Min always felt something was wrong. He suddenly had a bad premonition. This wouldn't end so simply. As expected, right after Diep Trung Min, several large birds also broke through the glass and flew out of the building. They were large, glass-shattering birds. They were targeting Diep Trung Min to attack. He twisted his wrist and swung his knife. He blocked the continuous attacks of the 3 large birds. The sound of claws clashing with the blade was deafening. The commotion was huge. Before Diep Trung Min could deal with the 3 birds, from a nearby manhole cover, several rats heard the strange noise and swarmed out. Soon, a swarm of multicolored rats spread everywhere. Diep Trung Min quickly turned around. He cut down the few at the front of the pack. On a nearby building, the witch was still holding the black cat. It leaped from building to building. Its speed didn't slow down at all. Diep Trung Min, of course, also caught sight of that black shadow. It was definitely that witch playing tricks. Although it can only control one pet, it can reveal information to other evolved creatures. This one can also communicate with other mutated life forms. Diep Trung Min glanced at the witch and thought, "You think you can kill me like this? How absurd. Quantity without quality isn't very effective." Diep Trung Min raised his knife again. He continuously slashed at the rat swarm. The rats at the front were all cut in half. Their heads and bodies were in different places. Of course, with so many, some were bound to slip through the net. From somewhere, 2 rats suddenly dodged Diep Trung Min's attack. They jumped up and each gave Diep Trung Min a bite. Diep Trung Min tensed his body, channeling energy into the knife in his hand. He continued to attack the rats. His speed got faster and faster, but his expression remained calm and collected. Soon, in front of him, a pile of rat corpses had formed, a mixture of various fur colors. Diep Trung Min was almost surrounded by rat corpses. The other rats seemed to be somewhat intelligent. Seeing that they were no match for the person in front of them, they quickly scattered and fled. Now, Diep Trung Min's only opponent was the witch standing on the high ground. He pointed his knife at her. Seeing that Diep Trung Min was still unharmed, the witch's calm expression now showed some annoyance. Sweat slowly dripped down her face. She didn't seem to want to continue bullying Diep Trung Min. She turned and left. Before leaving, she looked back at Diep Trung Min with a lingering gaze. Her blood-red eyes stared at her enemy as if she was about to eat him alive. Diep Trung Min met her gaze. He calmly raised his hand to his neck, smiled, and said, "You're next." At the base, the others were resting in the room when a knock on the door caught their attention. Although the witch had left, Diep Trung Min was not completely unharmed. He still had to fight those small fries. As a result, when he returned to the base, His body was covered in wounds from claws and fangs. His breathing was also a bit ragged. Fact Tuan hurried to open the door for him. She asked how he got so injured. Diep Trung Min didn't answer. He just trudged inside. He told them to quickly get some alcohol and bandages from his bag. The others rushed over to Diep Trung Min to help treat his wounds. Diep Trung Min sat silently on a chair. He observed his surroundings for a moment, then asked, "Where are Macda and Tiu Ho?" "They went out to find food," Luong Soam said. She held the bandages in her hand and looked at his wounds, hesitating. She didn't know where to start wrapping. How did he get hurt like this? Where should I bandage first? Ha Lois saw this and came over. She told Luong Soam to let her do it. As expected, a professional's movements were much more skilled. However, the wounds on Diep Trung Min's body were very strange. Some looked like they were made by sharp objects. There were also fang marks from bites. This made her extremely suspicious. This person was only out for a short while. What on earth did he encounter? Seeing Haloi hesitate, Diep Trung Min said, "You better hurry up. Otherwise, the smell of blood will attract zombies here." The tied-up captives in the corner saw Diep Trung Min's state. They laughed smugly. "What's wrong? Did someone beat you up? Too bad they didn't kill you." A moment later, Macda and Tu Ho also returned to the base. They brought back some food in a bag. Diep Trung Min didn't turn to look at them. He stood up and walked towards the machine. His body was all bandaged up. He said, "You guys eat first." Then, Diep Trung Min took out a huge amount of magic crystals and threw them into the machine. The wheels slowly spun. Who knows what it would land on this time? This time it was 360 level 1 magic crystals, all from his slaughter after the witch left. The others in the room were extremely nervous. Their eyes were glued to the spinning wheel. What would it land on this time? The wheel stopped. A book appeared. This was a profession scroll. The scroll slowly floated towards Diep Trung Min. He looked at the item in his hand with a surprised expression. "This is a light apostle. What kind of profession is this? Why have I never heard of it?" Diep Trung Min quickly opened it to see. After reading, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but lift. This was actually a main profession. It was similar to a combination of a healer and a light mage. It's just that its skills were more focused on protection. A profession like this could heal, defend, and provide support attacks. It was truly a dreamlike, all-purpose profession. The others were extremely curious too. Diep Trung Min showed them the profession scroll. They immediately gathered around. The only catch with this profession was that the owner couldn't have any other professions. Furthermore, once you become a light apostle, you can't have any other professions. Diep Trung Min held up the high-quality cross in his hand. He smiled and asked, "Who wants this?" Tiu Ho followed the trend. He immediately raised his hand excitedly. Me, Macda and Luong. Soam immediately gave Tiu Ho a very judgmental look. No words were needed to make the boy retract his hand. He sulked and thought to himself, "I just shouted for fun. I'm not that clueless. I haven't been with Brother Deep for long. I'm not an evolver. Any profession would be wasted on me." Diep Trung Min saw them silent for a long time. He looked at Macda and asked, "You only have one profession, right?" Macda waved her hand and seriously refused. "Then I don't want it either. I don't want to have only one profession like that." Macda wanted to be as strong as Diep Trung Min. If he had more than one profession, that meant his path to strength required multiple auxiliary professions. Macda also wanted to follow that path, and so her gaze turned to Luong Soam. Luong Soam immediately shook her head. "I don't want it either. This profession doesn't suit my personality." So, no one here was suitable or wanted it. All eyes finally fell on Fact to An. Suddenly being called upon like that, Fact to An was a bit flustered. "Luong," Soam shouted in frustration, "why are you so wishy-washy? When we ask you to fight, you don't want to. This profession suits your personality perfectly. A clean freak and a light apostle, it's a perfect match no matter how you look at it." Fact Tuan silently thought, her mind in a constant struggle. Finally, she made up her mind. She looked at Diep Trung Min and said, I want this profession." Diep Trung Min frowned at Fact Tuan. He said seriously, "I can give this to you. But you have to know, once you learn this profession, what does that mean for you and for all of us?" The scroll was held out to Fact Tuan. It waited silently for her decision. Luong Soam smiled at Fact Tuan and asked, "The man who choked you and slapped me with a knife isn't too bad, right? At least he's worthy of our trust." Fact Tuan reached out and took the scroll. Immediately, countless pale yellow light motes appeared. They flew towards Fact Tuan. In an instant, the aura around Fact Tuan completely changed. It was exactly what this profession brought. At the same time, a pale blue light also surrounded her. Suddenly, Fact Tuan pointed at Diep Trung Min and said, "Sweet do art." The bandages wrapped around Diep Trung Min slowly fell off. They revealed a completely healed body, as if he had never been injured at all. Seeing this, Diep Trung Min was overjoyed. He looked at Fact Tuan and quickly asked, "How many times can you use it?" Fact Tuan thought for a moment and replied, 8 or 9 more times. After hearing that, Diep Trung Min couldn't stop smiling. As expected, This was a profession that one could only have one of. Either its spiritual power was enviably abundant, or its skill's spiritual power cost was enviably low. Suddenly, Fac Tuan said, I have another skill. Diep Trung Min looked at her in surprise. There's more? Aren't you just an apprentice light apostle? Fac Tuan was confused for a moment. Apprentice? Are you talking about my current profession level? It's light apostle. Next is light messenger, then light saint. The next level is light holy maiden. And there's also light god's messenger and light goddess. After hearing that, Diep Trung Min immediately cursed 100 times in his mind. Damn, this profession is way too OP. No wonder you can only have one. True to her word, Fac Tuan used her remaining skill. After chanting Void Shield, a small blue shield appeared. Diep Trung Min got dressed while looking at the Void Shield. He asked, can this only be used on yourself? Fac Tuan touched the Void Shield and smiled. This will automatically identify attacks and move to block them. It can also be used on a designated target. This defense is automatic. Mac Da and Luong. So, Am heard this and excitedly ran over to check it out. The atmosphere was suddenly very lively. But Diep Trung Min went to the spinning wheel. There were still 2 black and white slots on it. The defense will surely increase as the light profession's level is raised. He was very expectant. He wondered what would happen when Fac Tuan reached the highest rank. As he thought, he threw in another 4 magic crystals. The tied-up men couldn't help but recognize that these were level 2 magic crystals. The scarred man's face instantly showed worry. The 3 of them together couldn't even deal with 1 level 2 mutated zombie. But this guy could kill 4 of them by himself. Diep Trung Min completely ignored the terrified men in the corner. He just focused on the spinning wheel. The wheel stopped. Another scroll appeared. This time, it was called a Wind Dancer. After looking at it, Diep Trung Min tossed it to Luong So Am and told her to take it quickly. Luong So Am caught the scroll, confused. She opened it to see what this Wind Dancer was. A Wind Dancer is a profession that uses ribbons as weapons, such as whips, long ribbons, or cloth. Only female evolvers can learn it. The user needs basic dance skills to perform the related movements when using skills. The first professional skill of a Wind Dancer is the 4-directional dance whirl. After activation, one can launch their body into the air and perform an indiscriminate attack. Macda smiled at Luong So Am and said, Congratulations, I can't dance. Fac Tuan saw that Luong So Am was still stunned in amazement. She stood beside her and smiled. Besides, you already use a whip. This really seems like it was designed for you. Everyone had said that much. Luong So Am had no reason to refuse this profession anymore. She immediately crushed the scroll in her hand, officially accepting this profession. Hugh Ho had been waiting for a long time. 2 awesome professions had appeared in a row. He was starting to get a little hopeful, but Diep Trung Min was silently looking at the spinning wheel. He calmly said, We're out of magic crystals. If we want to spin it again, we might have to delay for a day or even longer. Let's just go. Hugh Ho was so shocked he screamed. Macda frowned and walked over. She hit him on the head and scolded him. All right, be quiet. Hugh Ho could only sulk and cry silently in a corner. Haloi was helpless. Who told you to talk so much? Diep Trung Min walked towards the tied-up men. He said, Everyone, pack your bags. We're getting ready to leave. Seeing Diep Trung Min walking towards them and having witnessed his strength, these guys were much more obedient now. The scarred man quickly shouted, Wait, don't kill us. Let us go, and I'll tell you something. Diep Trung Min looked at them silently. Indeed, silence is the ultimate weapon of the strong. The more silent Diep Trung Min was, the more terrified Scarface became. He quickly said, I can swear on my parents' honor that what I'm saying is true. Everything is true, and it's useful to you. You know how to use a knife, right? I know someone who has a similar professional certificate. Diep Trung Min coldly told him to speak quickly. Scarface didn't dare to delay. He didn't think twice. He immediately said what he knew. 2 streets from here, there's a small shop called Ying Ying Supermarket. A group of people has gathered inside. There aren't many, about 6 to 7 of them. I don't know where they got a professional certificate from. Because there were too many people and they couldn't divide it, they came up with a solution. They want to trade it for evolution potions or other useful items. You can go find them. How you trade is your business. A new day arrived. Sunlight shone on the gloomy building. Diep Trung Min's group had finished packing. They were gathered below the building, preparing to move out. Haloi took out a yellow bag and gave it to Diep Trung Min. He held the bag in his hand and smiled. This is more like it. Everyone must fight and collect magic crystals while getting used to their new professions. Chu Ho stood beside him, smiling happily. Brother Diep, you're a really good person. You didn't even steal the magic crystals from those 3. Hearing that, Diep Trung Min's expression immediately changed. He said flatly, It's just a reminder. The black area on this colored wheel is the death zone. If the needle finally points there, it means everything will end. Even if you're a 9-star powerhouse. As soon as he said this, the others were terrified. They didn't know how to respond. Macda asked awkwardly, So, those 3? But before Diep Trung Min could answer, A loud noise echoed from the building behind Macda. For some reason, an explosion had occurred there. The others looked at the building in horror. Diep Trung Min said coldly, "This is the last time I will consider your feelings. Next time, I won't be so troublesome, and I won't waste several hundred magic crystals. I'll act directly." Ha Loi asked awkwardly, but Diep Trung Min understood her meaning. He asked back, "But did I promise to spare them?" How naive. Diep Trung Min continued, "They surrendered only because we are stronger. If our positions were reversed, what do you think they would do? In this world, this is the inevitable law. Don't forget, at Venho Square, they attacked us without a sound. When I was unconscious, they hunted us all the way. You think I'm cruel now because you're still influenced by some misplaced compassion in your heart. Wait until one day, because of your foolish compassion, you have to endure unimaginable things. You won't think like that anymore." Diep Trung Min pointed at a zombie lying on a chair, because at some point, you will become a filthy body just like her. The whole body was thin and gray. The hair was patchy, the clothes were torn. It was missing an arm. The blood flowing from its body was a filthy black color. The others were silenced by Diep Trung Min's words. After all, the scene before them was too horrifying. No one wanted to even think about that day. These people were truly too naive. Diep Trung Min said coldly, "This is the apocalypse. Only when facing death do people have the right to grieve. For the rest of the time, throw away your pity. Those three definitely hate us. So I absolutely cannot let people who hate us live in this world, with us to live on this earth." The scene changes to another building. Sunlight streamed through the window. A fat man sat on a chair by the door. He reached out and grabbed a water bottle. Then, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. The girl on the bed peeked out, looking at him fearfully, and he had noticed her gaze. He tipped the bottle with only a little water left and smiled. "The rest is yours." The girl received the little bit of water. She eagerly opened it and drank greedily. In a time of such scarce resources, everything becomes valuable. The man had just put on his shirt. Then he heard a knock at the door. The person outside spoke. "Dad, another group is here. They don't look like pushovers. They want to spin the roulette wheel." The fat old man opened the door. He asked irritably, "How many of them?" His son smiled and said, "6 people, 4 women and 2 men. They have guns." The old man raised an eyebrow. He thought a team like that was indeed powerful. The old man left the room. He told his son to call their men over. He also told his son to hurry up with whatever he was doing. His son pushed open the door to the room. He chuckled and said, "Yeah, I got it." The girl wrapped her legs around her scarred body. She looked sadly at the man before her. He took out a bottle of water and said, "Here, slut, this is for you. Hurry up." Once again, she had no choice but to comply. Her body was offered up again. Meanwhile, outside, the old man and his crew had gathered. They stood around the roulette wheel. Diep Trung Min's group had also arrived. Macda smiled happily. "Brother Diep, those 3 guys weren't lying. There really is a roulette wheel here." The fat man held a gun. He looked at them irritably and asked, "You want to spin the wheel? Do you know the rules?" Diep Trung Min smiled. 1 mana crystal for 1 spin, right? We'll spin it 10 times. He then tossed them the bag of mana crystals Ha Loi had given him. The fat man caught the mana crystals. He signaled his men to step aside. Diep Trung Min and Macda stepped forward. Diep Trung Min laughed. "You always boast about your good luck. You can try this time." Macda said excitedly, "All right, let me do it." The 2 of them approached the wheel. On the side, the old man whispered to his son, who had just finished his business, telling him to watch them closely. The wheel lit up. Macda happily gave it a spin. He turned to Diep Trung Min and asked, "Brother Diep, see how lucky I am? We got 4 evolution potions. I should get one of those, right?" As expected, those guys weren't smart. They immediately pointed their guns at them. The fat man shouted, "Leave the evolution potions, or I'll kill all of you." Diep Trung Min sighed and smiled. "I knew this would happen. This is a good chance for some practice." The other group had no idea what was coming. He called his team to fight. Fab 2 On's shield was in front, providing support. This was a situation they never expected. They thought having guns made them tough, but against people like this, they wouldn't even have time to scream. A series of screams erupted from the foolish group. In just a moment, they were all killed. Not a single one was left. Only corpses lay scattered on the grass. Diep Trung Min said, "Let's go. We need to get to the supermarket quickly. We'll trade these evolution potions for their job certificate." After witnessing so much, Ha Loi had learned a thing or two. She asked worriedly, "What if they demand an outrageous price?" Diep Trung Min laughed. "Then we'll have to force the trade, and I think everyone here knows what that means." Before long, Diep Trung Min's group found the Owen supermarket. But of course, they didn't rush in. Macda looked at Diep Trung Min and asked, "Brother Diep, what's the plan?" Diep Trung Min was silent for a moment. He then said, "You just drank an evolution potion. Go with Macda and clear out the nearby zombies. It's a good way to adapt. I'll scout the neighborhood." In other words, he wanted to go alone. As soon as Diep Trung Min finished, the others objected in unison. That's too dangerous. Deep Trung Min knew they were worried, but he understood his own condition perfectly. So he smiled and said, "Don't worry. If they want evolution potions, it means most of them aren't evolved yet. They're not a big threat to me. Besides, I can move more freely alone. If I run into real danger, I can escape quickly." Even though he said that, they were still uneasy. Luong So Am bent down and petted Dia Hoang Hoen's head. She said, "Then at least take him with you." He had to accept the compromise. And so, the man and his dog moved quickly through the neighborhood. Their movements were extremely agile. They didn't notice that on a high rooftop, Nuba's long-tailed black cat was watching them silently. Diep Trung Min quickly reached the supermarket. He didn't go in immediately. He stood outside, eavesdropping. He could hear people talking inside, but before he could finish, trouble found him. Dia Hong Hon and the black cat spotted each other at the same time. They immediately lunged at one another. A fierce battle erupted between the two creatures. Although the black cat was smaller, its power was not inferior. Diep Trung Min immediately drew his knife. He went on high alert. Of course, he couldn't forget this black cat. He looked around for a moment. He quickly spotted Nguba standing nearby. As I thought, a persistent ghost. I already refused. Why won't she just give up? But this time, she had someone with her. It seemed Katma was here to help. Diep Trung Min raised his hand and drew it across his neck. "Aren't you a psychic-type mutant zombie? Shouldn't you be smarter than the others? Then you should know what this gesture means, right? Damn it, I'll definitely kill you today." With that, he lunged towards Nguba. Nguba charged forward as well, attacking Diep Trung Min. Nguba charged straight ahead, unarmed. Diep Trung Min dodged nimbly to the side. He held his knife, ready to strike at any moment. It seemed their battle was about to begin, but it didn't. Suddenly, Katma shot out from behind Nguba. His eyes glowed with a red light. He launched a direct mental attack at Diep Trung Min. Diep Trung Min saw two red beams shooting towards him. In that instant, he paused for a moment, but he quickly jumped up to dodge. Although his name was Katma, he was actually a psychic-type mutant zombie. His most famous innate skill was the Sea of Bones illusion, but he was only level 2 now. He could only use an innate skill called Blazing Ray, which were those two light beams. As he landed, Diep Trung Min swung his knife at Katma. The knife slashed down. Katma's arm was severed. Not giving him a moment to rest, Diep Trung Min grabbed Katma's head. He shouted, "Die." He prepared for the final blow. Seeing this, Nuba rushed from behind to help. But she didn't know Diep Trung Min was smiling. He was using her own plan against her. With incredible speed, Diep Trung Min seized the chance and chopped off both of Katma's arms. Then, he spun around, pointing his knife straight at Nguba. It seemed Nguba was done for, but the gem on her forehead suddenly glowed. Several purple rings shot towards Diep Trung Min. He froze, forced to block the attack. His perfect plan was shattered so easily. He had to admit, this opponent was strong. This innate skill, psychic perception. How could a level 2 Nuba possess it? Relying on his vast combat experience, Diep Trung Min spun in mid-air. He delivered 2 kicks, one aimed at Katma, the other at Nguba. When Diep Trung Min landed, he had already taken Nguba's hit. Blood trickled from his eyes and mouth. Mental attacks like psychic perception directly damaged a person's consciousness. It was a vicious ability, but she was clearly just a level 2 mutant zombie. She already had 2 innate skills, Spirit Seed and Energy Swap. How could she have a third one? After using this move, Nuba saw Diep Trung Min was still alive. She immediately retreated, grabbing her black cat and fleeing in a hurry. How could Diep Trung Min let her escape? He immediately got up and pursued her with all his might. But Katma, who seemed to be down, suddenly jumped up and attacked Diep Trung Min. Diep Trung Min frowned. He swung his knife and cut him in half. This damned obstacle. In that brief moment, Nguba got further away. Diep Trung Min accelerated even more. He had to find a way to eliminate her completely. Otherwise, she would become a major obstacle. As he passed the supermarket, a sudden grumble from inside made him stop. Someone grunted and said, "Damn it, put the mana crystal away. Let's check the situation and get out of here." A young voice replied, "Leave? Second uncle, are we leaving this place?" Hearing these voices, Diep Trung Min came back to his senses. He reminded himself, "Diep Trung Min, you must stay calm. The goal this time is to trade for the job certificate. Quickly, increasing my strength is the most important thing right now." Behind him, Dia Hong Hon was digging out the mana crystal from the dead Katma. Diep Trung Min walked straight towards the supermarket. He raised his hand and knocked lightly on the door. He spoke up, "Hey, I know someone's in there. I'm here to make a trade. I have evolution potions." Diep Trung Min knelt down. He patted Dia Hong Hon's head. "Go back and meet up with the others. I'll be back after the trade is done." After all, Dia Hong Hon was a mutant beast. It wouldn't be good if they saw him and got scared. That was all. The people inside clearly heard him, but they didn't open the door immediately. Instead, they remained cautious and asked, "Where did you get this information?" "Brother Dang," Diep Trung Min replied. The old man asked again, Are you alone? Diep Trung Min nodded. Yes. The old man continued, any zombies around? Diep Trung Min answered calmly, I've already cleared them out. After hearing this, the man didn't lower his guard. He opened the window's iron bars. He said, come in. Slowly. Keep your hands where I can see them. Diep Trung Min climbed through the window and entered the room. Light from outside streamed in. The old man was holding a bow. The arrow pointed straight at him. Diep Trung Min raised an eyebrow. He carefully observed the room. In a corner, two young men were standing. The middle-aged man asked, where are the evolution potions? Diep Trung Min took off his backpack. He took out one evolution potion. He said, I have more. But I want to see your goods first. That's a basic rule of trading. The middle-aged man nodded. He signaled to the young man beside him. The young man immediately went inside. A moment later, he returned. He was holding a job scroll. Diep Trung Min looked at it and nodded. I've seen it. This is the real deal. He took a step forward. He asked, what's your price? The man was startled. He quickly shouted for him to step back. Then, the middle-aged man said, 6 evolution potions. Diep Trung Min raised an eyebrow and shook his head. Too expensive. The man, though a bit tense, said firmly, you don't know its value. Then began the usual bargaining. The opponent insisted on a minimum of 4 potions. Diep Trung Min frowned, considering. In the early stages of the apocalypse, 1-star evolution potions were extremely valuable. Each potion represented 10 or even 100 mana crystals. Even for an evolved person, killing that many zombies wasn't easy. At the beginning of the apocalypse, getting potions and evolving was crucial. A job certificate was good, but without being evolved, it was just a piece of scrap paper. He put his backpack back on. You must understand how hard it is to get evolution potions right now. 3 potions is already a high price. Hearing this, the man said, if you insist on that price, then you can leave. As he spoke, he raised his bow higher. Suddenly, the young man who brought the scroll spoke up. Uncle, 3 potions is the highest offer we've had in days. Of course, the man knew that, but 3 really wasn't enough. Seeing this, Diep Trung Min became suspicious. He asked, can you tell me why you insist on 4 potions? The man lowered his bow. He shook his head. 2 people in my family are very sick. They have terminal illnesses. If they can't evolve, I'm afraid they won't live much longer. In an instant, Diep Trung Min understood. Evolution potions could comprehensively enhance a person's physical attributes. Indeed, it had some healing effects. Even terminal illnesses might not be a problem. Since that was the case, Diep Trung Min decided not to push them further. This could still be negotiated. He rummaged through his bag and said, look at this. This is an egg I got from a level 2 mutant creature. There were 2, and I've already eaten 1. It has some of the effects of an evolution potion. It doesn't boost stats as much, but you can eat it multiple times, and it works every time. The others were still skeptical. Their faces showed confusion. This thing was truly miraculous. The young man was the first to react. He quickly asked, does it work for everyone? What about evolved people? Diep Trung Min replied, it works for them too. I've tested it myself. This is my final offer. If you still can't accept it, then I can only say it's a pity. Finally, the tables had turned. The guest had become the master of the negotiation. They all understood this was the best price they could get right now. Holding onto the scroll any longer likely wouldn't bring any more benefits. So, they had to accept the trade. Outside the supermarket, the sky was gradually darkening. Diep Trung Min prepared to leave. Before he left, he kindly warned the middle-aged man, this place won't be safe in a few days. You should leave as soon as possible. The man was surprised by the sudden warning. The shock was clear on his face, but he still said, thank you. Diep Trung Min held the job certificate. He asked, can you tell me how you got this? With all due respect, you don't seem capable of getting this from the roulette wheel, right? Just as Diep Trung Min suspected, the man told him honestly, we found 2 strange-looking but powerful monsters fighting. This was in one of the monsters' nests. Diep Trung Min nodded. Thanks. Then he immediately ran off, so it was clear. This thing was the real deal. A good distance from the supermarket, Diep Trung Min stopped. He began to examine what he had obtained. It was Radiant Seal Bladesman, a powerful class with a prefix. Diep Trung Min squeezed the certificate. From what he knew, his support class, Glorious Craftsman, had the Glorious prefix. Even as a subclass, it was already very powerful, and this was a main class. After learning the new class, the knife in Diep Trung Min's hand transformed. It was no longer short. It extended into a sharp blade. Diep Trung Min smiled at the weapon in his hand. Time to test out my new power. Diep Trung Min focused energy at his fingertip. A flame-like substance flowed out under his control. Within the flame, the character for flame appeared. Diep Trung Min raised his blade. He touched the flame character. The flame immediately erupted. It engulfed his blade. The blade glowed a faint orange, surrounded by sparkling golden dust. Diep Trung Min swung the blade forward. He wanted to test its true power. A loud boom echoed. In front of him, the flame exploded violently. It spread out in all directions. When the fire dissipated, thick smoke billowed up before Deep Trung Min. The air still held an intense heat. He cheered excitedly. Amazing, this one slash is probably as strong as half a full power slash from my past life. In his past life, he was also a bladesman. But back then, he was a 6-star evolver. Now, he was only 1 star. Essentially, the Radiant Seal Bladesman class was a combination of 2 classes. One was Seal Master, and the other was Bladesman. A Seal Master uses mental energy in a special way to manifest seals outside the body. This unleashes the various powers of the seals. A Bladesman needs no further explanation. Now, he was a Radiant Seal Bladesman. The entire class system was divided into 2 branches. The first branch was Seal Arts. The currently available skill was Flame. Its main effect was to use the blade as a conduit, imbuing it with fire abilities. The second branch of the Radiant Seal Bladesman was Blade Arts. Currently, Deep Trung Min only had 1 skill of this type, called Wave Cut. However, this skill's consumption was too high, so he hadn't used it. Deep Trung Min sheathed his blade. With his current abilities, if he used both the seal and the cut, he could at most strike twice. Furthermore, the better the blade as a conduit, the more power the seal could unleash, and it just so happened that he also had a craftsman class. For now, he should meet up with Luong So-am first. He could figure out how to enhance the blade later. Deep Trung Min leaped across several buildings, finding Luong So-am's group. But as soon as he landed, he heard the sound of Dia Hong Hon's barking from ahead. Were the others in danger? At some location, Mac Da was fighting an enemy, but the situation was turning grim. Even Phap Tuan's shield had been broken. Their opponent this time was a large man wearing a uniform that seemed to belong to some organization. He held a blade, laughing loudly. Nice skill. You healed her once and added 6 more shields. I want to see how many more times you can do that for her. This blade isn't bad. Too bad you're too weak to use its full power. Today, this will be mine. The thing he was after was a blade almost identical to Diep Trung Min's. Tiu Ho had been knocked down early and was lying behind Mac Da. Hearing the man's words, Tiu Ho got so angry he cursed loudly. Like hell it is. The other enemies had also started attacking Luong So-am's group. Facing Luong So-am was an old man who looked experienced. Dia Hoang Ho was fighting 3 other heavily armed men alone. The situation was getting more and more critical. It was as if they had been pushed to their limit. Suddenly, the large man charged straight at Mac Da and attacked her. Mac Da immediately raised her blade to block the incoming strike. But how could a single-handed player fend off someone with 2 weapons? The man twisted his wrist, using his other blade to stab at Mac Da. Just as danger approached, Phap Tuan's shield, which had just been cast, rushed over. It blocked the blade for Mac Da. The man had no intention of stopping. After stepping back to gain momentum, he immediately charged forward again, once more attacking Mac Da. Phap Tuan quickly maneuvered her air shield to block a strike for Mac Da. But now, Phap Tuan had already used Sweet Dew on Mac Da once. Dia Hoang Hon had also just used it. She had cast 5 shields for Mac Da, 1 for Luong So-am, and 1 for Dia Hoang Hon. Her mental energy was almost completely drained. They were still waiting for Deep Trung Min to return. If he didn't get back in time, the situation would truly be lost. The man twisted his wrist, slashing at Mac Da's blade. Then he thrust his other blade towards her, shouting, "This blade is mine today." As expected, the weak can only have their things stolen. Right at the most critical moment, Diep Trung Min's familiar voice rang out, making the big man freeze. Gleaming blade. A flame appeared in the man's eyes. It grew larger and larger. It was breathtakingly beautiful and terrifyingly powerful. Diep Trung Min calmly walked forward. He swung his blade. Seal style, flame blade. This one move from Diep Trung Min instantly changed the battlefield. Ha Loi, who was also fighting, paused. So strong. And the old man, the teammate of those bastards, was also stunned. The fierce flame swept across. It sliced right through the man's arm. Deep Trung Min's blade was incredibly sharp. Its power was immense. Just one slash directly severed the man's arm. He collapsed, clutching his arm, screaming in pain. Kill him. Deep Trung Min stood before him like an untouchable being. He was powerful, cold, and ruthless to his enemies. The air grew hotter. The smoke became thicker. The others were overjoyed to see Deep Trung Min return. They ran over, calling out, "Brother Min, Brother Deep." The tide of battle had completely turned. The other enemies saw they couldn't fight anymore. They got up and prepared to flee. The one facing Luong So-am quickly told the others to retreat. Luong So-am shouted, "Don't even think about running," but they had already run far away. Deep Trung Min, who had been so calm just moments ago, now showed clear exhaustion. Sweat poured down his face. He held his forehead and said, "We need to go, now." Luong So-am, who was still angry about them escaping. Seeing Diep Trung Min suddenly so weak, she immediately ran to support him. She asked anxiously, "Brother Diep, what's wrong?" Deep Trung Min slumped slightly and explained, "That last move took a lot out of me." Mac Da walked over. She helped Tu Ho up and said, "Tuan, go take care of Hong Hon. Halawai, help Luong, so am. Let's listen to Trung Min. We should leave this place immediately. They had all been drained earlier as well. Another day came to the city. The sky was clear blue. Warm sunlight poured down everywhere. If the city didn't have a few walking corpses with gray, ashen skin, it would have been a beautiful day. On the rooftop of a building, Holloway, Luong Soam, and Phak Tuan were preparing breakfast. Diep Trung Min was still resting in his sleeping bag. In another corner, Tu Ho and Mac Dao were sparring, practicing their moves. Seeing their energetic state, it seemed they had fully recovered. Diep Trung Min slowly woke up under the sunlight. He could still hear those familiar sounds. He sat up, shielding his eyes from the light. He looked around, wondering, where is this place? The others saw Diep Trung Min wake up and immediately stopped what they were doing. He's finally awake. He's awake. Luong So-am quickly scooped a bowl of food for Diep Trung Min. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. After a night's sleep, I'm much better now." Unfortunately, last night he had used Flame Blade twice in a row. The cost was too great. In the end, he couldn't capture that guy, Wang Din. Luong So-am held a large bowl, smiling happily. "Breakfast is ready. Everyone, come and eat." Everyone quickly gathered around the stove, sitting in a circle. Tu Ho ate while looking at Diep Trung Min, smiling. "Boss, I can fight Captain Mac now. Give me the Wind Moon blade to use." Mac Da immediately pointed her chopsticks at him and said, "In your dreams. If you want to die, just say so." Diep Trung Min awkwardly asked, "Isn't it just a blade?" After saying that, Diep Trung Min picked up his soup and took a sip. Tu Ho frowned and asked, "Just a blade? Boss, didn't you see Wang Din yesterday? Even though he had the advantage in evolution level, he didn't dare to touch the edge of the Wind Moon blade. He was wary of it. I saw it very clearly. This kid's observation skills weren't too bad." Diep Trung Min put his empty bowl on the ground. He smiled and said, "So I just need to make one for you, right?" Before Tu Ho could even react, Diep Trung Min had already stood up and waved him over. He walked towards a wall. He placed his hand on it and softly chanted the forging spell. Strangely, the iron wall quickly transformed. It turned into a liquid-like substance. Around it, star-like particles of light floated. Diep Trung Min controlled the liquid substance with great skill. The light it emitted grew stronger. In just a moment, the forging process was complete. Diep Trung Min smiled and asked, "Didn't you want a Wind Moon? I forged this one for you." He then handed the blade to Tu Ho. "Homemade, I can make as many as you want." Tu Ho held the Wind Moon in his hands. He was so shocked his jaw dropped. He kept cursing, holy crap, it's really a Wind Moon. For real." Luong So-am now completely worshipped Diep Trung Min. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. "Brother Diep, this is truly magical." Phak Tuan also nodded in agreement. "Trung Min, what skill is this?" Diep Trung Min smiled and said, "My subclass, Craftsman." Tu Ho was still mesmerized by the blade. Diep Trung Min found it annoying and couldn't help but scold him a little. "You idiot. Making this, not to mention other materials, the cost alone requires one level 2 mana crystal. If I hadn't killed another level 2 zombie last night, you wouldn't even have this blade." Though he said that, Tu Ho now had a new weapon. Luong So-am and the others didn't hold back. They immediately told him to wash the dishes. This idiot got a new blade and just stared blankly. He really had no ambition. Mac Da walked up to him and asked, "Trung Min, this place isn't far from our intended route. Where should we go next? What's the destination?" Diep Trung Min pointed in a direction and said, "We're going to this place. To find someone. In the future apocalypse, this person is known as Master Nyak. He's also a very powerful individual. If we can recruit him, our group's overall strength will definitely increase." The scene changes to an abandoned building. Morning sunlight streamed through the glass window panes. Inside the building, a group of people were resting. They all looked exhausted. At that moment, a man slowly approached them. He had a large scar on his face. Chewing on a chicken leg, he spoke in a mocking tone. "Hey, high-level technicians, hello." Seeing no one respond, he continued nonchalantly, "Why is no one talking?" Just by looking at these guys, you could tell they were the villains. The man with glasses silently stared at him. His eyes were not friendly at all. The man put his arm around the blonde girl next to him and smirked. "I'm here to tell you that the good times are about to end. The food is almost gone. Go out and find more. Now I'm going to pick some people to go with me. Who wants to go? Whoever comes along, whether you find food or not, will get a full meal and a bottle of water. If you find food, you'll get 3 days worth of rations." As soon as they heard this, 2 young men jumped up. They repeatedly said, I'll go. The scarred man accepted their request. From beginning to end, only the man with glasses remained seated. Suddenly, a man with a buzz cut came over. He leaned close to the scarred man and whispered something. The scarred man then pointed at the middle-aged man and laughed. "We're still one short. Engineer, you're coming too." Of course, this man could do nothing but accept. But just one look at that smile, and you knew this group was planning some dirty trick. The scene shifts to another room. The room was extremely messy. Diep Trung Min and Tiu Ho were inside, scouting the area. There were several corpses on the ground. Tiu Ho looked at Diep Trung Min and asked, "Boss, are you sure he's in here? Besides these zombies, we haven't seen any living people." Diep Trung Min frowned, feeling more doubtful. Had he come to the wrong place? But he remembered clearly. In his past life, there was a rumor that Master Nyak had come from this place. Luong, So-am, who was standing guard near the window, suddenly shouted, "Brother Diep, come look." Across the street, they're using living people to lure zombies. Outside, several zombies were swarming a living person. The scene was horrifying. The scarred man was holding a club. He pointed it at the two who had followed him and yelled, "It's your turn. Get ready to go out." Of course, the two of them wouldn't dare. Just now, a man named Lao Lai had been killed by zombies. The sight was terrifying, but that group wasn't interested in their objections. The man directly swung his club, hitting the wrist of the one who resisted. Then, he angrily told the buzz-cut man with him, "Throw him out. Make him run as far as possible." The buzz-cut man obeyed his order. He immediately took a knife and poked the young man, forcing him to go outside. The scarred man went inside to check. He looked at the young man rummaging through the shelves in the supermarket. Impatiently, he urged, "Hurry the hell up. How much did you get?" The young man held a cloth bag, scratching his head. He said, "Brother Truong Xuan, this supermarket doesn't have much food." Truong Xuan heard this and flew into a rage. He slapped the young man so hard his face twisted, then yelled, "Damn it. This isn't even enough for one day for us. We wasted 2 baits just to get this little bit. You useless trash." At that moment, the buzz-cut man suddenly ran over to report, "Brother Truong Xuan, most of the zombies outside have been led away, but there are still 6 left." Truong Xuan turned back, raising an eyebrow. "Still that many? I thought we could take this chance to kill 1 or 2 zombies and get a couple of mana crystals." Suddenly, his underling dragged the engineer out and asked, "Brother Trung Xuan, don't we still have 1 more bait?" He then looked at the engineer and said, "Engineer, listen carefully. Although I'll take a bit of your blood, I won't hurt your legs. In a moment, you run for your life. After we bring back the food, we'll find a way to support you. If you can run, you'll live. You'll also get food. If you can't escape, you can only blame your own bad luck. Got it?" The engineer hadn't even had a chance to speak. Truong Xuan's buzz-cut underling stepped forward and cut the old man's arm. Then he immediately pushed the old man outside. The engineer had no other choice. He could only grit his teeth and obey. But in his heart, he was extremely unwilling. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way. He used to be a senior engineer, earning hundreds of thousands a year, with a scientific research team and a beautiful young wife. Then the world fell into an apocalypse. Zombies and monsters appeared one after another. Everything changed completely. That was the first time in his life he had gathered the courage to attack someone else. And from that day on, his heart had died. It turned out that when you're about to die, your life really does flash before your eyes. The engineer ran and walked. A light suddenly shone from ahead. A familiar voice called out, "Sweet Dew." Our Fap Tuan had arrived and healed the man. Diep Trung Min rushed over to support the engineer. He said, "I'll take him away. Tiu Ho, So-am, I'll leave this place to you too." The engineer looked at him in surprise, asking, "You? Who are you?" Diep Trung Min put a hand on the old man's shoulder and smiled. "Master Nak, hello. No need to say anything right now. Just come with us. We'll explain the rest later." Supporting the man, Diep Trung Min was overjoyed inside. He had finally found him, the future father of mana crystal weapons. In his past life, in the apocalypse that Diep Trung Min knew, humanity survived among mutant life forms like zombies, beasts, and mutated plants and animals for many reasons. For example, some strong individuals relied on skills and classes to fight them, but they were a minority. What about weapons? The number of weapons obtained from the roulette wheel was already small. Weapons made by craftsmen were even rarer, and weapons found in forbidden zones weren't numerous either. The real key that helped more people survive was the mana crystal weapon discovered by this Master Nak. The engineer, or rather Nak Dai Vien, was the one who invented mana crystal weapons through scientific and technical methods. He extracted the energy hidden within mana crystals, then released it through complex methods, achieving powerful destructive effects. Everyone quickly took care of things. Diep Trung Min and Phak Tuan took Nak Dai Vien back to their temporary base to rest. Mak Da entered, saw the stranger in the room, and asked, "Diep Min, who is this?" Diep Trung Min didn't answer, just looked at the man. Nak Dai Vien looked at him awkwardly and asked, Why did you save me?" I'm useless. I can't kill zombies. I can't find food. Diep Trung Min was stunned. He thought, you can't kill zombies? Maybe you can't kill many directly, or maybe none at all. But the number of zombies you indirectly killed is countless. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call you the corpse-slaying Demon King. Thinking this, Diep Trung Min said, "I know you." Nak Dai Vien was surprised. He pushed up his round glasses, stared at Diep Trung Min and asked, "Sorry, I don't think I've ever met you. Deep Trung Min replied, I've seen the factory's promotional materials. There was a detailed introduction about you. I have a lot of respect for technical people. This time, I happened to find you suffering, so of course I had to help. Nak Dai Vien let out a sigh, saying sadly, that's all in the past. Now, I'm just a flickering candle. He couldn't tell them about this. Diep Trung Min looked at Macda and said, Macda, everyone, please wait outside for me. I want to talk to him for a moment. Although they didn't fully understand, they trusted Deep Trung Min's actions completely, so they went outside. The door closed. Deep Trung Min took out a pastry. He carefully unwrapped it and smiled. Have a piece of cake first. Nak Dai Vien didn't stand on ceremony. He took the cake and ate it. Deep Trung Min then handed him a bottle. I heard technical people like a bit of wine. This is a bottle of Richburg red wine I found. Master Nak, have a drink. Dai Vien took the bottle and drank deeply in one go. He didn't refuse Diep Trung Min's kindness at all. After all, in his current situation, if someone offered something, he'd take it. Whether he lived or died didn't matter. After Nak Dai Vien had eaten and drunk his fill, Diep Trung Min took out a mana crystal. He smiled and asked, Master Nak, do you know what this is? Of course, the old man knew. Diep Trung Min didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the point. I have an idea. This thing contains energy. If we could extract that energy and process it for human use, do you think it's possible? Nak Dai Vien's expression immediately changed. He reached out to Diep Trung Min and said quickly, let me see it. After carefully examining the mana crystal, Nak Dai Vien couldn't help but exclaim, how interesting. This idea is truly fascinating. Deep Trung Min smiled and said, from now on, if you don't mind, Master Nak, please join us. At least you won't have to worry about starving. To facilitate your research on these mana crystals, I'll do my best to provide you with suitable conditions. What do you think? Such a good thing falling from the sky. It would be strange if Nak Dai Vien didn't think twice. Of course, he didn't agree right away. He just said, do one thing for me. After that, my life, Nak Dai Vien's life, will be yours. The scene quickly shifts to another abandoned building. In that room, the group that had abandoned Nak Dai Vien earlier were resting inside. Trong Sun held a cigarette in his mouth, but his mind kept replaying the scene from earlier, filled with doubt. The people he met today were clearly very powerful, so why did they save a useless person like him? Just then, his underling brought over a jar of fruit. Boss, have some canned fruit. Get your vitamins. Truong Xuan took the jar of fruit. He suddenly remembered that this kid had taken Nak Dai Vien's wife. Suddenly, the door to the room was violently kicked open. The men in the room jumped up in alarm. They looked outside in fear. Zombies? No, it seems. It's people, but their hearts were still pounding in their chests with anxiety and fear. Deep Trung Min led his group in. Behind him, Nak Dai Vien also followed. Deep Trung Min looked at Nak Dai Vien and smiled. Are these the guys? Nak Dai Vien nodded. Yes. His eyes were already filled with hatred. Those guys were all bark and no bite. Seeing Deep Trung Min enter like that, they didn't dare move an inch. After all, they had witnessed the strength of this group with their own eyes. Deep Trung Min stepped forward. He grabbed the buzz-cut man's shirt as easily as picking up a chicken. Before they could understand what was happening, Diep Trung Min had lifted the buzz-cut man with one hand. Then, Deep Trung Min threw him into the air with incredible speed. The buzz-cut man was thrown down from such a height. His whole body shook violently. He finally landed right in front of Nak Dai Vien. Diep Trung Min glanced at the old man and said, Engineer, he's all yours. Do whatever you want. Nak Dai Vien stared at his enemy. His eyes were bloodshot. His hatred was almost impossible to hide. Today, they were here, and this man's time was up. Nak Dai Vien picked up a brick lying nearby. Then he slammed it down without hesitation. Fresh blood spurted from the buzz-cut man's head, but the old man kept hitting him again and again. The man's eyes had nearly rolled back into his head. It was a gruesome sight. The sound of the brick hitting his head echoed repeatedly. Macda's group watched Nak Dai Vien in silence. They really couldn't believe what was happening right before their eyes. Macda understood very well. Diep Trung Min couldn't be considered someone who followed traditional moral standards, but as long as it didn't involve his own interests, he wasn't the type to kill indiscriminately. So what was so special about this man named Nak Dai Vien that made Diep Trung Min treat him so well? It was truly strange. Just then, Ha Loi suddenly stepped forward. She grabbed Nak Dai Vien's hand and said, killing becomes a habit. Nak Dai Vien shouted fiercely, let go. Diep Trung Min said coldly, if this doesn't concern you, stay out of it. Ha Loi truly didn't understand. She said awkwardly, but this is... Just then, Tu Ho, who had run off somewhere, returned. He quickly shouted, boss, I found it. In the next room, Diep Trung Min placed a hand on Nak Dai Vien's shoulder and said, let's go. Nak Dai Vien paused for a moment, then grunted in agreement. The door closed. Luong So Am pointed to the room and said, you don't need to be told who's in there. Diep Trung Min said, go in. There are some things you need to decide for yourself. Nak Dai Vien grunted again, then stepped inside. Outside, everyone stood waiting in silence. No one knew what the people in the room were feeling right now. Hyo couldn't contain his curiosity. He asked, "Boss, who is this big brother? What kind of grudge does he have with this group?" Diep Trungmin replied, "The world is in chaos, but killing parents and stealing wives. For people who still have a conscience, that is an irreconcilable feud." Suddenly, a woman's terrified scream came from the room. A moment later, Nakdavian walked out. The knife in his hand was still clean. He said grimly, "I couldn't do it. Let her fend for herself. After all, this woman was once the wife he loved most." Diep Trungmin had no opinion on Nakdavian's decision. In the end, it was the old man's business. He just told Luong So-am to bring some food inside. After everything was settled, Diep Trungmin walked over. He placed a hand on the old man's shoulder and said, "Let's go." Nakdavian nodded. "Thank you." The group was about to leave when suddenly, several people ran over from somewhere, shouting, "Engineer, wait for us. Can we go with you?" These people certainly knew how to pick a side. They were old colleagues after all. Nakdavian could only swallow his pride and say to Diep Trungmin, "Young Master Diep, I need some assistance for my research." Diep Trungmin let out a sigh and said, "Engineer, I can only take 5 people. We have a lot to do, and 5 is the limit. I hope you understand." That day, the streets were deserted. Not a single corpse was in sight. Diep Trungmin's group gathered around a table to discuss their next strategy. Nakdavian and his 5 staff members sat on another side, focused on studying the mana crystals. Diep Trungmin pointed at the map and said, "We are very close to a new area. This is our final target. After we clear this place, we will go find your husband, Haloi." Makdal looked at the map. It seemed the place Diep Trungmin was pointing to was a farm. Diep Trungmin nodded and said, "That's right, a green ecological wild boar farm." Hearing wild boar, Tuho immediately looked ravenous. He was practically drooling. He said, "Boss, are you craving pork? It makes sense. Eating canned biscuits every day. Your mouth must be bored." Diep Trungmin raised an eyebrow. "All you think about is eating." He pointed to the farm and smiled. "We're going to this place mainly for level 2 mana crystals." Luong So-am heard this and smiled. "Brother Deep, you've killed a level 2 evolved creature more than once. Even without you, Brother Deep, with our current strength, if we work together, we should be able to kill a not-so-strong level 2 mutant." "Of course we can, but this time it's not just one level 2 creature. It's a whole herd, at least 50 of them." When he said this, the others were completely shocked. Did they really have to kill that many level 2 monsters at once? The scene changes to another abandoned area. A large man was dragging someone on the ground. He drank from a bottle and grumbled, "Damn it, what kind of alcohol is this? It's so boring." With that, he threw the person he was holding into the air. He tossed them over the fence nearby. Then, he said to the beasts inside, "Eat." Seeing a strange object, the beasts ran over. They surrounded the man. In just a moment, the number of beasts grew larger. They fought over the unfortunate man's corpse until not even a scrap of clothing was left. This man was the owner of the farm with the level 2 mana beasts Diep Trungmin was heading towards. He looked at the beasts in the pen and said, "After you evolve to level 2, help me find a level 2 roulette wheel so I can become a 2-star evolver." The warm golden light of a new day shone on the farm. It was a sign that a turbulent day was about to descend on this place. In the small, old room, the bearded man was resting on the sofa. He held a bottle of alcohol. On the round table in front of him were several more bottles and a few empty meal boxes. Despite his world-weary, old, and decrepit appearance, this man was not yet 30 years old. His name was Kofan, a graduate of a prestigious university. Kofan should have had a career that others admired. At 30, his career would reach its first peak. Then he'd marry a beautiful woman, have a chubby baby, start a family, and carry on the family line. But that beautiful dream never came. Kofan was framed by his colleagues and superiors, and he fell deep into debt. His parents, though sick, worked to help him pay it off, and then died from their illnesses. With the help of a university classmate, Kofan opened a wild boar farm. He discovered he had a talent for animal husbandry that was hard for others to match. But because the buyer's capital chain broke, his farm was also pushed to the brink. Kofan once again fell into despair. During this time, the apocalypse struck. Kofan discovered that his herd of wild boars had all mutated. They became powerful and bloodthirsty. The only thing that didn't change was that they still listened to their master. Thinking of this, Kofan tilted his head back and took another swig of alcohol. His desperate life had perhaps come to an end, but his joy was short-lived. His instincts warned him that his wild boars were being killed one by one. Kofan quickly jumped up and looked outside. Anxiety and fear began to well up inside him. Another one was killed. Had he mistaken the feeling? No, that's not right. This feeling of his heart trembling, he only felt it when they died. It couldn't be a hallucination. Kofan clutched his left chest. Veins popped out on his hand. He really didn't understand what was happening. Had his boars encountered a level 2 mutant zombie or some other mutated creature while they were out foraging? No, he couldn't just let this continue. Kofan quickly pushed open the door and left the house. Standing at the door, he put his fingers to his mouth and let out a long whistle. Hearing his whistle, the wild boars all ran towards their master. Kofan rode on the back of a mutated wild boar, commanding it forward. Behind him, the herd of boars grunted and followed. Kofan had no idea that someone was watching him with binoculars nearby. Juho lowered his binoculars. He contacted Diep Trungmin on his walkie-talkie. "Boss, he's out. There are still 7 left in the house. 3 level 2, 4 level 1. Kofan's group, standing on a nearby building, also began to observe him. Makda raised her binoculars to her eyes. She observed and said, "The target is left with the boars. Including the ones raised around here and the 7 left behind, there are a total of 74. Among them are 46 level 2 mutated boars and 28 level 1 mutated boars." It was an impressive number. Fap Tuan heard the large number and grew more worried. She looked at Deep Trungmin hesitantly and said, "Trungmin, maybe we should reconsider." Deep Trungmin frowned and shook his head. Profit is always proportional to risk. If that's the case, what's the harm in trying? With that, he tossed the walkie-talkie to Nak Divien. "This operation is very dangerous. The view from here isn't bad. Engineer, you'll be in charge of communication here, and Ha Loi will stay here too, responsible for protecting the engineer." Then, he told Fak Tuan to meet up with Luong, so Am and DH to support them. Diep Trungmin looked at Makda and said, "As for you, if you see any level 1 mutated boars nearby, hunt them down as much as possible. Tell Tu Ho to prepare a motorcycle. You'll follow him for the second phase of the battle." Makda held her knife and nodded. "Understood." Deep Trungmin waved his hand. "I'll be responsible for dealing with the 7 boars inside the farm. Everyone, get ready. Let's move quickly. Remember, we only avoid being eliminated by always staying 1 step ahead of others in our evolution speed. Otherwise, dying sooner or later is inevitable." Everyone quickly dispersed. Deep Trungmin arrived at the farm's entrance. He stopped outside the gate, looking inside to observe. The Boar King, Ko Fan, a 9, star powerhouse in his past life, had a herd of extremely high-level mutated boars. Among them, 5 had even reached the level of 8th grade mutation. Unfortunately, besides his boars, he had always been a loner. In the end, he was cornered and killed by 2 9-star powerhouses. It wasn't until after Kofan's death that someone began writing biographies of the strongest humans in the apocalypse. Only then did Deep Trungmin learn that he and this person were from the same city. Furthermore, this person had opened a farm. A wild boar appeared from nowhere. Deep Trungmin sprang into action. He leaped towards it and decisively swung his blade. The sharp edge, combined with powerful force, decapitated the boar in 1 strike. Deep Trungmin removed the mana crystal from its head. He needed to evolve again, so he required a lot of level 2 mana crystals. This was the only place he could think of. Perhaps this time, he would have to kill a future 9-star powerhouse. But to achieve his goal, he had no other choice. This was a result stained with blood, most of which was human blood. Deep Trungmin completely disbelieved that this herd of boars had never eaten a single human. He raised his blade again and went on a killing spree. In this apocalypse, no snowflake was innocent. These boars deserved to die. Elsewhere, Makda was running through the forest, holding a heavy machine gun. Behind her, a herd of wild boars was chasing her. Dust billowed up, making it hard to see how many there were. Feeling she had run far enough, Makda suddenly stopped. She did a drift and pointed her gun at the boars, ready to send them to hell. The first shot rang out. A boar fell. The remaining boars continued to charge. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously as the boars ran straight into a hail of bullets. The firepower was dense, but it couldn't wipe them all out. At least one slipped through the net, and that one was now charging towards Makda like a speeding bullet. But how could a single boar stand against her now? Makda drew her knife, nimbly dodged to the side, and stabbed straight into the back of the boar's neck. The boar's throat was slit. It died on the spot. Blood pooled on the ground. Makda looked at the dead boars in front of her. Including this one, she had killed 10. As she bent down to collect the mana crystals, Makda reported over the walkie-talkie. "This is Makda. The fight is over. I'll be at the second mission point in 2 minutes." Elsewhere, wild boars were hunting. They were currently feasting on some poor man. The wind blew without moving a leaf. Luong Soam slowly approached, a leather whip in her hand. The boars quickly noticed her presence. One boar paused its meal. It turned and moved towards Luong Soam. Luong Soam coldly swung the whip in her hand at the boar. 4 directions shadow dance. This move made the whip move at an incredible speed. It was so fast it created countless after images, lashing repeatedly at the boar. But these beasts had thick skin and fat. The whip didn't hurt much. In fact, it only made them angrier. The boar let out a cry and charged straight at Luong Soam. Just then, a shield appeared, blocking the attack for Luong Soam. That was a close call. Luong Soam looked at the familiar shield. "Finally, you're here." She smiled happily at the newcomer. "Are you here to support me?" The boar in front had been knocked unconscious by the shield. Before they could celebrate, Fak Tuan shouted, "Be careful." Behind Luong So-am, another boar saw its companion fall. It immediately charged towards her like a rocket. In that split second, she didn't have time to think. Her hand had already swung the whip high. Then, Luong So-am's body shot up into the air. In an instant, she avoided the boar's charge. In the air, Luong So-am aimed her gun at the boar. She calmly took aim. 3 consecutive bullets were fired. All of them hit the boar's head. Luong So-am landed. The whip in her hand retracted. The boar trembled for a moment, then crashed to the ground. Fact Tu-an saw that everything was taken care of. She reported over the walkie-talkie. "This is Fact Tu-an and Luong So-am. Mission complete. We're heading to the second mission point now." Elsewhere, Tu-ho had prepared the motorcycle as Deep Trung Min had instructed. He rested his foot on a boar's carcass, casually smoking a cigarette, waiting for his target to appear. From a distance, a herd of boars led by Ko-fan finally arrived. It took them long enough. Ko-fan frowned and asked loudly, "Who are you?" Although Ko-fan was strong, this group could easily slaughter his boars like this. It would be a lie to say he wasn't worried. Tu-ho had no intention of answering. He raised his hand and gave Ko-fan a loving middle finger. Then he smiled and said, "Want to know? Then catch me." With that, Tu-ho twisted the throttle and sped off. He left a cloud of smoke for the people behind. Ko-fan saw him run and got angry. He immediately ordered his boars to chase. As he chased, he cursed silently. Who was that kid? What was his plan? Tu-ho rode the motorcycle in front. He reported over the walkie-talkie as he went. "This is Tu-ho. Mission complete. Now heading to the second mission point." On the other side, Deep Trung Min had just finished slaughtering the boars left to guard Ko-fan's house. The knife in his hand was still dripping blood, but not a single drop was on him. Hearing Tu-ho's report, Deep Trung Min nodded. "Received. I've finished here too," preparing to move to the second mission point, preparing to send the Boar King on his way. Whether it was to heaven or hell, it was obvious. It was definitely the road to hell. The scene changes to an abandoned residential area. There were no living corpses around, but the atmosphere was heavy, as if covered by a thick scent. In a building, Macdao was holding a gun, aiming out the window on guard duty. Luong So-am and Fap Tuan stood behind her. Hearing Deep Trung Min's report, Luong So-am excitedly praised him. So amazing. He dealt with 3 level 2s and 4 level 1s in just a few minutes. Fact Tuan, standing behind her, laughed. "It's not that he's amazing, it's that you're so smitten you've become a fool." Luong So-am was hit right where it hurt. First, she blushed as expected. Then she shyly shouted, "Who was it that was thinking of Brother Deep when we were cornered by that guy Vuong Din?" This time, it was Fact Tuan's turn to be embarrassed. She blushed and quickly waved her hands. I didn't mean it like that. That's not what I meant. I was hoping Brother Deep would show up to save us." Luong So-am put her hands on her hips and questioned, "Save you, and then you'll repay him with your body?" Fact Tuan pouted and asked, "Why are you so annoying? Don't judge others by your own standards." Although Macda's attention was drawn by their conversation, half of her awareness was still focused outside. The moment someone arrived, she immediately entered a combat stance. The herd of boars, led by Tu-ho, had entered their line of sight. The others immediately put aside their chat and started to act. Fact Tuan once again summoned her air shield to support them. Luong So-am looked outside and couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, if I die today, it'll be a huge loss. I've lived this long and haven't even been with a man." Fact Tuan, embarrassed, quickly scolded her. "Will you stop it already?" Ko-fan, chasing them, had a headache as he counted his boar numbers. Over 20 gone. He had a total of 74 battle pets, and now a third of them were dead. Where the hell was that bastard on the motorcycle? Today, he was determined to make the people who killed his boars pay. He was completely unaware of the approaching danger. He looked around, but still couldn't see anyone. Suddenly, his heart trembled. It was that bad feeling again. A bullet shot out, piercing straight through the head of the boar running next to Ko-fan. Ko-fan watched the boar fall, his body lowered, almost sticking to the boar he was riding. An ambush? He quickly identified the location where Macda's group was hiding. Then, he immediately ordered his herd of boars to charge straight towards the building. Luong So-am stood on the rooftop, watching the herd of boars get closer and closer. She let go, jumped down from above, and shouted, "If we all survive today, let's go have some fun another day." Then, she immediately executed her 4-direction shadow dance. Countless afterimages of the whip appeared like slender, flexible, yet incredibly sturdy blades of grass. They lashed continuously at the herd of boars. At the same time, a continuous stream of bullets flew by, shooting them dead. Luong So-am looked up in surprise. What was Macda thinking? Macda, while firing, said, "I'll provide covering fire. Charge forward." So Luong So-am didn't think any more about it. She charged directly through the hail of bullets. And Macda's marksmanship was truly top-notch. Despite shooting so much, she only hit the boars. Luong So-am rushed towards a nearby building. The rope in her hand immediately latched onto the window. As soon as the rope looped around the iron bars, Luong So-am used the momentum to pull herself up. She climbed up the wall, escaping the pursuing herd of boars. If she had been just a little slower, she would have been gored to shreds. Magda quickly leaned out the window. She reached out to Luong So-am, helping her inside. Luong So-am bit the rope in her mouth, then jumped into the room. She had a wound on her waist. She sat slumped against the wall and said, "I'm out of mental energy." Fac Tuan quickly said, "You're injured." After saying that, Fac Tuan immediately went to treat Luong So-am. Magda looked out the window and said, "The armor-piercing rounds Trung Min gave me are all used up. Normal bullets are useless against those boars. Our mission is complete. Get ready to retreat." Ko Fan had already slipped off the boar's back. He chased into the building alone. He heard those words and angrily kicked open the door. He shouted, "Trying to run? I won't let any of you escape. I'll capture all of you. Then I'll torture you, force you to tell me everything you know, and then feed you all to the boars." Deep Trung Min had arrived at some point. He appeared silently behind Ko Fan. As Ko Fan finished speaking, he asked nonchalantly, "Is that so?" The three girls in the room immediately relaxed when they saw Diep Trung Min. When a strong person appears, everything can be handled. Before Ko Fan could say anything more, Deep Trung Min leaped up. He kicked Ko Fan squarely in the back. The painful blow sent him stumbling forward. His large body was kicked several meters away. He crashed through the window and flew outside. Ko Fan's large body hung in midair. He hadn't even understood what had just happened. The next moment, countless red flames appeared in his eyes. From the sky, Deep Trung Min descended upon him. He held a flaming blade, like a phoenix, striking down without mercy. The flames erupted fiercely, consuming everything. He stood in the midst of the fire, coldly looking at what was at his feet. The herd of boars below was also engulfed in flames along with Ko Fan's death. They writhed and struggled in the sea of fire, but in the end, they could only let out ear-piercing screams, which gradually faded. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Hugh Ho looked at the herd of boars in front of him. He carefully counted them. There were 72 inches total. After counting, he went to report to Deep Trung Min. "Boss, we found a total of 72. 2 of them seem to have run off somewhere." Deep Trung Min shook his head and said, "We can't locate all the boars. Killing most of them like this is already good enough." With that, Deep Trung Min turned and walked into the house. Before he left, he didn't forget to tell Tu Ho, "You guys handle these boars." Tu Ho still didn't understand. Deep Trung Min explained, "The tusks, fur, and some body parts of the boars have undergone partial evolution. They are all very good materials." Tu Ho heard this but didn't understand at all. He just felt a bit of admiration for Deep Trung Min. Deep Trung Min was speechless. He gave a helpless smile and asked, "Besides, didn't you want to eat wild boar meat?" Tu Ho was drooling. He nodded repeatedly. "Yes, this is all meat. So much." Makda came over and patted Tu Ho's back. "You take the motorcycle and bring Nak Dai Vien and his people here to help. We'll go find salt and wood, then process this boar meat for preservation." Deep Trung Min nodded and smiled. "I'll leave it to you all. I'm going to rest for a bit." Although the others didn't notice much because of the distance, Deep Trung Min's face looked extremely pale. He must have been very tired. Everyone quickly dispersed to their tasks. Tu Ho quickly went to pick up Nyak Dai Vien. In the large courtyard, Luong So-am and Fac Tuan were hanging boar meat on a large rack, grilling and smoking it over a fire. In another corner, Tu Ho, Ha, Loi, and Makda were using knives to butcher the boar meat. Nyak Dai Vien and his staff had started the processing and preservation of the meat. Everyone was focused on their work. At that moment, Deep Trung Min was resting in a room, gnawing on a piece of boar meat the others had brought him. On the floor, 2 other wild boars were tied up.